51. Naive she-wolf. Tywin Lannister, the man who brought glory back to the House Lannister. The one who served as the hand of the king. Could not describe the fear he felt when Lord Alexander Stark lifted Robert in the air like he was a small babe, and his words too, each word felt like an arrow, meant to destroy any shred of guts. He truly felt scared at that moment. He felt like running straight to the harbor, grab a ship and go find what's west of Westeros. At least there would be a chance of living. But thankfully, nothing happened and that beast in the human skin left. I must return too. I need to regroup my army and send them back. This war has cost us enough money already. Tywin bowed to puzzled Robert sitting on the throne and left. Only Jon Arryn was left there to make sure that Robert doesn't really kill himself for having Targaryen blood. Alexander went to harbor. A ship owned by the vassal house of Starks, House Manderley. They lorded over the biggest port in the north, the White Harbor. He went up and straight into the private cabin. 3 people were waiting for him. Varys had gone back to report at the Red Keep and swear fealty to the new king. Elia quickly walked up to him and held his hand. She had tears in her eyes. "Thank you, my lord. If it hadn't been for you, they would have done those things to us. I can't even imagine the horrors." Her face turned pale. Varys must have told her. "And you will never have to face them. I will treat you like my own daughter and give you home, though I'd prefer to be called Grandpa. I'm much older than I look, you know." He tried to ease the mood. She smiled. "Yes, Lord Varys told me not to judge you by human standards and I can feel it. You are different than everyone else." "Haha, yes, I'm quite unique. Let's get back to the main point. From now on, you will be called Alina, Rhaenys will be called Rena and Aegon will be called Eric. He is too small so it won't be a problem to teach him the name. But you and Rhaenys must practice. I've prepared a fake story for you too. Still, if someday someone tried to trouble you, you will quickly press this ring and a wolf's sword will immediately find you. I'll try to make your life as easier as possible in the north, but still, please forgive me if life is not as refined as in the south." Alexander said. "No, my lord. You've done enough for us. I couldn't ask for more. Rhaenys also likes you," she said, looking at her daughter who was showing the dragon plushie to Aegon. "Well, that settles it then. Let's get moving now," Alexander said and went out. He looked around at the small ship and couldn't help but feel disappointed. This world was too slow in innovation. They hadn't even discovered gunpowder and cannons. Well, he wasn't going to invent them anytime soon though. Still, he could make magical cannons for his future fleet which could only be used by his people. It should also have a safety feature of getting transported back to me if it gets stolen. Magic was just too OP sometimes. I think I'll make some big man of war too. Imagine the fear they will bring to the pirates. Though I need to find a fleet first. Dobby, Brandon, Howland and Ned had reached the Tower of Joy with much haste. But they found 3 King's Guards standing guard. Sir Arthur Dayne, Sir Oswell Went, and Lord Commander Gerald Hightower. "Lord Stark," Sir Arthur Dayne said. "I looked for you at the Trident." Ned said, his words were interrupted by Dobby. "We don't have time for that nonsense. I'll give you one and last chance. Yield," he said. "And who the fuck are you?" Gerald Hightower retorted. "Haha, you have no idea who you're messing with," Brandon scoffed. Dobby didn't say more and dashed with an unimaginable speed for someone of his size. His giant sword slashed at Gerald Hightower. Gerald tried to block it but his sword was also cut with his throat. Without any warning, he also dashed towards Sir Oswell Went and also killed him. By then, Sir Arthur had drawn out his Dawn, a whitish legendary sword. Brandon spoke. "You are my brother by marriage, Sir Arthur. Lady Ashura Dayne is pregnant with my child. I think she'd want you to see your nephew. Please yield." "Sir Dobby, alone killed 300 Lannister men just a week ago. You can't win against him." Brandon was a brute who had more muscles than brains but he truly loved Ashura and didn't want to kill a family member. Arthur lunged at Dobby only to be thrown away by the sword clash. Then surprisingly, he put his sword down. His last strike was to judge Dobby's strength and he had judged. "You are really strong, Sir Dobby. I yield. Princess Lyanna is up there, but if you try to harm her then I won't sit quiet," he pointed to the tower. They nodded and headed up. Ned was at the forefront and quickly barged in. Midwives were working on cleaning while Lyanna lay on the bed, covered by a blanket. Ned quickly ran to her. She broke down in tears when she saw him. "I caused their deaths, father and brother." "No, you didn't." Brandon walked and ran to her other side. She looked shocked and then happy. "How? Uncle came to Red Keep, alone, and got me out. But father was already gone. He also killed the Mad King," he quickly answered. I missed you too," she cried. Dobby stood near the door, mentally talking to Alexander and telling him about the happenings. Alexander was currently on his ship to White Harbor and it would probably take 3 more days for them to reach. So, he went to his private room and apparat to the Tower of Joy. Arthur Dane was still standing guard, alone. He cast a notice me not and walked. But then he felt like someone was watching him. He suddenly remembered the damn three-eyed raven. He quickly scanned the area and looked in a particular direction. The three-eyed raven felt like someone was directly looking into his soul and then he heard a voice. I'll give you a visit soon, prepare your best speech to convince me not to kill you. The three-eyed raven left the area and woke up in his tree, scared. Inside the tower. I don't want to die, brother. Lina teared up. The two brothers had their hearts shake due to helplessness. Then a voice came from behind. All men must die someday, but not today. Alexander walked into the room in his white Jedi robes. He took out a small bottle from his pocket and gave it to Brandon. Make her drink this. Brandon quickly fed her the healing potion and waited for some minutes. Lina also slowly started to feel a bit better. Then a midwife brought the small bundle of joy, wrapped in a cloth. The brothers were surprised but accepted the fact. Seeing that everything was going to be okay, Brandon decided to talk to his brother with his sister as a witness. Ned, I wanted to tell you something. I've decided to give up my lordship of Winterfell to Uncle. He's a better leader and lord than me. I foolishly believed that Lina was kidnapped and got father killed. I am not suitable for the position. Lina quickly put her hand on Brandon's. No, big brother. It's my fault. I sent a raven to tell you that I'm leaving with consent, foolishly believing it would reach you. Uncle is a much better lord than I. I lived most of my life in Vale. The northern lords respect him too. Ned said. But what about Benyon? Shouldn't we ask him too? Lina asked. Oh, come on. Benyon likes Uncle more than father. He'd have no problem with this, Brandon added. Alexander decided to speak. I am not going to marry, Brandon will still be my heir, so there shouldn't be a problem. But what should we do with Lina and Little John now? Alexander asked. John. The three exclaimed. SHT, my tongue slipped. Obviously, you can't be thinking of giving him some Targaryen name now. Let me be blunt. Targaryens are gone and there will never be another Targaryen dynasty sitting on the throne. He said seriously. But the prophecy. Rhaegar said the prophecy must be fulfilled. The three heads of the dragon's Lina started to blabber. Do not talk about prophecies in front of me. Targaryens ruled Westeros not because of righteousness but because they could do it. The day they lost their dragons was the day they lost their right to rule. They are greedy and inbred morons who have more of a record of producing madmen than good kings. For a prophecy, you caused a war. A war in which many men, nobles, and small folks died. Many children became fatherless because of you and your late husband. Your prophecy ruined everything and you must accept that fact. Alexander coldly said. Prophecies are foolish things to believe in. Most of the time they just show a small part and not the big picture. Tell me, did Rhaegar know about this rebellion his prophecy would cause? You so foolishly believed the words of a man who had a family history of bloodline madness. A man who left his wife and children in King's Landing to get arped and butchered, a man who let his own mother get arped and beaten by his own father. If Rhaegar had an ounce of spine, he would have arranged an assassination of the Mad King. How difficult could it have been? But no, he chose a prophecy. Pure stupidity, he added. He didn't care about the feeling of Lina right now, she needed to learn her lesson if he were to have her by his side. What she did was dumb and someone had to call it. Tell me, did he tell you about his prophecy? When the red star bleeds and the darkness gathers, Azor Ahai shall be born again amidst smoke and salt to wake dragons out of stone. She said. Such a vague and pointless prophecy. Let me guess, Rhaegar used to think he's the prince that was promised and then later believe that one of his kids will be the prince that was promised. But guess what, the other two heads of the dragon are gone. Squashed and butchered by the Lannisters. Well, let me make this easier for you. The prophecy was talking about a person who will have dragon eggs and will also hatch them in a fire that can't burn them. Then he or she will become Azor Ahai and fight the others/White Walkers that want to return. White Walkers? I thought that they were old Nan's tales. Brandon exclaimed. They are real, son, believe me. I've lived longer than you can imagine. Alright, this is getting on my nerves now. No prophecy matters in front of me. Sign these papers and Brandon will tell you a Stark family secret. He dropped 3 magically binding contracts. If they tried to tell anyone then they will be muted and compelled to come to him and confess their breaking of the contract. The person asking them will also be muted and compelled to come to him. Alexander picked up the little cute John and played with him while Brandon told them about him. After an hour, they all looked at Alexander with a changed look in their eyes. So? Why you are the god of the world? Ned asked, unsure of himself. Yes, if the texts in the old town are to be believed. I am much bigger than just a god, but that doesn't matter now, Alexander shrugged. So, Uncle. I mean, All-Father, how old are you? Lina stuttered. More than 15,000 years and you all should still call me uncle. Lina, do not fear me. I am not against you marrying Rhaegar and birthing little John, but you still believing in the prophecy. The prophecy has already failed, she-wolf. And as long as I am in this world, no prophecy matters. So, I want you to spend the rest of your life happily watching John grow up. When he's old enough, you can tell him of his past. But we cannot let the world know about his parentage yet. They would be after his blood otherwise, especially Robert, he warned. Lina understood his point. What was a prophecy in front of a literal god? She was also worried about her son. What should we do, uncle? She asked. Fake identities. Ned can claim him as his bastard and Lina can be the nanny. I will change Lina's look so that no one can recognize her. Ashura is too nice of a girl, she might start treating him like her own son if we made him her son. While Ned's new wife, Catelyn will never treat him like a son, making the whole charade believable. There's another option though. I straight up go and kill Robert Baratheon. Alexander said with a serious face. No, don't kill him. I am ready to do this. As long as I can stay by his side. Lina said, lovingly looking at Jon. Don't worry, Robert won't live that long. He'll be the reason for his own death, that is if I don't help him. Ned, do you agree? He asked. I'll do it, Ned said with determination. All right, what happened in this room and all the talks we had and will be having about this topic in the future will be under the binding contract. You cannot discuss it with anyone except each other, but I prefer you don't. We will also get Benyon to sign a contract and tell him everything, then Lina can meet him. Ned, you will come to the north via King's Landing and tell Robert that Lina is no more. Brandon, you'll be going to Starfall to bring Ashura and your child. I'll take Lina back to my ship which will reach White Harbor in 3 days. Good luck. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 52. Rena Grandpa equals fun. Pop. Alexander and now redhead Lina operat into the ship. This kind of travel is so convenient. I can't believe we just traveled more than half of Westeros in a blink. She exclaimed. These are the wonders of magic. Just wait for the changes I am going to bring to the north. You won't even be able to recognize it. Alexander bragged. It's really hard to imagine that my own uncle, on whose lap I played as a child, is a god. She said. Haha, well, there's not much I can do to make it easier to accept. Though I think you will be happy to see someone. Follow me, Alexander said and headed to Alia's room. Lina followed him. Alexander knocked on the door. Small footsteps sounded and a little girl opened the door. Grandpa. She happily called. Alexander swiftly picked her up, his face full of radiating smiles. He really liked spending time with children because they are pure and untainted by the darkness and cruelness of the world. They say what they think and do what they want. What's my Rena up to, Ha? He asked. Oh, I was playing with Eric. I am the mother and he's my baby. Come, play with me, she happily said. Alexander went to the little Eric, Aegon. Lina also followed him. Hey, Rena. Meet big sister Anna here, Alexander said. He was lazy with the name so he just removed L and Y from Lina's name. Rena, Renus, cheerfully looked at Lina. Seemingly found a new person to play with. Elia soon joined them and looked at him. Alina, meet Anna. If you two can recognize each other, I'll show you magic, he said. Yay, magic. Show me magic. Rena jumped around. Both of them looked at each other for a minute or two and finally admitted defeat. But Alexander still showed the magic. Alright, now just watch. Alexander waved his hand and Lina, Elia and her kids changed back to their original look for 5 seconds. A/N, from now, I will use their new names until their identities are revealed to the world. Alina and Anna's mouth were wide open in shock. A moment later they had tears in their eyes and tightly hugged each other. They both asked each other the same question at the same time. How? Well, ladies. I am going to take Rena out now. You two can talk. Anna, take this contract and tell her everything after signing it. If she's to live with us, we can't hide it forever. Alexander handed her a magic contract. Then he picked up Rena and went to the deck. He didn't really care about revealing his identity as removing or altering memories was simple to him. He just didn't like doing it that much. Looking at people's memories, their whole life was not a very good experience. On the deck, Rena sat on Alexander's shoulders with her legs around his neck and looked at the coastline. She had also asked for a pair of sunglasses like his and Alexander happily conjured them for her. She kept on pointing at directions and asked questions. Those are the 3 sisters, Alexander said. 3 sisters. Do they also have a mother? She innocently asked. No, my dear. They are 3 islands and bad people live on them, he said. Why? Bad people? Let's go beat them, she yelled with her little fist out. The seamen around them chuckled. We will, but not now. Your mommy will be in danger if we go there. Alexander said. Oh, okay then. Oh look, a magical ship. It's getting bigger, she suddenly shouted. Her words brought everyone's focus back and looked at where she pointed. A ship was coming towards them. Alexander looked at it and sure enough, they were pirates. He then suddenly smiled. He was going to take the ship as his welcome gift. Soon the pirates came to attack. The men had readied themselves for protection, but Alexander was faster. With Rena still sitting on his shoulders, he jumped onto the adjacent pirate ship. Because there was a little girl with him, he didn't draw blood. Instead, he punched them all, and whenever his punch landed a funny honking sound would come. Rena happily laughed with each punch. Boom pow bam. Soon, all of them had been dealt with. According to their sins, Alexander then threw them from the ship to drown and die. Pirates had no place in this world, they were like leeches. Though, 2 guys didn't deserve to die. So he put down a rowboat and threw them on it. The ship was his now. It wasn't really big or great, but still, it was the first step to a fleet. He also had those toy Man-O warships with 150 guns. Not to mention the steel Yamato warship. But that was for the future. Man-O wars would only be used as main fleet leading ships. He was going to create a fully fledged navy with different ranks. 1. Seaman responsible for the ship's operation and fighting. 2. 251st officer, commanders, and captains responsible for piloting the ships. Each ship will have them. Each of their ships will have 24 magic cannons. At first, the captains will be smart human-like golems that Alexander would make. Then the golems will train a suitable first officer and make them captains. In some years, the new human captains will be promoted and take over the whole command of the fleet. In the beginning, all the officers would be smart golems. 3. 10 commodores responsible for commanding 25 ships. Each will command a smaller version of Man-O war. Each ship will have 74 magic cannons. 4. 5 rear admiral responsible for managing and commanding 50 ships. Each will command a Man-O war. 100 magic cannons. 5. 2 vice admiral responsible for managing and commanding the 125 ships. Each will command a Man-O war. 150 cannons. 6. 1 admiral will command the entire fleet of 250 ships. Only members of Wolf's Sword, elite warrior elves, will take this position at first. They will also train a replacement for themselves. They are free to find the most suitable candidate themselves. The admiral will also command from a steel warship that Alexander brought. The ships were based on World War II Japanese Yamato. It was a very big ship. Alexander would have to make many changes to make it faster, better and deadlier in both long-range and close-range fight. He was planning on making 4 fleets of 250 ships, a total of 1,000 ships. He also knew where he could find that many ships, thanks to Dobby. You can see the image of fleet on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Back at the pirate ship, Alexander summoned a human-like golem, from now on will be called Godroid, and told him to steer the new ship to Winterfell through the White Knife River. The river wasn't wide enough for ships yet, but Alexander was going to take care of it soon. Did you like the show, Rena? Alexander asked. She hurried her arms in agreement. Then he returned to the ship and found Alina and Anna waiting for him. Alina respectfully gave him a bow. Apparently, giving respects to the god. Alexander shrugged and played some more with Rena. Later Alexander had Rena also sign a contract with her mother's agreement. The contract was made to protect her. It stated that if someone with ill intention or someone who hadn't signed a magic contract forcefully asks her about Alexander's magic or something related to him, then she would be portkeyed to Alexander's arms. Alexander had made a pretty locket/portkey for her which had disillusionment from thieves and it wasn't removable. He also gave one to Alina, Anna, and Eric too. If some intended harm came to them, they'd be portkeyed to a secret safe room he was going to make under Winterfell. Inside the room will be a means to contact him or someone else from the Stark family. Alina and Anna could control it, but Eric and Rena's were automatic. By the afternoon, they had arrived at White Harbor with the help of his magic, making the ship go faster. Oh look! Sandy Beach. Rena loudly pointed and stood up on Alexander's shoulders. She held his hair tightly. She must have never left the Red Keep and only heard about the beaches of the Dorne from her mother. Haha, let's go there then, he said and jumped from the ship. The ship was heading towards the harbor and the beach was just beside it. He landed perfectly with Rena still on his back. After letting her play there to her heart's content, they left for Winterfell. You can see the Rena Grandpa illustration on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Lord Manderley wanted them to stay but he denied, saying that soon they'll meet in Winterfell. Alexander was going to call the Lord's meeting. They were supposed to take horses to get to Winterfell from there as the river was too narrow and dangerous, but Alexander used Nico's magic phone and used a cheat. Out of nowhere, a speedboat came in front of them. It was Jetmax. Rena jumped in excitement. Not for the boat but for magic. All right, take a seat. We'll be in Winterfell before evening. Alexander said and jumped to the pilot's seat. Lionel looked at the strange boat and asked, is it really that fast? Yes, it can go at 150 kilometers an hour, 92 miles per hour, he said, surprising them. They took their seats and he started the engine. It used fossil fuel, but Alexander was going to introduce some other environment-friendly alternatives to the world. He also didn't want to make the world too dependent on his magic as he would one day leave. The world also didn't have good powerful wizards like Potterverse. Hence, technological advancements were more preferred. Still, some things like podiwondering and simple rune-making could be learned by normal humans. The engine roared and they moved into the river. Alexander started to use his magic in disillusionment for outsiders and made the river wider and deeper. Enough for 3 small ships to travel side by side. He did it all the way till the division of the river. From there he took a left, towards the Wolf's Wood. It had the nearest point in the river to Winterfell. After reaching the location, Alexander used his magic to make a nice-looking dock and a big shed for the boat. It was going to be the Stark family's personal dock. His luxury yacht would also be parked here later. From there, Alexander took out 3 horses. Dobby was initially with them but Anna, Lina, had started to worry about John too much, so Dobby went as extra safety. Originally there was no road there but Alexander stayed in the lead and paved a nice off-road track. Later everything would be made permanent when he will start constructing permanent asphalt roads. Their journey was fast and smooth. Giggles of Rena made it even better. Soon they arrive at the gates of the humongous black castle, which didn't look as majestic due to overdue repairs. Didn't matter anymore though, he was going to make it the world's most magnificent castle that even the Taj Mahal would shy away. A/N, I know Taj Mahal is not a castle, no need to point it out. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 53. Starks reunited. When they entered the courtyard, Benyon and Sir Roderick Castle were waiting. By now, Alexander's deeds have been spreading all around. People named the beheading of Mad King, Old Wolf's revenge. I see, you've done a fine job as a lord. I think I'll have to find a nice castle and a woman for you soon. Alexander joked with Benyon. Benyon just shook his head and gave him a hug, which Alexander returned. Ah, let me introduce Anna and Alina. They were attacked by robbers, so I helped them. Now they are under me. Alina can read and write, also very smart so she'll be working in the administration work. Anna is a good warrior, but for now, she'll help the little children. Alexander introduced them. He could feel Lina getting emotional seeing her little brother. All right, Sir Roderick, please show them some good rooms. Let's go Benyon. Talk in the solar. He said. The ladies started leaving with Rena looking at him, as if wanted to ask something. Alexander quickly picked her up in his arms and asked what was the matter. Grandpa, I don't want to go away. She said with teary eyes. The castle was very big, she must have thought he was sending her away somewhere in there. No my dear. I am not sending you away. You will live with me from now on, in this big castle. We will see each other every day. Your mama is just taking you to your room to sleep. He warmly said. She looked at him for a second and then gave a huge smile. Okay. He put her back down and she skipped to her mother. Benyon looked at his uncle and the little girl. She really likes you, uncle, he said. You were just like that when you were small. You even peed while sitting on my shoulders once. In fact, you used to fight your mother to stay with me every day. Alexander said, embarrassing Benyon. Brandon had it all easy. He had already secretly married Ashura so when he went to Starfall and told things to Lord Dane. He received a punch in the face and then a hug. He was angry at his daughter for marrying without his permission but in the end, he was happy that she found someone from a great house. Tragedy struck him and Ashura when they received the news of Brandon's death. Their marriage hadn't been announced so it would have been troublesome for the pregnant Ashura. But now, everything was good. Brandon was alive, and he also brought Lord Dane's son back home. No longer a Kingsguard. Alexander had to use some mind art to change Arthur's mentality. Now he was ready to take the lordship of Starfall. Ned would make sure that Robert doesn't name him a traitor though. In the Red Keep, Ned walked to the throne room with a small baby in his arms. Dobby and Howland following behind them. There was only Robert and John. Tell me, Ned, Lina is all right, Robert quickly asked. Ned shook his head, I couldn't save her. She died of fever when I reached there. Sir Arthur Dane was protecting her the whole time. God damn it, Robert shouted. Who's the boy, Ned? John asked. He's my bastard, he said, trying to make an embarrassing face. Robert howled in laughter, the Honorable Ned Stark sired a bastard. Gods, what has the world turned into? What's his name? Jon Arryn asked. Jon Snow, Ned said. Robert started to laugh again. You named him after me? I don't know how to feel. I'm honored, I guess, Jon Arryn said, scratching his beard. Robert, I am also here to inform you that my brother has given up his lordship of Winterfell to Uncle. He'll be ruling the north now, Ned said. I understand, Ned. How quickly Lord Rickard was killed. It didn't give much time for the north to make a smooth transition between lords. The north needs a strong leader like your uncle, Jon said. Surprisingly, Robert nodded. Yes, no matter what happened that day, I can't deny that he's a smart and strong man. Please tell him that I ask for forgiveness for my remarks on the children. What happened to them shouldn't have happened to any child. However, I still can't bring myself to forgive the Targaryens. I'll tell Uncle. I should be going now, Ned said and left the King's Landing. His next stop was Riverrun. He needed to pick up his wife. Brandon was supposed to marry Catelyn Tully, but because of his death and also the scheming Hoster Tully, Ned and Jon Arryn were forced to marry the Hoster's daughters in return for their support in the rebellion. Ned and Catelyn were basically strangers to each other, still, they had produced an heir. She had given birth to Robb Stark just a few nights ago. Catelyn didn't know that Brandon was alive, and not only that, the lordship of Winterfell and the position of Warden of the North had been handed to Alexander. Catelyn was still dreaming about her son becoming the Lord of Winterfell in the future. But Hoster was furious, cursing Brandon, Alexander, and himself. When Ned reached Riverrun, he was joyous to see his son, Robb. But then Catelyn asked about the baby. He's my bastard, Ned hesitantly answered. Catelyn threw some tantrums, but what could she do? In the end, they all left for Winterfell. After half a moon, they arrived at Winterfell. Ned was completely shocked by what he was seeing. He had been gone for just a few months and Winterfell was unrecognizable. All the broken and damaged places were fixed. The ground around the whole Winterfell was now stone paved. There was no dirty mud or smell of it. The outside of the castle now was covered with white stone. There were also many golden sculptures of wolves around Winterfell, the biggest being on the main gate. There were so many Stark banners hanging on the walls, that even a mute would start speaking the word Stark. It didn't look like the dirty black castle now. It looked regal and fit for the lord of the biggest territory in the Seven Kingdoms. Alexander knew that Ned would be coming that day, so he took little Rena and others and brought them to greet him. Brandon had arrived just 2 days ago via Duct ship. The ship he stole from the pirates was now being used as personal vassal of Stark's. It made trips from White Harbor to Stark's personal dock and also the Winter Dock, which was on the other arm of the White Knife River on the other side of Winterfell. Many small ferries also take people from White Harbor to Winterfell now. Brandon and Ashura were a lovely couple. Ashura used to be a handmaiden of Alina, Elia, so they were already very good friends. The surprise came when they introduced their daughter 2 days ago. Uncle, meet our daughter, Alexandra. We named her after you, Ashura happily said. Alexander held the little baby girl in his arms delicately. His face showed a very happy smile and a tiny tear in the corner of his eyes. He looked at her closely. She had eyes of her mother, but her face had some resemblance to Brandon. I might not be Brandon's father, but they are all sons and daughters to me, so it makes little Alexandra my granddaughter. I bless you to always be happy, I bless you to never get sick. Alexander touched her head and used his magic. His blessings would really never let her get sick now. For some reason, Alexandra started to giggle loudly, melting the hearts of everyone around. Rena started to jump. I also want to see Arzan Ra too. She couldn't pronounce the name properly. Alexander laughed and looked at Ashura. You'll need to find another nickname for her. Ned, his wife, son, and Dobby arrived in the courtyard. Alexander gave the serious man a hug. How was the journey, son? It was nice. I see you've changed the castle a lot, Ned said. This is just the beginning, Alexander said, also adding another thing to his list of things to do. Change Ned Stark's attitude. Ned then introduced his wife. This is my wife, Catelyn Stark, and my son, Robb Stark. Catelyn, this is my uncle, Alexander Stark, Lord of Winterfell and the Warden of the North. Ned's words surprised the redhead. Welcome to the family, Catelyn Stark. This is Brandon Stark and his wife Ashura Dane with their lovely daughter, Alexandra. He introduced them. For some reason, every time someone said Alexandra's name, she would giggle. Ned looked happily at his brother. you named her after Uncle. I owe my life to Uncle, Brandon seriously said. Enough guys, let's celebrate now. Where the hell is Benyon? I told him to be here, Alexander yelled. Here, I overslept, Benyon said. With home. Brandon teased him. Haha. All the Starks are here, with 3 extra. Let's celebrate, everyone, he loudly said and led to the dining hall. His words pierced Catelyn the wrong way. She assumed that Alexander was talking about Jon Snow. She was also confused, why Alexander was the Lord. In their journey, Ned had told her about Brandon and she had grudgingly accepted that. She had already given her maidenhead to Ned and there was no going back now. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 54. Wolf's Heaven. After a hearty meal, everyone resigned to their rooms. But the Starks were called for a meeting, except for the kids and the wives. Alina was also there as she already knew everything. The only person who had no clue was Benyon. Alright, this room is secure for talking. Even if someone is standing at the door with their ear placed on it, they won't hear anything. Alexander said. What? How? Benyon spoke. Who'll tell Benyon? Alexander asked. Anna came forward, I will. For the next 1 hour, Benyon was made aware of things and also signed a contract. He kept looking at Anna, trying to find a glimpse of Lina. Alexander made her disguise fall for 3 seconds, which was enough for Benyon. He hugged her tightly and laughed. Now I know why I was having that feeling these past months. He said. Haha. Stop crying now, Benyon. Come here and take a seat. The people in this room are the only people who know about me. Wait, there's also Lord Varys in King's Landing, Alexander exclaimed. Brandon suddenly stood up. That eunuch. How can you trust him? I saved his life when he was little and taught him how to talk with birds. He's also not a eunuch. I had helped him get his revenge from the sorcerer who cut his manhood and then used my magic to heal him. He just likes to act like a eunuch. He says it's convenient. Anyway, he's like my #1 fanatic follower. He's been trying to find me for years and now that he has, his loyalty lies only with me, Alexander explained. So that's his story. He never seemed to tell anyone. Alina said. Can't blame him. If we hadn't seen the wonders of Uncle firsthand, we also would have taken it as a lie, Lina interjected. Knock knock. They looked at the door. Alexander smiled and spoke. Come in, Dobby. As Dobby walked in, he introduced him. Meet my right hand, Dobby the Free Elf. He's been with me for quite some time now. He's very powerful and also had magical powers. There are 1,000 of his people too, but they will not live with us. They have their own place owned by me. 200 of the elves are Wolf's Sword. They wear golden masks and black clothes. They are extremely trained in fighting and commanding. They also have magic and are my subjects, my people. They will lead our army and navy from now on. Alexander said. But we don't have an army or navy, Benyon said. Soon we will. Now, did you do it, Dobby? He asked. Yes, boss, we can go now, Dobby answered. Where are we going, uncle? Lina asked. Alexander smiled, just follow me. He took them to the deepest level of the now restored Stark Crypt. Stark Crypts were a really strange place. Only 10% of it was ever officially used. It was as big as the whole Winterfell and as deep as 6 levels. He had felt that there was something even under the 6th level but he couldn't find any way to go there, so he just gave up, for now. He had created a very big room in the 6th level and put it under Fideliu's charm and he was the only secret keeper. One part of it was the big treasury which also had tens of protection wards. Then there was the secret private area. With food and water for years. This was the place where they would be portkeyed if they were harmed. At level 6, Alexander stood in front of a wall. To him, there was a door but for others, nothing. He then vanished into the wall, surprising everyone. Alexander came back out and laughed at them. He went to Benyon and said something in his ear. There's a door for a secret room. Suddenly Benyon jumped when he saw the door. By the gods, there's a D. He tried to speak. Why can't I say it? He scaredly asked. He then told them all about the door and they all saw it. This is a secrecy magic. I am the secret keeper and only I can tell someone about it. You can all talk to each other about it but not with someone who doesn't know it. For us, here is the door. To others, there's nothing. Let's go in now. He opened the door and they all entered a big hall. There were 10 rooms, 1 big hall with TV and stuff, and 2 modern kitchens. Everything was modern. Not wanting to explain, he sent the information directly into their heads. This is our private area where we can come using our port keys. If someone who doesn't know the secret somehow comes here, they'll feel like they are standing in an endless dark room with no way of finding direction. But for us, this is the safest and most comfortable place in world. Welcome to the wolf's heaven, he said with wide arms. Then everyone went to explore and take rooms. They were fascinated by all the technology. Dobby just went to the big couch and turned the TV. Benyon went to explore Earth's music, Brandon and Ned went to the gun range accessible by adults only and checked out the new kind of weapons. Lina and Elia first checked out the rooms and then happily took a bath in modern bathrooms. Then they checked out the convenient kitchen. Though they didn't need to cook as many nanny bots were there. It was a glimpse of the future for them. That's what he's slowly going to turn the world into. Alright guys, enough exploring. Let's go to the treasury, he said and led them to another big room. There was a huge vault door on the wall. Alexander went close and put his hand on a screen beside the door. Soon the door automatically opened. Their jaws dropped from what they saw inside. Just calling it wealth was a disrespect. It was madness. The vault was huge and filled with gold and gems to the brim. This is what I am going to use to make new cities, armies, and stuff. Alina, you will learn accounting and management from Dobby. You can later hire some assistants for work. But only us 7 can open this vault with our hands. I am also going to start many new big projects, he said. But what about men? We don't have enough people to work, Ned spoke. I'll take care of that soon. Let me remind you all. Winterfell will become the administrative center of all our major businesses and cities. This is from where we will control everything, so I am going to upgrade the city, Alexander informed them. He was going to make a big city with Greek and Roman architecture. After telling them how to use portkeys to enter the wolf's heaven, they all went back to the castle to sleep. Alexander went to Faheim to check up on things. A month ago, he had ordered some godroids to use the 2 Helga Hufflepuff's cup to mass-produce butterbeer and fire whiskey. The cups couldn't be enlarged with magic but Doraemon's big light did the job. Still, it could only be enlarged to 1 meter diameter. It was enough to produce 50 liters of drinking continuously. The butterbeer was packed in bottles to be shipped but the fire whiskey was sent to another room. The time cloth could be used to turn time forward or backward but it could not be enlarged with the big light. Magic did the work this time. The fire whiskey was aged 50 years using it and then packed in pretty-looking bottles. He was sure that it'd be much more popular than the most expensive drink of Westeros, Arbor Gold. Alexander walked towards the big castle. But he stopped in his way as he heard some ruckus coming from the pool. He went to check out and found a party going on with music. Medusa, Monty the Hippogriff, Barry the Phoenix and many more unicorns were chilling in the pool and bathing in the sunlight. Medusa probably had seen too many TV shows and movies that he copied from his memory. She was sitting on an inflatable duck and sipping on some drinks and big sunglasses on. When she saw Alexander she jumped out and ran to hug him. Grandpa, join us, she excitedly said. Haha, you're having fun. What about your studies? He asked. Oh, I've already mastered it all. It's boring now, she said. Did you meet Grandpa Ragnarok on Drachium? He asked. Yes, he's so nice. He can also become human like me. We both travel around and beat some new bad dragons, she said. New dragons? Wait, the memory is coming. Then Alexander remembered that he had taken away all the dragons from the world after the doom of Valeria. But that was so much in the past and it seems that the new dragons have been here for not that long. Ah. Time and space is so weird. I'll visit him too, I'll ask him if he wants to go out with me to the new world, he said. I also want to go, she requested with big pleading eyes. Alexander quickly gave her the knowledge of the world of Game of Thrones. Wow, it's so bad. I don't want to go there anymore. Maybe once or twice, but I like it here more. Monty is here too. Her enthusiasm died down. Alexander ruffled her hair, haha. You can come to Winterfell anytime you want. You will like the children there. Okay, bye. Have fun. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 55. Ragnarok is here. He entered his castle and was first greeted by Alfred the AI. He was not just a computer now. He had a walking body. Though his main body still resided in the castle. He now uses the metal robot to explore things. Hey, Alfred. How's it going? He asked. Everything's good, boss. I've made the changes you wanted me to make on your Yamato warships with the help of blacksmiths and rune masters. It now runs on hydrogen engine that you designed. It also has a hydrogen production facility in it for self-sustenance. All the guns have been changed to advanced ones. With so much extra room, I made more crew quarters and also worked on increasing its speed. The ship can now go as fast as 150 nautical miles per hour, 277 kmph. Alfred said. Awesome, Alfred. These were just the steel warships. I want you to do the same with all the ships I brought with me. The common ships of my fleet will not have any modern technology, so I want all the commanding ships to be good. He instructed. It will be done in a week, boss, Alfred said and left to work. Then Alexander went to the brewery/Hufflepuff Cup multiplier room. There was no human elf there as the process didn't require anything complex. Some nanny bots and godroids were able to do it nicely. The elves were currently very busy creating a bowl version of Hufflepuff with the help of the research material they received from him. He checked out and saw that the Hufflepuff Cup also had some time difference in making different beverages. For example, multiplying 50 liters of butterbeer from one small drop only took 5 minutes, but fire whiskey took 15 minutes. Currently, they have 12,000 bottles of butterbeer and 5,000 bottles of fire whiskey sitting in cold storage. He had ordered for a stock of 50,000 to be maintained. At first, he had the idea that the cup might be able to multiply a 50-year-old fire whiskey as it was, but he was wrong. The cup could not replicate the effect of time. Still, it was going nice. He was going to introduce these new beverages in the upcoming Northern Lords meeting. After checking that out, he left to Drachium. He went directly to the Mountain of Ragnarok. He went into the largest cave and found Ragnarok in his human form, sitting on a chair and teaching another young dragon something. Ragnarok looked very old and had long white messy hair. His face also had a battle scar, which honestly speaking made him look badass. You can see the human Ragnarok on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. Hey, Ragnarok. How have you been? He asked. Haha, nice to meet you again, sir, Ragnarok respectfully said. Oh come on. Call me by my name. Alexander or Alex. The current world I am in is a medieval society and calls me Lord Stark. Okay then. Alex is what I'll call you. But in public I'll still call you boss, like Dobby, Ragnarok said. I can agree to that. So, how's everything here? How are the new dragons doing? He asked. Everything is good. I have established a law system and divided the territory under governors. I'm trying to make them civilized. The new dragons had problems, but everything is good now. He answered. Tell me if you need any help, my friend, Alexander offered. Then he looked at the dragon near them. He looked no older than 3 years. 3 times bigger than a horse. His eyes looked intelligent. Alexander felt like he had seen him. Dexter, is that you? He asked. Haha, here I thought that you forgot. Nice to meet you again, Grandpa. Or I should say Mommy. Dexter said. Alexander suddenly enlarged himself and gave him a tight hug. Acting like a big man, are you, huh? How are you? How are Belina, Bobby, and Bunty? He asked. They are fine. Mom has found a new partner, some new dragon called Bale Ryan, the Black Dread. Bobby and Bunty are dumb as always. I came here to learn from the old man Ragnarok. After seeing my talent, he decided to make me his prime minister. Dexter said in his draconic tongue. Wow, you really climbed the social ladder fast. Good for you, lad, I am happy for you. Here, take this book as my gift. It has 1000 problems and answers that you might face while administrating. He said and gave him a big book. Dexter's eyes shone with excitement and quickly went to study it. Haha. He's a very good kid. Ragnarok said proudly. So, you've made a prime minister. Are you thinking of retiring, my friend? Alexander asked. Ragnarok shook his head. No, I was getting bored. I had spent so many years resting before. Now I wanna explore. I was hoping you might take me to the medieval world you were talking about. Alexander thought for a bit. Now that you say it. Yes, I can, and I might have a job for you too. I want you to keep an eye on a little girl. Let me give you all the knowledge of that world and the girl I'm talking about. Alexander then sent the information to his brain with the information about the life of Daenerys Targaryen. Poor girl indeed, Ragnarok interjected. Yes, but I don't want you to spoil her. I want you to make sure that she doesn't stray. Her brother also abused her and brainwashed her in the future, and I don't want that to happen. I want her to become a good leader without the crazy ambition of becoming the queen. You should go and become a father figure for her. She's still very small, you know. Alexander suggested. An interesting mission indeed. I'll do it. Ragnarok enthusiastically agreed. Good, let's go then, Alexander said and left the pocket dimension. They both appeared in Wolf's Heaven, and from there he let Ragnarok travel alone. He was going to find a house with a red door and a lemon tree in Bravus. It was still very early, so he decided to have a talk with Dobby about the weird black coin that he found in his pocket dimension. Alexander minimized calling Dobby like a house elf if not an emergency. Dobby was still in Wolf's Heaven, watching TV. Hey, Dobby! What's this black coin? He asked, fiddling with the coin. Dobby turned his head to look at the coin. Oh, it's your ownership coin. Ownership of what? Alexander asked. The Iron Bank, Dobby nonchalantly replied. Alexander's jaw fell. What? I own the biggest bank/strongest organization in this world. Come on, boss. You are way richer than them. Dobby said. Still, why didn't you tell me earlier? He asked. Because you didn't ask. And before you question. I told you about where to get the ships because if I didn't, it would have created a problem in your work, but not telling you about Iron Bank wouldn't have caused a problem. God only made the weird amnesia because he wants you to have fun, not cause trouble in your work. Dobby explained. So if someday I need to know something that is valuable to my work, you'll tell me? He asked. Yes, I will. Good, that's all I ask for. I don't want anyone to die because father wants me to have fun, Alexander said. Still, owning the Iron Bank changes so many things. He didn't really need to actively fight and take over the 7 kingdoms now. He could just put them under crippling debt from the Iron Bank. When the time's right, he'll make the bank recall the debts. Lords will not be able to pay it and then he'll force them to put their right to their lands as collateral for more time. Soon, he'll own everything through the Iron Bank. I need to pay a visit to Iron Bank, soon. But first, I need people. I should also take over the Citadel too. Those old arrogant men have kept the knowledge to themselves to keep themselves in a powerful position. I'm going to make all of them start a big college here in the north and teach everyone. From simple math to complex smithing. In fact, I should just burn the Citadel down and make a new one here. Currently, Alexander was planning on quickly making the most essential big structures near Winterfell as the population was very low and easy to manipulate. He was going to create a new Tower of Knowledge, the new Citadel, in the center of the new Winter City. It was going to be nearly 650 feet high, 200 meters, with 65 floors. The first 10 floors would be schools and colleges for everyday use. The rest of it would be the main citadel where people can do their masteries. The building was going to be massive. It would have a hexagonal shape. 60 floors were divided into the level of mastery. 10-20 novice, training acolyte. 21-30 intermediate, acolyte. 31-40 advanced, becoming a maester. 41-50 superior, becoming an archmaester. 51-60 distinguished, becoming a grand maester. Each floor would have its own library with books matching the level. 61-65 was going to have his personal floor and also a hotel/restaurant for visiting nobles to spend money on. On top of the tower was a covered burning fireplace which would never go out. The basement of the tower also consists of 10 underground floors. One floor totally dedicated for printing press, another printing press was going to be made in Stark crypts. At the lowest level were the hydrogen generators which would power the tower. The tower would not have many windows and mostly look like a giant stone pillar. Only the top 5 floors had big windows to enjoy the view. There would be many elevators too. He was also planning to build a big administration building for new offices but he was going to let normal people make it. He would also build a new city from scratch. With big buildings, shopping districts, housing districts, police stations in Roman and Greek style. Water would be pumped through pipes to all homes and places. He was also going to install some streetlights but with charms that would make people think that it was a normal thing. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 56. Oaths. All the lords were invited to the newly furnished and upgraded meeting hall. At the end of the hall was a big long white marble table for the Starks to sit in front of them were various long tables and chairs of high quality. When the lords entered, they were surprised by the grandeur and beauty of the hall. The beautiful Stark banners on the wall. Wolf sculptures here and there made it look like they were really in a wolf's den. They all found a place and sat down. Soon, Alexander, Brandon, Ned, and Benyon entered the hall from a different entrance near their table. As soon as they all saw Alexander enter the hall, they all stood up. He went and sat down in the middle and the biggest seat, on his right sat Brandon and Benyon, and on his left sat Ned, Dobby, and Maester Luwin. Poor Maester Luwin had no idea that the citadel was going to be destroyed soon. Thank you for coming here, my lords. We'll start the meeting soon but let's enjoy the House Stark's new drinks first. He said and soon many servants came in. Butterbeer was served with large glasses and the fire whiskey was served in small shots in shot glasses. A butterbeer bottle was given to all of them and fire whiskey for 4 people a bottle. Suddenly Great Jan Umber stood up with his shot glass filled with fire whiskey and roared, "To Lord Stark!" Everyone raised their glasses and downed them in one go. Many of them started to cough after it. The fire whiskey was a strong drink, it gives a burning sensation for a while and then leaves behind warmth all over the body and it was aged 50 years with time cloth so its potency was even greater. It tasted a little spicy too. This is amazing, my lord. This is a drink fitting for the north. Great Yan spoke in excitement. Thank you, Lord Umber. I'll gift all of you 1 box of fire whiskey. Now, let's try the butterbeer, Alexander said. They tried the butterbeer and felt the sweetness and amazing smoothness of the beer. It left behind a sweet aftertaste. Such fine creations, may I know who made them, my lord? Lord William Dustin spoke. William Dustin was supposed to die at Tower of Joy originally, but he was one of the people whose fate Alexander changed. You are looking at him, Lord Dustin, Alexander said. William Dustin suddenly stood up and rushed to Alexander's table and kneeled. Such fine creation is enough to convince me that you are the best lord the North can have. I, Lord William Dustin of House Dustin, promise on my faith that I will in the future be faithful to Lord Stark of House Stark, never cause him harm, and will observe my homage to him completely against all persons in good faith and without deceit. I swear it by the old gods and the new. The sudden oath of fealty came off too suddenly. Lord Dustin had a great love for alcohol. Which was pretty clear now. Ha ha ha, and I vow that you shall always have a place by my hearth and meat at my table. And I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you dishonor. I swear it by the old gods and the new. Arise. Alexander replied. Thank you, Lord Dustin. I can't give you the recipe for these 2 drinks, but I can surely give you the recipe of another worthy drink. It's called vodka, I have a small batch of it, you all can try some. Then the servants brought bottles of vodka and poured it in shot glasses. This time Alexander stood up for the toast. For the prosperity of the North. For the North they all roared and drank. Once again, many of them coughed. This is perfect, my lord. Not as flavored and unique as fire whiskey and butterbeer, but still very strong and impacting. I can see it liked by people in the North. Especially in the cold winter. Then it's a good thing it's always cold here, Great Yan spoke again. Haha. Yes, this drink is not as costly to produce, so I can see many small folks enjoying it too. Lord Dustin. Please send a blacksmith of yours to my workshop to learn how to make various tools for making vodka. Alexander instructed. William nodded and looked at his aide to go and get the job done. Then Alexander got back to serious business. Okay, now to the main business. But, let's get over with the oaths first, that is if none of you have any objection on me becoming your liege lord. As expected, Roose Bolton stood up. My lord, I am confused. You are not the closest in the line of succession to the... His words were interrupted by Great Yan. Great Yan was a firm supporter of the Starks no matter what. It was his son who was dumb. What nonsense are you blabbering, Roose? He said loudly. Please let him speak, Lord Umber. Everyone has their right to speak here. Alexander said. Roose Bolton continued in his cold plain voice, My lord, what I am asking is, why are Lord Rickard Stark's sons not taking the lordship? His question was a genuine one. Many others also had the same question. Then Brandon stood up. Haha. I think I should answer your question, Lord Bolton. I am sure that many of you have heard the recent rumors. Claiming that our dear uncle here has forcefully taken the lordship from us with some trickery. They are all bullshit. I owe my life to uncle, he came to the damned King's Landing all alone with Sir Dobby to save me. He not only saved me but also saved the small folks from those Lannisters. I saw how the people looked at uncle there. They had true respect in their eyes. I knew at that moment that he could be a better lord than me. We all know that I have more muscles than brains, and that is not a good thing for a lord, even less when he's the Lord Paramount. But uncle has more brains and muscle than anyone in this room, so I surrendered my lordship. Brandon sat down after saying that. Alexander had the urge to clap for him but controlled himself. But then he heard a faint clapping from behind his chair. He looked and found little Rena hiding there. She suddenly realized that she was caught and tried to run away, but Alexander caught her in his arms and tickled her. Her cheerful laughter brought the room's mood to normal and everyone smiled. Rena then looked at his face while sitting on his lap. Sowie, she knew she should have not entered the hall without permission. Haha. And you are forgiven. You should not sneak around places like this. If you wanted to come, you should have just asked me. Okay, let me introduce you now. Everyone, meet the lovely little lady, Rena. I saved her and her mother from robbers. She and I have really kicked off well. I never had children, so I treat all children like my children. Alexander said. Yes, I never had children. I had demons. Oh, Uncle Redbeard, Rena exclaimed, pointing at Lord Dustin. He was with them on the ship back home. Haha. Yes, it's me, little Rena. He laughed loudly. Okay, Rena. We are having a serious discussion here. Why don't you go and play with Eric, Rob, and John? He said. Rena quickly got down from his lap and ran back to play with the little ones. Ned stood up and started speaking. After Brandon, the lordship fell to me and I also rejected it. The reason is simple, I spent most of my life in Vale. I have no experience in dealing with northern matters. Uncle, on the other hand, has been here all this time. He's even managed to convince the wildlings not to attack, except some cannibal tribes. He's the best Starks can offer you all. Then it was Benyen's turn to speak, but he never spoke. Alexander turned his head and found him happily drinking butterbeer. When Benyen noticed that everyone was looking at him, he said, "What? I'm the third son, I never even had the chance to become the lord. And even if it did, I don't want it. I am happy as I am." Then he poured another glass for himself. Alexander laughed seeing that and said, "There, you have the reason. Now let's get this over with." One by one, they all swore fealty. He looked into Roose Bolton's head. The guy had wished to become the new warden and paramount of the North by any means possible. They were also flaying men in their dungeons. "Well, I'll deal with you soon. For now, I don't want any infighting," he said to himself. After they were done, he announced his plans. "My lords, I am going to start some new projects for the North in the future. They are related to mining and some other things. The plans are still in the initial stage, but I can guarantee that they will bring immense wealth to us all. I'll prepare a plan for prosperity for each of your houses and visit each of you personally in the near future to discuss them. Till then, I ask you to focus on as much food production as possible. I have found some much more productive ways of growing food that can not only make us self-sufficient but also leave extra. When you leave, I'll give each of you some equipment and someone will show you how to use it. With it, we can make hard soil soft and grow food," he said. Then he went on to explain to them about crop rotation and its benefits. Also the use of animal dung as fertilizers. They were all skeptical about it, but a slight use of magic made sure they wholeheartedly did it. Another charm made sure that they understood not to reveal the methods so soon. Still, even if they did, nothing would change, as the main reason for the soon-to-be crazy crop growth would be Alexander's magic. With this, I conclude the meeting. Let's have some food now, Alexander said. Tens of servants brought food on trolleys and prepared the tables. Most of the food was normal, with various kinds of meat and better wine. It's just the method of cooking and various spices used in making them were different. Alexander had made a humanoid nanny bot and made it in charge of the kitchen. The bot knew all the dishes possible and could even quickly grab stuff from his pocket dimension if needed. The whole hall erupted in loud chewing sounds and praises for the tasty food. After that, just as promised, he gave them all a crate of butterbeer and fire whiskey as promised. Now all he needed to wait for the night and travel the whole north on his magic carpet he just made. He was going to make the whole north fertile for all kinds of seeds. He was also going to meet his free folk friends and tell them about his offer. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Images and illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Thank you for supporting. 57. The Flying Carpet. The night came. Alexander, Dobby, and cute little Rena got on the flying carpet. Benyen had also come with them as he was the only one free. Others had their wives or little babies to care for. "Alright, welcome to Air Universe. We're going to fly all over the north and make the soil fertile. Then we'll go and have a chat with the free folks. Are you ready?" Alexander said. "Yeah, only Rena shouted. "Come on guys, show some enthusiasm." "At least you should, Benyen. We're about to fly. Again, are we ready?" "Yeah, this time everyone shouted. "Alright then." Alexander also sat down. There were some cylindrical pillows and a small short-legged table in the center, on which there were some drinks and milkshakes for Rena. The carpet moved upward and then started to go forward. There was wind resistance and an invisible wall around it, but he also let enough wind enter to give them a feeling of flying. Their first stop was House Umber. They were one of the closest to the wall. There were also some mountain ranges there. Alexander flew around it and did his magic. He made the ground very fertile and pulled a lot of silver and iron from deep under the mountains. He wasn't going to give too many gold mines as that would be counterproductive. Then he went to Karstarks and did the same to their land and gave them some small gold mines and a major iron mine. Arg, the Boltons. I hate them, scheming bastards. Do we really have to help them? Benyen said in disgust. I know how you feel and I also don't want to help them either, but if they are the only ones who didn't get anything, they would start making trouble. Besides, it's the small folks I'm worried about. I don't want them to face hunger. Alexander explained. House Bolton, now they were a special case. Even though House Umber and House Karstark were involved in the Battle of Bastards in the future, they weren't originally defiant. They were loyal to the Starks. But House Bolton had a history of rebellion, they were ambitious and wanted to rule North since the creation of their house. Hence, Alexander only made enough land fertile to fulfill their food requirements and also gave them a low-quality iron mine. They would most probably not even have enough small folks to mine them as he was planning on stealing them. Then he went to House Flint of Widow's Watch, Hornwood and Woolfield. Made their lands fertile and gave them small silver mines. Their land was mostly plain so he made it fertile to grow fruits as well. He also had another motive to be there. He was going to make Ramsgate the biggest trading city in the world. A new branch of Iron Bank would also be opened there. It would also have the headquarters of the Northern Navy and would be heavily connected with the rest of the world by sea and by land with the help of railways, which he was not planning on making any time soon. First, he needed to make good roads for big carriages. According to him, there were 3 types of cities. 1 Tier 1, with a population of 100,000 or less. 2 Tier 2, with a population of more than 100,000 and less than 400,000. 3 Tier 3, with a population of or more than 500,000. He was going to create Tier 4 megacities, with a population of more than 1 million. That would need a lot of planning and money. Plans were ready and he also had money. What he needed now was people, which would soon arrive as well. To make the other lords not sniff around him, he was also going to visit the Iron Bank in the name of taking a large loan. Then he flew to House Manderley. They were already one of the richest houses in the north as they had the biggest city and port in the north called White Harbor. The Manderleys loved sailing in seas but lacked ships. He made their lands fertile and also gave them an iron mine which would be used when he gives the designs for the new ships. Wow, big city. So pretty. Rena jumped in excitement. At night the city looked quite big with its torches lit. Any city looked good from the sky. The smelly King's Landing too. Speaking of King's Landing, the latest news was that Robert had stayed away from prostitutes and seriously started ruling, but Alexander still wasn't sure as Robert had agreed to wed Cersei Lannister for the gold. Yes, Rena. But soon we will have an even prettier city near our home. Alexander said while caressing her hair. Then they flew across the whole north, circling the swampland of House Reed. It really pained him to see them living in such harsh conditions. They were very loyal to House Stark and yet were made fun of for their attire, eating frogs and whatever they could find. Northerners call them bog devils or frog eaters. Even their villages are made on artificial islands made out of logs and move around in the swamp and bogs of the neck. Even the Greywater Watch, the seat of House Reed, moves around and has no fixed address, hence no ravens can reach them and no maester is appointed to them. Alexander didn't know what to give them. They didn't have land for him to make them fertile or mountains to make mines. Then he had an idea. Alright guys, we're gonna sleep here tonight. Right on this carpet in the air. Tomorrow we'll meet Lord Reed and give him a gift, Alexander said, looking at the sleepy eyes of Rena. What? But can't we just go back and return later? Benyon asked. This is an outing, my boy. The whole point is to stay out. Now go to sleep, Alexander said as the carpet expanded. They all slept the night under the starry sky. The next morning, Alexander woke up to a little foot planted on his face. He lightly laughed. Most people would fear him if they knew his identity, but here she was. Happily sleeping, without a care in the world. The sun had started to rise. Dobby was surprisingly missing and Benyon was snoring. Alexander slowly stood up to not disturb Rena and walked to Benyon. He was going to wake him up lightly but changed his mind when he heard Benyon sleep talking. Ho ho. Hey. Pretty lady. Alexander used his mind art to change the beautiful lady in his dream to woman version of fat Mace Tyrell. Benyon suddenly woke up with beads of sweat on his face and furrowed brows. Alexander couldn't hold his laughter seeing that. So, how was it? Humping Mace Tyrell? Alexander asked, still laughing. For those who don't know Mace Tyrell, Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. It was you? Arg, I don't think I'll even touch a woman for some days now. He said with a horror-filled face. Then Alexander went to wake Rena up. Hey there sweetie. It's morning already, he softly said. AAA. Just a little more, she said, still half asleep. Oh, too bad, you'll not be able to see the unicorn then, Alexander said as he made a unicorn patroness. Rena quickly jumped up from her sleep with eyes wide open. She looked at the unicorn and started dancing around it. Then she went to touch it but the unicorn ran away. No. Please don't go. She called out. Oh, unicorns are very shy creatures, Rena. But don't worry, I'll take you to see friendly unicorns later, he promised. Now let's eat and go meet Lord Reed, Alexander said. He gave them simple egg rice, which they seemed to enjoy greatly. Rice was a new thing for them. Dobby then returned and sat with them to eat some. Where were you, Dobby? Alexander asked. I was checking the animals out. There are many weird ones in this world. Dobby said. Yeah. We'll probably find even more weird stuff when we go east. Alexander said. After they were done, they went down to the swamp and Alexander conjured a boat. No matter how many times I see magic, it always feels too good to be real, Benyon said and got onto the boat. Then they slowly rowed to the location of Grey Water Watch. Finding it was not really hard when you looked for it from the sky. They soon arrived near the castle. Some crannogmen pointed their arrows from the trees. Halt, how did you find this place? One of them asked. More like threatened to answer. Dobby the Steel Wall stood up and shouted. Lower your bows. He is your liege Lord Alexander Stark, Lord of Winterfell. He has personally come to meet Lord Howland Reed. The men hastily lowered their bows and spoke in a polite tone. Please forgive us, Lord Stark. It's very rare to see people from other places find the castle. Please follow this light stream and you'll reach Grey Water Watch. It's all right, you all are doing your duty. Here, I'm leaving this crate filled with new drinks. He said and magically a crate appeared near a guy. They all believed that they received it by Dobby's hand. Magic was convenient. Then they moved forward and arrived at the floating castle. It had a lot of overgrown plants here and there. There was some need for repair too. They were welcomed by some men at the main gate. He put Rena on his shoulders and walked into the castle. Lord Stark, what a surprise, though I am really shocked that you found us so easily without us ever noticing you. Howland Reed came. Howland was just a bit older than Ned and was already the Lord of House Reed. Oh, come on son. No need for all this politeness with me. Just call me uncle like Ned. Alexander laughingly said. Howland and his people were a bit shocked by Alexander's relaxed manners. They were happy nonetheless. They already had enough troubles living, and now a great lord had come to whom they had to serve. They didn't have the money or resources to give a big welcome. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 58. Wanna ride an alligator? Their meeting became warm after they got relaxed. He introduced them to his party and Howland did the same. So, what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? He asked. Son, please don't take my words badly but I want you to forgive my predecessors for ignoring the Neck and the House Reed. You have been so loyal to us and yet we didn't do much for you. You are even mocked by the other northerners. Honestly, if it was me in your shoes I would have started a rebellion years ago. I want to change your life for the better, because when I see your land, I see opportunity, Alexander truthfully said. Howland Reed was surprised by the worlds of the elderly sitting in front of him. Comparing him as of now with the one he saw in the throne room of Red Keep. There was an earth and sky difference. What opportunity, uncle? He asked. Haha. I have been able to procure lots of seeds for food crops that can grow in this swampland. Alexander said. The seeds would have grown even without making the soil fertile. But he still made the soil of the whole neck very fertile. Yes, look at these seeds. These are vegetables and fruits. This is rice and it can easily grow here. I'll also give you written recipes to make tasty dishes with them. You can even make enough to sell them to others. Alexander said as he showed the seeds or roots of rice, paddy, cassava, maize, fruits like cranberries, sweet potatoes and coconut and vegetables like sea lavender, yam, cocoyam, and pumpkin. There were enough varieties for them to never get bored. Then he taught them how to grow them and also about the time of harvesting. They will be having a bumper harvest of food in about 3-4 months. Cranberries would take much longer though. Alexander used his magic to imprint his instructions into their brains so they don't mess up and come to him to complain later. There's another thing I want you to do. I want to commission you to make a town near to King's Road. It will serve as your permanent trading outpost. It should be made above wood and bamboo pillars. Take this as this is a design for you. You can even open some food restaurant / in there and serve your soon-to-grow specialties. Alexander said and handed them the designs. A guy from Howland's group looked at the design and spoke. Ingenious design. But it'll cost us a fortune to make, my lords. Oh, sorry, I forgot to give this to you, Alexander said and pulled out a big money bag from his large chest. Which was always with them, according to the people in the room. Since I am commissioning you to make it, I should also supply the money. Here, 10,000 gold dragons should be enough for this small town. Alexander said. Howland looked at him. Who gives someone so much for nothing? My lord. How can we take this? He said, shaking his head. It's uncle and I don't think I am doing this for nothing. If you get rich, you'll pay more tax and that is good for me. On top of that, I've had great adventures in my younger days and have made a small fortune myself, so don't worry about it. This won't bankrupt me, haha Alexander smugly said. Says the guy who can turn any metal into gold. Benyon and Dobby thought at the same time. In the end, Howland accepted the money. Then suddenly a guard barged in, my lord. They attacked again. Howland looked angered. Alexander asked, who attacked, my boy? He asked. It's not who. It's a what? There's a group of giant alligators, they've been attacking us for a long time now. He said. Why don't you domesticate them? Just imagine traveling by standing on their backs, Alexander said. They are wild beasts, uncle, Howland argued. Take me to them, he said. They reluctantly took him to the place where the alligators attacked. When Alexander went there, he sensed them and felt their minds. They were dumb and rage-filled beasts. So he changed their minds a little. It made them friendly to Cranagman and follow their commands after some training. There were about 2,000 giant alligators in the whole neck and he did it to all of them. Rena, wanna ride an alligator? He asked. Yeah. But what is Rega Tor? She confusedly asked. Haha. Look there. He pointed. A very big alligator headed straight to them. The men pointed their arrows at it. Don't shoot the arrow. It's not going to attack, he said. Soon the alligator came close to Alexander and looked at him for a while. Then it went to his feet and started licking them. Ha ha ha. Good boy. Come, Rena. He grabbed the hand of Rena and stood upon its back. The alligator moved in the water slowly with them standing on their backs. Rena was originally scared but in a matter of minutes started enjoying it. After turning some circles around, they returned. See, you can domesticate them. He said and gave them some fake secret language words. They would use it on the alligators themselves. After an hour everyone there had an alligator. Their house sigil was something alligator-like so they were very happy with having the new companion. Ha ha ha. So many gifts in a single day. I don't think I'll ever be able to repay you, he gratefully said. Ha ha. I am your liege lord. It's my duty to help you in times of need. Alexander patted his back. All right, we should leave now. There is a lot of work in Winterfell. I'll return when you complete the bamboo town and start selling your new delicacies. He said. Haha. You are always welcome here, my lord. Uncle, Howland said. After a while they were back on the flying carpet, making land fertile and creating some mines. They did it till they reached the wall. Truly a magical place. From there they flew across the wall into the wild north. He looked around and found the camp. But there was a skirmish going on around it. It seemed like they were getting attacked. They came down from the carpet at some distance and then took out their horses and donned their armor. They rode towards the camp. Alexander looked into a guy's mind and found out that they were being attacked by cannibals. He quickly sent Rena to Fahame to Medusa. He had told Medusa to take her to see a unicorn. Then he, Dobby, and Benyon joined the fight. With their addition, the fight didn't last long. They cut down all of the cannibals. Hormone, the leader of the small village, welcomed him with a bear hug. Haha, Great Lord Stark has come to help us now, he said. Well, someone had to come and save your ass, Alexander replied, changing his way of talking to match free folks. This is my nephew, Benyon, and you already know Dobby, Alexander introduced. Come, let's get something to drink. He led them to a big tent. Why did they attack this village? I thought they didn't come this far, he asked. Hunger makes you do many things, my friend, Hormone replied. Wise words coming out of you. What did you do to Hormone? He joked. Yet. So, what's with the sudden visit? And what about that king business? Hormone asked. I killed the king and also saved my other nephew. Now, I've become the Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. Alexander said. Climbing the social ladder are you now? Hormone said with a large sip of alcohol. Wait, try this. Alexander gave him a bottle of fire whiskey. Hormone drank some and his eyes widened. This is magic. Haha. I knew you'd like it. How Stark makes it now. Our brand new creation. Then I must ask you to sell me some. You can take whatever you want in return. Hormone said. Ha ha ha. I can sell it to you but only if you accept one request of mine. Alexander seriously said. Ask anything, my friend, Hormone said. I want all the non-cannibal free folks to move to Skagos. The harsh north is no place to live. You all have been living here because the wall didn't allow you to move south. Food is scarce here, most of the babies die even before their first name's day. In Skagos, you'll have land to grow food and animals to herd. I'll also give you many ships to conduct trade. I've also found an iron and silver mine there. Alexander said. Did you forget that we don't kneel? Hormone angrily said. I don't remember telling you to bloody do so. All I said was to move to Skagos. Alexander also showed a slight anger. The best way to talk to a free folk was to do it like them. Hormone suddenly realized his mistake. Sorry, my friend. But I've heard that the sea around Skagos is violent and the island is also stony. That was true but Alexander would solve the problem. The sea was so violent because of the air current that used to get trapped between the northern mainland and Skago's tall mountains. He just needed to change the topography of the island to solve it. It was also inhabited by cannibals. Unicorns also supposedly lived there. That's just a hoax. Trust me, it's a nice, big island with enough pasture and jungle. If you agree, then tell other friendly tribes too. Alexander said. What about your other northern lords? Won't they object? Hormone countered. Last I remember, I was their liege lord. If they go against me, I'll deal with them in my own way, he firmly replied. Ha ha ha. I believe you. I'll send messengers to all friendly tribes. The giants are nice, they should come too, Hormone said. After that, they drank some more, and Alexander went out to find Benyon and Dobby. He found them talking to a giant, Mag the Mighty. Dobby was able to understand the big man but Benyon was clueless. Hello there, King of Giants. It's nice to meet you. Hormone might want to talk to you. Alexander said. The giant nodded and walked away. To think that giants are still alive. We southerners are so ignorant, Benyon exclaimed. Haha, wait till you see the dragons in some years, Alexander said, shocking him even more. Then he went to Fahame to grab Rena. He found her happily playing with a baby unicorn. Loudly laughing when the unicorn licked her face. Ha ha ha. You've been having fun, I see. Alexander came. Grandpa. Look, his name is Rooney. He's so cute, she pointed to the baby unicorn. Alexander also walked up to them and caressed the baby unicorn. Haha. Yes, he's very cute. Okay, we're going home, Rena. Your mother should be worried about you. He said. Already? But I wanted to play more, she sadly said. I can bring you here anytime you want, sweetie. Don't worry. Rooney will also be here the next time you come. Am I right, Rooney? He said. The little unicorn nodded and licked Rena's face. Hee hee. Okay, bye Rooney. She hugged him and left with Alexander. Then they boarded the carpet again and returned to Winterfell. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 59. Tyrion Lannister. After returning, Alexander got busy with his Winterfell upgrades and Wintertone's expansion into Winter City. He was hoping for at least 500,000 people to live there. For the next 2 months, he worked on his building plan. He also electrified the whole Winterfell castle. The printing press was used to print posters asking all the jobless people to come to Winterfell. Alexander had put a slight notice me charm on them to make people notice it. His new citadel was also ready but was currently invisible. How was he going to explain it to people? Still, he had built up an illusion that would make people think that it was under construction. For now, he had told everyone that it was a food granary for the whole north. It was unbelievable but still, a bit of magic and it became believable. His next immediate agenda was 1. Go to Old Town and take over the Order of Maesters. 2. Visit the Iron Bank and start plans to take over Westeros. 3. Go to the legendary Cannibal Bay in the Shivering Sea and grab nearly 1,000 wrecked ships. He was the most excited to choose option 3 first but controlled himself. But before leaving, he was going to start the plan to restore the Moat Cailin. It was a magnificent castle but also costly to maintain. He was going to connect the east and west coast via a great canal which would flow just beside Moat Cailin. It would probably help Moat Cailin establish a moat city too. A/N, here we have it. The most common thing in every GOT fanfiction. The canal. His Smith elves will lead a team of builders that they have been training for months now to rebuild Moat Cailin. Alexander sat in the castle's new living area, which only Starks and contract signers could access. It was filled with modern technology, music boxes, and a large TV. He was watching TV with little Alexandra, Eric, John, and Rena. Catelyn didn't like leaving Robb with Alexander for some obvious reason. He also didn't let her come near John, who knows what that hateful woman would do to him if he left them alone. Tom and Jerry was the kids' favorite show. The concept of a mouse besting a cat was intriguing. Dobby, I'll be going away for a while. You'll be the administrator of the North in my stead. Alexander said to his close friend. You got it, boss, Dobby said while humming and listening a song through earphones. Alexander's interest got piqued and went to check. He took one earphone. He give it to me. Every day? Since when did you get into teen pop? And this song? He disgustfully asked. Oh come on boss, don't be too judgmental now, Dobby said. Alright. I won't judge. We all have different tastes. In sex, Alexander said with his hands up in the air in surrender. I am not GA. Dobby said something but Alexander had already left by then. Having accomplished his goal of annoying Dobby. Across the narrow sea. A meeting was taking place between an old man and a small newly born girl. Ragnarok had found where the Targaryen family was living. A wealthy merchant had given them refuge. Sir Willem Derry, the king's guard, was a nice man to go to such lengths to save two children whose future didn't look very bright. Daenerys was very small currently. Probably a few weeks old. Alexander didn't save Rilla. She was a broken woman who had a lot of pent-up anger. She would have settled for nothing less than the throne for her kids. Unless he messed with her brain. He let her go to Havens and rest in peace. Which is also why he couldn't bring himself to let the little Dany face extreme hardships. He wanted her to have a happy life while slowly moving forward. Ragnarok reached the door and knocked on it. A servant opened the door. He told her that he wanted to meet Sir Derry. The man had grown too old and also blinding. "Who are you and what do you want?" Willem irritatedly asked. "I know about the kids," Ragnarok said. Willem's eyes widened and reached for his sword, but without him even noticing there was already a sword resting on his throat. "If I wanted to harm you or the kids, I'd already be on my way back home," Ragnarok added. What do you want?" he nervously asked. "There's someone out there, extremely rich and powerful. He doesn't want little Dany to live a harsh life, so he sent me here to watch over her," Ragnarok replied. "Tyrells?" Willem guessed out loud. "Haha. The Tyrells aren't even worth my boss's fingernail. So, what's it gonna be? How can I trust you?" "You don't. But you also don't have much of a choice either," Ragnarok nonchalantly replied. "Alright, but I'll be keeping an eye on you. If you harm them, I'll kill you even if it costs my life," Willem strongly said. "Sure." Ragnarok walked into the big house to see the little girl. And there she was, in a crib. So small and cute. Silver hair and purple eyes. Ragnarok took out a dragon plushie and showed it to her. She in return made happy noises and tried to grab it. Ragnarok lightly placed it beside her. "So cute," Ragnarok exclaimed. Alexander was on his way to Old Town, with two of his wolf's swords, on a warhorse in his armor. While he traveled he hoped that many people would come and settle in the new winter city. The Moat Cailin will also probably be completed and the work for the megacity, named Norgold, will be started. As it was going to be the biggest moneymaker city in the North/World. His first stop was going to be Riverrun, then Casterly Rock, and finally Highgarden. From there, the Old Town is very close. He had no intention of meeting Hoster Tully, so he bypassed them and headed straight to the famed Casterly Rock. He also wanted to assess how much gold was left in their seemingly limitless gold-filled mine. It was currently the end of year 283 AC and the main story of the Game of Thrones started in AC 298. 15 years is a long time to change a lot of things, and he was sure that many things would change because of his process. Many events might happen differently. But there was one thing that would still remain the same. That was the nature and attitude of the people. His small team rode towards the Westerlands. In their ways, they found some thieves but were easily neutralized. As soon as they entered the Westerlands, the thieves became rare and rare. Westerland lords took security pretty seriously, he guessed. When they arrived at Lannisport, they were welcomed by a group of armed guards. It was obvious that their travel was no secret and the Lord of Casterly Rock wanted to show the might of Lannisters, so he invited him to his castle. The Lord of Casterly Rock surprisingly came out with his small family to greet a small lord of a poor house like him. Alexander was still in full armor except for the helmet. His wolf's sword guards also looked a bit scary with their red shining eyes under the masks. His attire made Tywin remember the scenes of the throne room. "Haha. I am truly overwhelmed to be personally received by you, Lord Tywin. How are you?" He spoke with a rather informal tone. No one had the guts to say anything to him. "We don't receive many guests here, you are in luck that I was here," Tywin said in his disdainful voice. Alexander looked around. There were Kevan Lannisters and Jaerion Lannister, Tywin's younger brothers. Then there were Tyrion Lannister and Cersei Lannister, who was betrothed to Robert, and would probably give birth to a child soon. Alexander looked at the little Tyrion Lannister. Surprisingly, he didn't look ugly. Then a memory resurfaced in his mind. Memory. Some years ago, Alexander was flying over Casterly Rock and saw a little boy crying alone under a tree. Alexander got interested and went to see him. "What happened, boy? Why are you crying?" he asked. 5-year-old Tyrion Lannister looked at him with teary eyes. His face was really deformed. His head was bigger, teeth were crooked. Mismatched eyes and curved legs. "Dragons are dead. I can never see them ever again. I just wanted a little on. Just like me," he cried. "Do you want to see a dragon?" he asked. The boy nodded his head. Alexander pointed his finger and a small moving dragon materialized in front of Tyrion. He looked shocked and happy. "Can I touch it?" he longingly asked, to which Alexander nodded. Tyrion then happily played with the little dragon for a while and fell asleep after getting tired. While asleep, Alexander removed all the disfigurement and made him look like a decent person. he was still a dwarf though. Then he left a small dragon figure toy beside him. "I'll see you later, child," Alexander softly said and flew away. Memory end. So, that's why he looks different. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 60. Citadel. They invited him for dinner and gave him an abode for the night. He happily accepted it. The only person he felt irritated with was Circe. The girl had so much hate in her that he could feel it even from meters away. The only person she really loves is probably her brother. Even that, in the wrong way. Tyrion was quite scared of him in the beginning but soon came close when he started talking about his adventures north of the wall with his favorite uncle Geryon. Seriously? Giants are still alive? Geryon exclaimed, while taking a sip of wine. Absolutely. I was north of the wall before starting this journey. They have a whole tribe living there. Not just that, they ride giant mammoths. But they still can't break the wall, Alexander said. For some reason, Circe took a sigh of relief. She mostly disdained the northerners and thought of them as barbarians, but even she accepted that they protected the rest of the realm from wildlings and now these giants. The wall was a blessing. Ha ha ha. I might really have to make a trip there then. Geryon laughed. Tyrion felt jealous of his uncle. He also wanted to grow quickly and go on adventures. Well, if you go there, go to Hormone's tribe. We have good relations with them, Alexander advised. If I remember correctly, I still have a long tooth of a winter lion. They are very huge and have long teeth, Alexander added while looking into his pouch. He took out a big tooth. The poor guy attacked me. I took his tooth and let him go away. He said and gave it to Tyrion. Here, you can keep it, son. Tyrion was very surprised but nonetheless happy. Thank you, Lord Stark. Haha. Call me grandpa, you are still too young to do lord this and that, Alexander joked and ruffled his hair. Except Tywin and Circe, everyone looked happy seeing the smiling Tyrion. After dinner, he retired to his allocated room. At midnight, he turned himself invisible and cast a silent charm. He also put a fake body in the bed. His stop was the mines under the castle. The castle was seriously huge and the cliff on which it was situated was supposed to be even taller than the wall. No wonder their gold never seems to ever end. You can see the Casterly Rock on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Alexander entered the underground mines and surveyed them. He was surprised to find the lack of men working. His final conclusion was that the Lannisters were going broke. Their gold would probably last another 10 years. Let's make that 8 as Alexander helped them a bit. He was going to give the money to Iron Bank and then loan it back to Lannisters. 6,000 years of mining finally made the Golden Lion rust. He was aware of the Lannister pride, so Tywin would surely take loans from Iron Bank in the future. The next day, he left for the Old Town. He felt quite happy that he came to Casterly Rock as Tyrion really liked him now. The boy was even shouting goodbye from the castle till they disappeared from his vision. His next stop was Highgarden. He personally didn't like them. They were cowards and opportunists and still acted like brave men. On top of that, their family was messed up too. Only the old Olenna Tyrell had some brain. Her son, Mace Tyrell, Lord of the Highgarden, had a walnut for a brain. Mace's son, eldest Willis, got his legs injured because he was forced to participate in a tourney at a young age. Alexander also bypassed Highgarden and went straight to Old Town. He didn't have time to waste on fools. Reach might be the one selling food to the north, for now, that too at a higher price. But that was going to change soon. 2 more months and the harvest begins. We'll see what the Tyrells will do with their extra food then. Old Town was a very big and the oldest city in Westeros. The seat of the House Hightower and Citadel headquarters. The buildings were connected with various bridges over the river, making it a giant hub of knowledge. Alexander straight up headed to the main building and asked for a meeting with the conclave. Surprisingly, they agreed. Now he didn't have to go and find each of them. But he also had to wait for a week. He just booked a room in a high-end inn for a month and locked himself up. Then he operated to Winterfell to play with Rena. He really missed her. Behind the scenes, Alexander had told Dobby to send a box of fire whiskey to every great house in Westeros. They have already started receiving many more orders since then. A week later, an acolyte came to him to inform him of the meeting. Alexander went on time and knocked on the door. Lord Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please take a seat, an archmaester said. Can you tell us the purpose of your visit? An archmaester who had mastery in mathematics spoke. Ah, yes. I wanted to see if all I've learned in my life is enough to earn me some links here. I want you all to ask me any questions, and if I can't answer, I'll donate 100 gold dragons to each wrong answer. If I can answer all of you, then I want you to give me unrestricted access to all parts of the citadel. He said. His claim was arrogant but the conclave was more greedy. Why are you doing this, Lord Stark? One of them asked. Because I'm bored, he said nonchalantly. The Archmaesters felt disgraced so they decided to accept the offer and show this lord his place. The first to question was the Archmaester of Healing. He asked some dumb questions about the human body and how to treat some diseases. Then he asked how to treat grayscale, thinking that Alexander would not have an answer. But Alexander gave him a full method of how to perform surgery on the skin, remove it and also heal it. But there's no proof that it will succeed. Archmaester retorted. There are thousands of written healing methods to treat grayscale and none of them guarantee. Don't ask questions whose answer you don't know, Alexander replied. Shutting the guy up. Then it was the Archmaester of Astrology and stuff. As expected he answered flawlessly and also gave some more knowledge to them. The same was repeated with the others. They had shocked faces by the end of the meeting. They all were older than him but he had more knowledge than all of them combined. While they all were frowning and regretting accepting Alexander's offer. They were all going through a mind search by Alexander. Most of them were sinners. Planning and plotting was a normal thing. Their main agenda was to keep making the lords of Westeros feel a requirement to have a maester. For example, they were the only people who knew Ravenry. On top of that, the education was so unpromoted that many lords directly allowed their maesters to read letters for them as the lords didn't know how to. They also liked little children, they were easy to scare and control, hence the best targets for old men. Well, he was also going to castrate them. 3 of them deserved death and the rest deserved time torture. Even Archmaester Marwyn had dabbed in some blood rituals during his travels in Asahi. But he also found an interesting thing about him. He swiftly gave them time torture and made them loyal to him. These men were no good left alone. Killing them would be a waste before they passed on their knowledge. Those who didn't deserve to die were compelled to sign a magic contract. Archmaester Marwyn was an old man who had spent his whole life in search and study of higher powers like magic. There was also a reason for his drive to learn magic. There was a time when he had a happy family. He had a wife and a lovely daughter. The problem came when he found out that his daughter had a bone disease. Her bones were growing weak and soon she won't be able to walk. He asked many healers. Many ignored him and those that did help him said that she was untreatable. That's when he turned to magic. He had heard that there was magic in the East that could do miracles. So, he left all his savings to his family and went away. He was disappointed though. He found out that most of the magic he could learn there was for doing bad things. But he still didn't give up and kept on learning and experimenting. When he again found himself lost, he decided to go to Old Town and search in the biggest library in the world. To read the most secret books he had to rise up in the ranks and become an Archmaester. However, disappointment was what he found there too. There was no book that had knowledge of magical healing in it. He wanted to go home and see his precious daughter again but decided against it. The pay of an Archmaester was good, also, his wife and daughter were a secret. He could make his wife and daughter's life better this way too. His daughter had also grown past her marriage age so he had to take care of her or at least leave enough money behind. But here he was. Sitting in front of probably the most knowledgeable person alive. He had also asked some easy questions about magic but surprisingly he received an answer even better than he expected. It was like the man really knew how to do it. Then he felt a slight magical aura in the man. He could feel that it was suppressed. Normal people could not feel it, but he could. To him, Alexander looked like a ray of light in his moment of hopelessness. His suspicion was confirmed when he saw other Archmaesters agree to his terms. There was also that contract that he made everyone except him sign. I need to talk to him, alone he thought. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 61. The Iron Bank. After the meeting was done Alexander went to copy all the books in the citadel. He was going to need them in his Tower of Knowledge. He cast a wide area disillusionment charm and got to work. He copied every book and sent them to his pocket dimension. It took him a whole day to do that. Then it was time to explore. He checked out for any secret entrance. There was one he found that led to the basement. In the basement, he found many human and dragon skeletons. The earlier maester must have been interested in dragons. Then there was a vault. Cobwebs indicated that it wasn't opened in a long time. He entered and found many more books. Most of them were about different kinds of magic. Many were about water magic which was thought to have become extinct because of the bloody Valyrians and their dragons. The water magic belonged to Rhoynar that used to live beside the river Rhoyne. The Order of Maesters must have been trying to rid the world of magic. So much good magic was lost and what's left behind is blood magic and dark magic which does more harm than good. Alexander took away all the books. Among the books was also a book for healing with water magic. Then there were also some rare old currencies and worthless things. After emptying the vault, he put lots of wildfire in there with an attached timer. It would explode in 1 year. All of Westeros probably already knew that he was constructing a mighty tower, completing it in 5 months was crazy but still possible. As long as he used the right illusions. When he was going out of the citadel, he saw Archmaester Marwyn waiting for him. Lord Stark, can I have a word with you? Marwyn spoke. Alexander smiled, already knowing what the old man wanted to talk about. Sure, Archmaester. Not here. Can you come with me to my chamber? He requested. Sure, lead the way. They sat down in his chamber. Marwyn was continuously looking at some candles. Why are you looking at the candles with so much focus? Alexander asked. Oh, no nothing, Marwyn sounded sad. Haha. Is this what you were expecting? Alexander interjected, and suddenly the candles started to burn at full intensity. Marwyn stood up in excitement. Her looked at the fire. Please teach me. Why? I want to heal my daughter. Alexander smilingly said. How do you know that? Marwyn questioned. I know many things. Alexander jovially said. Who are you? He seriously asked. Alexander suddenly vanished and reappeared beside Marwyn. He put his hand on his shoulders and they both disappeared. The next time they appeared was in the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing. Marwyn quickly recognized the place. Alexander slowly walked to the biggest sculpture in the hall and stood beside it. The September of Baelor had the sculpture of the 7, but there was another addition. The 7 sculptures stood on the palm of a hand. Alexander's sculpture was the biggest and stood behind the 7 with his one hand giving blessings and another missing, denoting that the other hand was making the world work. Now, tell me. Do you recognize me? Marwyn suddenly got down to his knees and started praying. All-Father, you are All-Father. The King of all gods. His eyes started to tear up and started prostrating. Please, heal my daughter. I'm ready to give you anything in return. Please. I will heal your daughter. In return, all I ask for is service. I will teach you Podi Wondering and Rune Mastery. You will learn it and teach it in my school, Alexander said. He could give him magic, but what would be the point? Some random organization was able to do this much damage to the magical development of the world. What's the guarantee that it won't happen again? That is why the technology route was best. Anyone can learn it and make tech so there won't be anyone special. Yes, I'll do it. For as long as you want me to. Marwyn quickly replied. Then sign this and follow me. He gave a paper and a quill. Okay, let's go and heal your daughter now. They again vanished. They appeared in a small village, in front of a small farmhouse. Marwyn excitedly entered without even knocking. Bam! He received a pan to his head. Thief! Thief! A woman started to scream. Hey! I am your husband, woman. It's me, Marwyn, he shouted. Marwyn! How? She looked at her husband on the ground and quickly hugged him. Oh! Look how thin you've gotten. These years must have been hard on you, she cried. Father! Another frail woman came. This one, much younger. She was in a wheelchair, which probably Marwyn designed. Myra! Marwyn looked at her. Tears in his eyes. Father, you came back. She cheerfully smiled. Yes. Yes, my sweetie. I also brought a healer. He says he can heal you completely. But, they said I can't be healed, she replied, with no happiness in her voice. She must have already lost all hope. Alexander thought. Alexander walked up to her. Drink this, child, he said with a warm smile. Marwyn quickly forced her to drink it. Myra quickly drank the sour potion and started feeling warm. Just a potion would not have been enough to regrow her bones quickly, so he also used his magic to permanently heal her. With every passing second, they could see the changes happening to Myra. Her body was getting healthier and her skin was becoming better. Her thin legs started to develop some extra muscles. Gathering some courage, Myra tried to get up but stumbled. Haha. It will take some time to get used to it. But your bones are healed now. Alexander said. Marwyn quickly grabbed his daughter's leg to check. This. Thank you so much. His wife bowed to Alexander. It's fine. Marwyn, I need to go, so let's talk somewhere else. Yes. Yes. Please. Marwyn took him to another room. When in private, Alexander told him about his task. I want you to send your family to Winter City. There are good houses and good work for even women. You will soon join them, but for now. You need to compile 3 types of books. One with basic knowledge of counting, biology and history that children of 6-10 can understand. Second with more complex subjects for people between 11-15 and third for 17-20. Use any book you need in the Citadel and complete it in 5 months. Yes, I will complete this task. You can count on me, Marwin said. I should leave for the Iron Bank now. I've already spent a lot of my time, he thought. Say goodbye to your family, and when you're done with it, touch this ring and say activate, it will take you back to your chamber in Citadel. It's only one use item, so you won't be able to come back. I need to go now, good luck with the work, he said. Next, he went back to the old town and hired a ship to get to Bravus. It would have taken him nearly 2 months, but due to magical wines, they arrived there in 2 weeks. It was crazy, but the people on the ship had no other answers except calling it good wind. Bravus was a pretty nice place. Its population was more than King's Landing. Although slavery was banished, many forms of slavery were still present there. You can see Bravus on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. He walked towards the moon pool. The bank was just beside it. It was quite a nice tall building. He entered the bank and arranged a meeting with the management. He was a big lord from West Eros, so he was quickly allowed into a large hall with a big stone table at the end with 3 big seats, and in front of it were 2 benches. The setup would surely overwhelm any person. The person asking for money was given no big seat and sat lower. He also went and sat down on a bench. Soon, the big doors opened and 3 men in neat and clean clothes entered. They quickly took their seats and the middle one spoke. What can we do for you, Lord Stark? He asked. I was wondering, are you the most senior authority in the Iron Bank? Alexander asked. No, we are the second most senior authority. Above us are the elders. There are only 5 of them and they hold the most power, he answered. You might want to call them after this. Alexander stood up and gave the middle one his black coin. Show this to your elders and tell them, he's back, Alexander said and sat back down with his legs crossed. The middle guy, who also looked pretty young, was surprised and shocked by the coin. I must tell father about this. If this is real, we'll lose everything, the man thought, which Alexander also heard. We have a bad boy here. Magic it is then, Alexander thought to himself. He used a compulsion charm to make him just go and tell the elders. The 3 went away for a while only to come back with 5 old men with 1 foot already in the grave. Alexander quickly mind-sweeped and found that they all were quite corrupted. They all knew what the black coin meant, but they just didn't want to give their power away. They had already sent someone to hire the faceless men to come and kill him. Hello, old people, I am also old but not to the point that I look like a wraith. As you've seen the coin. I am the owner of Iron Bank. So, are you going to surrender or fight? He straightforwardly asked. How do we know that it's not fake? One of them questioned. Isn't your job to know that? Anyway, if you were to go to a vault with a black door and use the coin to open it, it would open. Yeah, that's the key. Alexander said, surprising everyone. The vault with black door was the oldest vault in the Iron Bank and no one knew how to open it. Then one of them slowly walked forward and kneeled. He wasn't a guy from Iron Bank though. Valamor Coolies, the man calmly said. Haha. Valadohaeris, my boy. Now get up and remove that dirty face, Alexander laughed. Jaqen Hagar showed off his normal look, or normal mask. The faceless men were pretty different in this universe. As Alexander was the one who made them, they were not allowed to kill any child, or a good man or woman. As long as the person had committed some notable crimes they could kill. Good thing they lived in a world where most rich people had done something bad and they were always the one to hire them against someone like them. You. We hired you to kill him. Why are you kneeling to him? The elders shouted. Alexander then removed the memories of the 5 old men and the 3 accountant and made them loyal to him. They all had their hands bloody by investing in slavery. Which he despised. They would surely die, but only after they pass over their knowledge and responsibilities. Alexander assigned 5 wolf swords in disguise. The 5 old men would choose them as their replacements. Follow me, Jaqen. Let's go to your temple, Alexander said. It's your temple, All-Father, Jaqen replied. Ha ha ha. I guess it is, he laughed. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 62. Progress report. He went through a nice tour of the House of Black and White. It was creepy. They had a huge statue of him in a hall, to whom they prayed to. Before leaving, he gave them his modified uniphone. There was no magic in the air to create connectivity though. There were no signals on the phone yet, but soon there would be. He had a mecha maker from Doraemon. He just needed to design it and put some metal in the machine. The satellite can be made in probably minutes. Putting it in orbit was easy too. He was also interested in looking at the planet from space and also finding out the reason behind its weird season cycle. Being done with his work in Bravus, Alexander hired a ship back to White Harbor. He paid a lot of money to hire the ship for his personal travel. When the news reaches other big lords, they'd think that Alexander likes to spend money on lifestyle, even if the money is loaned. It will also make them think that they can buy him. When the ship started its week-long journey, Alexander decided to go to Cannibals Bay. As he didn't know the location, he used the anywhere door. He opened the pink door and a gush of chilling air came. He quickly crossed it and closed it. He was greeted by a plain white sheet of white ice. He could feel that just some feet below him was the Shivering Sea. The legend has it that there's a part in the Shivering Sea where the sea freezes from time to time. By the time the ships turn around, they find themselves trapped. In short, the place was a cold graveyard of ships with a cannibal population. He walked around and saw many ships but no people there, only skeletons. The whole world knew that going deep into the Shivering Sea was dangerous, so no one really goes there anymore. Which would also mean that all the cannibals would have died by now. One by one, he started absorbing all the ships he could find. There was quite a good amount of gold too. In total, he found 1,100 ships. After that, he went inside his pocket dimension to Fahim and started using restoring beam to make the ships usable again. But they were very old models, so it wouldn't be very helpful in the seas. So, he used deluxe light. It turned the ships into a better version of themselves. This meant that he now had 1,100 common ships that would be the backbone of his navy. Each of these ships houses a crew of 41. He only needed 1,000, so he decided to give 50 out of the remaining 100 to coast guards. They would use it as their flagship. Their common ships were smaller than the navy. The remaining 50 were to be used for transport and trade for now. He created a lot of Godroids as its temporary crew and told them to bring 100 ships to the new megacity Norgold, every 3 months. His wolf's swords were already recruiting men on a large scale. They all were bounded by a contract to at least work 5 years. However, they could still complain if they didn't like something. Then he returned to his ship to White Harbor and enjoyed his trip. But, due to sudden great wind, the ship would only need 3 days to reach the destination. Once back in Winterfell, Alexander convened a Stark meeting. Alina was included in that category as well. She was a Stark in all but name. "Alright guys, what's the progress? I want reports," Alexander said. Their meeting took place in Stark's only living room. All the others sat in their seats in front of him. Alina spoke first. "I was trying to count the coins in the treasury but just gave up after 10 million. However, I have put that 10 million aside as our main fund. It will give us a better sense of expenditure. I don't want us to become reckless thinking that we have infinite money." "Haha. Job very well done, my dear. We'll use the 10 million and multiply it with our efforts," Alexander praised. Then Dobby spoke, "On my part, the repairing of Moat Cailin has been done. We also have built a small town with good planning. It can be easily expanded into a tier 3 city later. A long concrete dock has also been built. We didn't wait for you and created the canal on our own and disguised its formation as an earthquake. Though it created a new problem. King's Road was cut. So we built a big arched bridge. It's pretty high, your steel warship can pass easily. We also constructed a 3-man obliviation team. They changed the memories of anyone who thought that the bridge was too quickly made. Some had started saying it was magic, so I had to do it. In the 2 months of your journey, we also received 120,000 people. They have been given housing in Winter City. One of Wolf's Swords has taken the position of city mayor and is currently creating a police department. Many of the people were unskilled, so they were given some skill development classes. We currently have 20,000 working in agriculture and 40,000 working on the building of Norgold in Ramsgate. 20,000 were sent to receive military training in a new military academy I established in Wolf's Wood. It's run and taught by 10 Wolf's Sword. The remaining 40,000 have chosen various other professions. We lack blacksmiths for now though. The creation of your naval force has also been fluent. We have gathered 30,000 men. They are receiving training in the Naval Academy started on Sea Dragon Point. It is run by 20 Wolf's Sword. We have also received the news that nearly all Lord in the North had a huge harvest this time. They all said that they have even more than they need. They all sent thank you letters. Big orders of butterbeer and fire whiskey have become common now. Just last month, we made around 40,000 gold dragons from it. It's becoming even more popular. That's all." Dobby relaxed. All the people in the room looked at him with shocked faces. "When the hell did you do all that? I saw you in front of the TV most of the time, and whenever you were not there, you were playing with Rena," Benyon asked. "Magic is very convenient, my friend. Besides, I don't really need to sleep much," Dobby nonchalantly replied. "Too efficient, Dobby. You even did the things that I was just planning on." "Thanks, man," Alexander praised him. "I guess, some traits of old house elves are still there though. Alright, everything's good, I guess. Ned, in the name of all the gods, I name you Lord of Moat Cailin." From now on, you'll be known as the Stark of Moat Kalen. I don't want you to change your name like the Karstarks. Alexander said. Ned looked surprised and asked. But, what about Brandon? Shouldn't he receive it? No, he's my heir. Also, I'm giving him the Norgold. It's going to be a city even bigger than Bravos and King's Landing. But don't take Moat Kalen as a joke, Ned. It's the first line of defense, and now with the canal connecting east and west, a city as big as King's Landing would be built there. Your duty will be to collect small money from ships passing the canal for maintaining it. I'll send a wolf's sword to teach you about management and creating a good police department too. Alexander explained. Ned stood up and kneeled. I will uphold the honor and justice. I will do my duty to the best of my ability, uncle. You can count on me. Haha, good, now get up. Alexander patted him on the shoulder. Now, the next thing is. I have created many changes to the north. I don't want to do more before we properly absorb the current one. So, our job for the next 5 years will be to become the most powerful and richest house in the world. Make the north the most powerful kingdom. I want those 10 million gold dragons turned into 100 million. After everything becomes normal, I'll start bringing more revolutionary changes. Let's do it, guys. Meeting dismissed. As he said that, they all started to walk around and get to their job. Ned went to tell his wife about his new job. If I remember correctly, the crown in the TV show had more than 10 million debt by the end. Let's see how much I can increase it this time. Robert has married Cersei already and she was pregnant too. Now, we need to know what will happen after the honeymoon period passes. Varys has indicated that Robert is returning back to his former self slowly. Should I help him? Alexander talked to himself. Grandpa. Let's go out. I want to learn how to use a ballerina. Came running to him. Oh, why do you want to learn it? He warmly asked. It will make me stronger. I want to beat the cat lady. She said she do not like John and never let me play with Rob. She pouted. Well, I am sure many want to put an arrow in her. She's too annoying. Okay, sweetie. But you must promise me to never use it on the cat, or any other person if he's not a very bad guy. You can use it on targets though. Let's go. Alexander took her to the courtyard and made her a soft and light bow. She looked very cute trying to hit the target. Alexander quietly clicked some pictures to show them to her when she grows up. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 63. 1 year and a fat oaf. It had been 1 year since Alexander's return from his short travel. Things have been smooth. 300 ships have already arrived and commissioned into Northern Naval Service. 12,500 men serve on the ships as of then. They were all contract-bound. The captains were godroids for now, although they had already started to train their first officer to become a captain. As only one fleet of 250 ships was completed. He had assigned 10 godroids as Commodore, 5 as Rear Admiral, 2 as Vice Admiral, and 1 Wolf's Sword as the Admiral. The ship models he brought from Doremanward had been made big and real with big light and upgrade light. Magic cannons and other things were installed and then commissioned into the Navy. The steel warship was currently under construction in the Navy's shipyard at the Sea Dragon Point, though it was all an illusion. He already had them fully complete. It was going to be officially introduced to the Navy later. The shipyard was also heavily guarded by constant patrol ships and magic cannons on guard towers. He gave away the remaining 50 ships of 300 to Coast Guard for securing the borders. They also had a Wolf's Sword as commissioner. His current fleet was already the biggest fighting fleet in Westeros and many big lords had heard the news of North's new mighty fleet. Currently, his fleet worked in some escorting work for big merchant ships of the North. He had also given Manderleys a new design for trading ships and they were too happy to make it. He was to have another delivery of 100 ships in some time, but that was for later. As for today, Alexander was going to be at another lord's meeting. How have all of you been? Alexander asked while sitting in his chair in the meeting hall. My lord, the last time we met here. You gave us the wonderful means to make food. Now, not only do we have enough to feed ourselves but we also sell to the east with Manderley's new merchant fleet. We are richer than ever, my lord Great Jan Umber respectively spoke. Manderley stood up and started speaking. That is also due to Lord Stark. He gave me the new design for the trade ships. They are faster and store more, there's also the Northern Fleet which provides us the safety of travel. I am afraid, so much money is coming, I'll have to create another big vault. Ha ha ha. I might have a solution for that. All of you must have seen the new great city on Ramsgate, now called Norgold. It is due to open in a week and you are all invited. It's going to be the biggest trading city in the world. I also talked to the officials from the Iron Bank. They have accepted my proposal to open their branch in Norgold. You will all be able to store your money there, the city will also be safeguarded by a huge amount of police and navy. The Northern Naval Headquarters will be there, so it's going to be quite safe. All of you are also gifted a manor there to live. House Manderley's White Harbor will become a manufacturer and industrial hub from now on. So, no one will lose anything. Alexander informed. Alexander was also going to start Merchants Guild in the city. It will work under the jurisdiction of the city mayor, who will work under the lord. A proper chain of command was going to be established to make sure that the city flourishes. My lord, my sale of vodka has been bringing a lot of money to my house as well, but I've recently come across a problem. I received a raven from my biggest buyer in Reach that they are not allowed to buy my vodka if I do not buy their crops. Lord Dustin spoke. Yes, my lord. I received the same threat for my rice and rice wine. Howland Reed spoke. It was rare for him to come out of the neck. Many other lords also voiced their problems coming from the Reach. Silence. I've heard you all. I will deal with Reach. Do not stop your production. When Norgold opens, you can open your shops there and sell it from there to the rest of the world. We must have put a big dent in Reach's coffers by not buying their overpriced food. They are foolish to think that the threats will work. All of you, send ravens to every big house in West Eros. If they do any kind of business with the Reach, we will not sell them our drinks, crops, and other products. If all they want is food, they can buy it from us at a lower price than Reach. Also, if they still do business with the Reach, we will stop protecting their vassals from pirates. Alexander loudly proclaimed. Reach could have found hundreds of other ways to deal with their food. Sell them to Asai, they always need food there. But no, they wanted to pressurize the north. My lord, what if they still keep on doing business with Reach? Won't we lose money? Roose Bolton spoke up. What do you want then? We bend ourselves to cater to Reach? Buy food from them even when we don't need it. Don't forget we are hardened, northern warriors. Those flower lovers have nothing on us. We have the mightiest navy, we have money, we have strong armies too. Why should we fear anyone? Also, have you forgotten who Robert's best friend is? Crownlands will not do business with Reach. Vale too, I have helped Lord Jonaran to get rid of some pirate problem. Stormlands might side with Reach. I have good relations with Dorne as well, so they might just stay neutral. We still buy some food from Riverlands just to keep them happy, so they will not go against us. We have nothing to lose but much to gain. Alexander's words silenced any voice against his decision, and the hall erupted in loud cheers. They all happily went away to prepare to go to the opening of Norgold. Highgarden, Reach. Mother, did you read this? Such audacity. I say they want war with us. Mace Tyrell showed a letter to his mother Olenna, sitting in the garden. Shut up, you stupid oaf. If they wanted war they would have already done so. No one in West Eros can fight their navy. Lord Stark also has a firm grip on each house in the north. Even the Boltons are afraid of doing something wrong. It was you who declared war by sending those letters. Why did you think you could force them to buy food from us when they do not need it? Sometimes I really wonder if you are my real son, but then I remember giving birth to you. Sigh, it seems I'll have to go and meet this Lord Stark. Let's see if he is as the legends say. She went into deep thoughts. But, we can raise an army of 100,000. Mace refuted. And? You do know that waging war on another kingdom without the consent of the king is treason. And even if we call for all banners, what then? They have rebuilt the Moat Cailin, even better than before. The same Moat Cailin which protected the north from Andals for thousands of years. Now, they also have a big canal dividing the north from the south. And before you say that we block them near the Great Bridge, arched bridge over the Great Moat Canal. They also have a mighty navy. Now, go and play with some flowers, don't bother me. She shooed him away. Alexander quietly sat in his office talking to his men at the new Iron Bank. They were finalizing all the plans and also the new insurance branch that Alexander was making. Traders could buy the insurance and pay a small amount monthly to secure their trade in the seas from pirates. The Northern Navy would protect all those that take the insurance. They would be given a special small flag to put on ships. Whenever they are attacked, the flag would secretly send a signal to the nearest Northern Navy vessel. He knew that people would not trust them, but he had a small trick for that. He was going to remove all the murderers and rap STS from the pirates and only let the small-time thieves work. Their job would be to terrorize some traders and not harm them, then the Northern Navy would come and save them. When the words will travel, they will start taking the insurance. Then he'll hire some more small-time pirates to periodically show some threats. He'll also be getting rid of most pirates except the ones working for him. Ones with low sins will be given jobs and those with high sins will be judged. He was also going to present other kinds of insurance later, but for that, he'll need to have strict control over the whole West Eros. Knock knock. Alina entered. Boss, I just received word that the citadel is burning in green flames. Our men secretly helped them to escape. Marwyn and other archmaesters have convinced everyone to come here to Winter City and establish a new citadel in the Tower of Knowledge. Another thing, the first batch of 300 doctors and 1,000 nurses have graduated. 100 doctors will remain here and work in the city hospital. 150 will go to the new Norgold city and operate from 3 different hospitals. The rest 50 of them will go to Moat city. Good, good. When the next batch of doctors and nurses graduates, tell all the serving members of the government, police, and defense, that their health benefits service has started. Also, send a rear admiral and 50 ships under his command to Old Town to bring the maesters here, Alexander instructed. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 64. Dealing with Tyrells. Olenna Tyrell took the ship to Winterfell. This would not have been possible if not for the sudden discovery of the new route on the White Knife River. While heading towards the White Harbor, she noticed a big city in the distance. It was supposed to be the biggest city of Westeros, Norgold. It wasn't open though. She had brought her eldest grandson, Willis Tyrell, with her. The boy had accidentally injured his leg in a tourney and now couldn't walk without a cane. He mostly indulged in reading and gazing at stars nowadays as he knew that he would not be the next Lord of Highgarden. She wanted to bring him out for a while as he was her favorite grandson. A day later, they arrived at Winter City. It was truly beautiful. Big beautiful buildings, fountains, no smell of overflowing sewage like the King's Landing. By far the biggest attraction of the city was the big tall tower in the center of the city. It was the new citadel from what she knew. The wildfire accident at Citadel was truly a saddening thing, but nonetheless a blessing in disguise. The Citadel was a leech that only sucked money out of reach and gave nothing in return. Then she, with her servants, walked towards the big tower. The top floors of the tower was supposed to be a high-quality inn and also the second residence of Lord Stark. She was quickly taken to the 64th floor where her residence was booked. It was quite scary to travel in the box thing to so high in the air, but still exciting. The residence was also amazing. The rooms were even better than the highest quality inn in King's Landing. The best thing was the amazing view from there. Because the weather was clear. She could also see a small part of the wall up north. This is so amazing, grandmother. To think that it was made by men, in just a year is unbelievable. Northerners are really hard workers. Willis said, looking out of the window. Yes, they are very dangerous, Olenna said. Dangerous? Didn't you see the hustle and bustle in the city? There were well-dressed guards, people happily talking about their lord, some even calling him God. Imagine the amount of money that comes into their coffers. And there are supposed to be 2 more cities like or even bigger than this. There's also talk that the Iron Bank is going to open their new branch in their new city, Norgold. I won't be surprised if the Starks are already the richest house in the 7 kingdoms. Olenna explained with a contemplative voice. Knock knock. Their guard opened the door. Greetings, Lady Olenna. I am Creed, Squire of Lord Stark. Lord Stark has invited you to lunch at the terrace. If you are free, I can take you right now, or you can come later, Creed respectfully said. We will join right now, she said and followed behind. Soon, they reached the magnificent terrace restaurant. There was no roof, many artificial trees were placed to provide some shade. There was also a sliding retractable roof for rainy and snowy days. They were taken to a spot reserved for House Stark. Olenna saw Alexander for the first time. Talking to what seemed like a servant and laughing with them. Just that, spoke leaps and bounds about that man and why everyone respects him. He still looked quite handsome even after being so old. She imagined what he would have looked like in younger days. No one in Westeros knew much about the new Lord Stark. They only know that he's strong and smart. As she moved forward, Alexander stood up. She was again surprised to see a man so old and yet look so fit. Welcome to the north, Lady Olenna. I hope you like the view and will also like the food, Alexander spoke. The view is certainly marvelous, and the food is yet to be tasted, she replied. Haha. Then let's get to it. Alexander sat down on the table by the railing. When they sat down, they were given menus. She was baffled by the number of dishes available. They ordered their food and waited. My lord, forgive me for asking, but what is that Red Cross sign? Willis asked, pointing to the hospital, down in the distance. Oh, that is a hospital. Any man and woman can go there to get treated for a very cheap price. All kinds of diseases and damages are healed there. The Red Cross sign has been adopted by the Healers Guild. You will find them all across the north in certain buildings. It shows that there's a healer. Alexander explained. Why spend so much money on small folks? He inquired. I won't say too much, but happy small folks means happy kingdom, that's what I believe in. If you want to know more, you can go to our schools. All kinds of subjects are taught there. The maesters also teach there. Alexander replied. I will surely pay a visit. Oh, the food has arrived, Willis exclaimed. After eating, it came to serious business talks. I am sure you didn't just come here to sightsee, Lady Olenna. I won't drag this, but I was very upset when my vassal lords told me that they received threats from Lord Tyrell, he straight up said. Oh, that stupid oaf. He doesn't even know the B of business. All he has is handed to him in inheritance, she replied. Then why isn't Willis the lord? He certainly is smart and honest, Alexander asked. Because of my leg. Just like what people named my uncle Garth the Gross, they would name me Willis the Crippled Flower or something like that. My father doesn't want that, Willis sadly replied. Well, what if I can get your leg healed? Alexander asked. Even if I believe that you can do it. Why would you? Oleana questioned. Because I will not take back my blockade from trading with you unless Mace gives his lordship to someone more intelligent. I don't believe that Mace won't do something stupid like this again. I know it, you know it, Willis knows it, and probably the whole Westeros knows it. Your son probably has an IQ of 70 or below. Alexander said. IQ? Willis asked. It's a test I've made which lets us assess people's intelligence. A score of 70-79 means cognitively impaired. A score of above 130 means very gifted. Alexander briefly explained. I would like to take that test, he said excitedly. Sure, but the point stands. Do you want to let your house go to ruins because of one bad fish, or will you work to change it? Alexander asked. What's in it for you? She asked. Peace. I hate it when small folks die because some foolish lord got too ambitious. Peace also means flourishing population and trade. But there's one condition, Willis will stay here in the north. He will get healed and also study in the new school in the Tower of Knowledge. He will learn how to govern and do business, Alexander clearly said. He will also be taught the benefits of a democracy, he added under his breath. So you want him as hostage? Oleana replied with a slightly angry tone. Why would I do that? If I wanted to harm the Reach or the House Tyrell, I'd just send my navy and army. I want the Reach and the North to have good relations in the future. Doing this can help us a lot. Willis will also befriend many heirs of Northern Lords here. They all study at school. Not just Northern Lords, many heirs from Vale and Riverlands study there. You have a lot to gain and I have nothing to lose. What about this blockade, and how do you expect to get Mace to give up his lordship? She asked. Well, you should come to the opening of the Iron Bank of Westeros in Norgold in a few days. They have a new plan that can help your ships to easily trade as far as Assai and the Jade Sea. If it's about Lord Mace, I think you can deal with him. He said, looking straight into her eyes. He knows about my late husband, she thought for a split second. Okay, I will visit Norgold next time. Willis will live here from now on. Please tell someone to sell him a house here. Sure, it will be done. Now, please excuse me, I have to go back to Winterfell, Alexander said and left. Alexander returned to his office in the Winterfell castle. He had just sat down and received a call from Jaqen Hagar. What happened? He asked. All father, we just received a contract for you. He informed. Oh, this seems interesting. Who was it? He asked. We tracked down the man who brought the request. Someone by the name of Peter Baelish was the one behind it, Jaqen answered. Okay, thanks for telling me. I'll deal with him, Alexander said. It is my honor to be useful, the faceless man replied and hung up. Alexander then called Varys. How are you, my boy? I am fine, but I can't say the same about King's Landing. The streets are ramping with dirt and rats. People are dying of hunger and disease. The king has gone back to his old ways. For some reason he thinks that his kids are bastards. I can't really complain though, if you saw the kids even you would doubt it. The Baldy blabbered. Haha. I know they are most probably Cersei and some other Lannister mans. Anyway, I didn't call you for this. Is there a man named Peter Baelish working in Red Keep? He asked. Peter Baelish? Yes, there seems to be a man named that. He works for Lord John. He also owns some brothels in the city. Why suddenly so interested in him? He hired faceless men to assassinate me. Don't worry, they served me and told me about this. I want you to keep an eye on him. Also, I am sending you a potion. It increases the chances of siring a child. Give it to both Lord John and his wife and then lock them in a room. That Peter Baelish has some fishy relationship with the Tully daughters. Alexander instructed. Are you suggesting House Arryn is in danger? Yes. John is foolish but still a good man at heart. He cares about small folks. I'll help him this time. I also want you to send me a full list of all the problems faced by small folks in King's Landing. I might visit soon, Alexander seriously said. Yes, I'll personally do it. I also have a request if it's not too much. Can you give me something that can protect me in case someone attacks? This place is becoming too dangerous day by day. No one can be trusted. Everyone is playing their own game and I would like to have some insurance, Varys said. Alexander nodded, I'll send it with the potion. Then he laid back on his chair and thought about how to improve the lives of people all around. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 65. Attacked. Word of North's new might had been circulating around Westeros for a while now, and all the major lords were invited for the opening of the Iron Bank of Westeros. The city of Norgold had been opened with full grandeur. People had been moving into the big city for a while already, so the opening was just for the show. The business had already been going on there. The naval headquarters were there, so many Northern Navy warships also patrolled the waters near the city. The population of the city was already 200,000 and they were all working people. The Northern Lords were told to buy a shop in the shopping district and a big warehouse as a large amount of trade would happen from here. The fact that the Bravus was also not very far away from Norgold also made sure that more people visited the new city. He had been staying in the city for the past week and helping organize things. He was just waiting for other lords to arrive and open the bank tomorrow. For the ease of travel, Alexander had given the method of making concrete and asphalt. All the northern roads above the neck were newly built with it. The best and widest of them was King's Road. However, he expected many lords to come from ships, only those who want to assess the north would come by road. Boss, I received word from Hormone. He said that many tribes have agreed and are headed to Hardhome. Dobby informed. Good, redirect the new 100 ships coming here to Hardhome. Their first task is to take them to Skagos. I will join them the day after tomorrow, he replied. One by one, people started to arrive in the city. Robert was still a bit scared of Alexander so he didn't come. Instead, he sent his lord hand, Jonathan. Tywin Lannister arrived with his brother Kevin Lannister. He didn't bring Tyrion, as he saw him as his family's disgrace. Olenna was already there. Hoster Tully came with his younger brother Brynden Blackfish Tully. No one came from the Stormlands as its lord was more interested in tourneys than business. Surprisingly, Doran Martell came with his brother Oberyn Martell. It was the Iron Bank's opening so it wasn't Alexander's show to run. He was there as a guest. He had already fully taken over the Iron Bank. The new 5 elders were Alexander's disguised wolf's sword and the older ones were dead. They did a good job of managing everything. The Iron Bank was a feared organization. Nobody wanted to fall to its bad side. It was even more feared now that they had taken over the Golden Company. The Golden Company had now sworn forever fealty to the Iron Bank. They would fight if someone denied paying back the loans. The bank was opened with some fireworks and then everyone was given small booklets to see the services offered by the bank. Its latest addition, the Iron Savior, an insurance company, gave trade vassals security in the seas. It said that all the ships registered with the insurance will be insured from any pirate attacks. If they are still attacked then the bank will give its materials worth to the owner party. The whole thing was a tie-up with the Northern Navy. This also meant that from now on, the Iron Bank and the North would be in a strong partnership, and attacking the North would mean partially attacking the Iron Bank. After the opening was done, it was time for a garden party and mingling with each other. Alexander was talking to Olenna with a butterbeer bottle in his hand. So, this is what you meant by another way. If what the pamphlet said is true then it would surely help us sell our food in the Far East. She said. And I advise you to move fast. What if someone else makes a deal with buyers there before you, Alexander warned. I certainly will, but for now, let's enjoy this tasty food, she said and took a bite from a lemon-flavored pastry. Then she went to get some more. Lord Stark, what a magnificent city you've built. Not just that, but you've also attracted the Iron Bank. This will surely help many houses in Westeros. Jonathan came up to him. Haha. Just call Alexander, John. We're both old boys here, Alexander jokingly replied. Haha. Yes yes. So, how's King's Landing doing? He asked. Fine, I'd say, but I can't say for how long. The warning you gave Robert that day worked wonders for a while but since he married, he's been getting worse. He returning back to being his old self. Whoring and organizing tourneys. All the hard work we did all these years went to waste. The crown has started to lose money and unemployment is rampant. John sadly replied. I can't do much for Robert but I can do a lot for the people of King's Landing. I'll come to King's Landing sometime in the future and talk with you there. How about that? I'll be eagerly waiting, Alexander, John nodded. Now, to the happy news. I heard that your wife is pregnant. Alexander changed the topic. John happily smiled hearing that. Yes, let's just hope that it's a healthy child. Oh, surely will. When the child gets old enough you can even send him or her to be fostered here. There's no better place to learn how to be a good lord than the Tower of Knowledge. He bragged. I might just do that. He said. Then Oberyn and Doran Martell also joined them. Doran didn't have gout yet, so he could walk just fine. Lord Stark, Thank you for inviting us here, Doran spoke. Yes, so many of us, Oberyn said looking at Tywin. Alexander was about to reply but something bumped into his leg. He looked down and saw little Rena. She was so engrossed in eating her ice cream that she didn't see where she was going. Her ice cream cup was about to fall but Alexander caught it quickly. Hey, sweetie, don't walk while eating or it will fall. I made a lot of ice cream for you so there's no hurry. Alexander said and picked her up while she continued eating. Sorry, Grandpa. I'll be careful. She replied and ate another spoonful of cold dessert. Ah. This must be the cute Rena. The great Lord Stark and his beloved granddaughter have been the talk of many ladies in King's Landing. There are even some paintings of you and Rena sitting on your shoulder, Jon exclaimed. Haha. Many people usually see me playing with her so they must have started talking. Still, no harm done, Alexander laughed it off. Oberyn continuously looked at Rena. Alexander also noticed Alina in the background looking at him nervously. Worried that Oberyn and Doran might recognize Rena as Rhaenys. What is ice cream? Oberyn asked. Oh, it's cold and tasty, Rena cutely replied. Haha. Then I must try it. Will you show me where this ice cream is, Rena? He asked. Sure, just follow me. Rena got down from Alexander's arms and ran towards a table with her empty cup. She probably just wanted to get more for herself. No need to worry, child. No one can recognize you, he sent a mental message to Alina. She nodded her head and walked off to talk with someone. After that, Alexander returned to his office. There were enough people there to help any lord in setting up whatever business or deal they wanted. He wasn't needed there. His main focus for now was the free folks. He needed to go to Skagos first and change its topography. Leaving Norgold, he alone flew to Skagos. It was really a barren land. Not many people lived there either and most of them were cannibals. The talk about unicorns was fake too. There were some weird species of horses that the people of the island used. The horses had two sharp straight horns on their heads. The horses were also trained to use them in fights. He purified all those that deserved death and corrected others with time torture. He couldn't really kill everyone. If he started doing that then most of the world's population would be gone. After dealing with the local people he started changing the island's topography. He flattened the barren mountains and in their place created grasslands, forests, small hills with mines. Rivers were already present. Now, all that remains is bringing the free folks here, he said to himself and again flew up to catch up with his fleet of 100 ships. The ships took 3 days to reach Hardhome. By then, all the tribes had gathered there. They were reluctant to come to Hardhome as they considered it a haunted place but still came as it was the best place to board the ships. Haha. How are you, Hormone? It seems you've become a big leader here, Alexander greeted. They unanimously agreed to let me lead this time. This also makes me their target if things don't go as promised, Hormone replied. Then you should be happy as the island is better than one can even expect, Alexander patted his shoulder. Then they started to walk off to the tent where other leaders were present. But suddenly, out of nowhere an arrow came, targeting Alexander. He quickly caught it with bare hands before it even touched him. This craftsmanship is from Vale. Bring that guy to me, Alexander said and pointed to a man in the crowd. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 66. Bronn. Soon, the attacker was brought into a small room and was tied to a wooden pillar. Name? Alexander questioned. Bronn, the man said. I didn't think I'd see him here. He quickly looked into his memories. Bronn had been bullied since he was small. His own parents used to beat him. First killed a person at the age of 12 in order to protect himself. Since then, has done various deeds to make money. He was probably slightly better than many people in Westeros. So, Bronn, who sent you to kill me? Alexander asked. Roose Bolton, he gave me 50 dragons to kill you. 25. Advance and rest thee after killing, Bronn quickly replied. You are being very easy to talk to, why? Well, I'm a sellsword. I work for money, but you know what sounds better than money? My head over the shoulder, he replied. Wise words coming out of a sellsword. So, what do you think I should do with you? I don't know, set me free. He said in his sarcastic voice. Sure, go, Alexander untied the rope. Bronn just looked at that all surprised, but before he could say anything, Alexander picked Bronn's sword and tore it from the middle like it was a piece of paper. Good luck reaching the wall without any weapons. Though do tell me, haven't you heard that I and my first sword fought hundreds of men in King's Landing before I killed the Mad King? Why did you still take up the request? He was seriously amused by Bronn. The whole already Westeros knew not to mess with him, but here he was. Yeah, I had heard them. Like most legends and rumors, I thought it was also exaggerated. I also didn't have much money to buy food so I took it. There aren't really that many sellswords who would agree to this job, so Lord Bolton gave it to me. Braun truthfully replied. In the end, it really comes down to money. Good, how would you like to work for me? Alexander asked. Depends on what you want, Braun haggled. Even in this situation, you want to bargain. Well, I'll give you 100 golds a month. If you do a good job, I might as well give you a castle. So, what's it gonna be? Alexander offered. Where do I sign? Brune happily asked. Alexander quickly gave him a page and a quill. He signed quickly. Then for a split second, his body shone in white light. What did I just sign on? His face looked pale. You, my friend. Just sold yourself to me. From now on, you cannot betray me. If you tried to tell anyone about me or my people or my magic, you'll feel a lot of pain and will be forced to come to me and confess. Though, I am also duty-bound to pay you, and if you do good then promote you. Alexander briefly explained. That's not possible, Braun scoffed and quickly got out of the tent and started shouting. Lord Stark is a and kin. The most important words just didn't come out of his mouth and he also felt pain in his body. Then his body automatically went back to Alexander. I tried to tell everyone that you're a sorcerer and can tear a sword like a piece of paper. Fuck, you weren't lying, what sorcery is this? Braun cursed. Welcome to the club, don't ask about my magic though, Alexander shrugged. What's my job? He asked. Entertain me and teach young lords and heirs swordsmanship, Alexander answered. He knew that Braun's fighting style was less knightly and more street style. Which in Alexander's view was better? Beating pompous young lords and heirs? That sounds like a dream job, Braun grinned and then asked. Can I get out of this contract someday? Yeah, sure. Earn my trust and I'll give you a contract with no such harsh punishment. Now, let's go, I have work to do, Alexander stood up and left the tent. Outside, all the free folks had nearly fully boarded the ship. Hey, Tormund. How long till everyone's on board? Alexander asked the tall boy. Almost everyone's done. It's just the giants. Their mammoths are showing tantrums. Alright, I'll go and help them. You go join the rest. Alexander and Braun went to Mag the Mighty. He was trying to calm down the 10 mammoths with his tribesmen. Alexander let his aura disperse around so that the mammoths could feel it. Then he sent a gentle message. Easy, your riders are taking you to a better place. There are many trees and grass here. Better than here. Behave or else they might leave you. The mammoths suddenly calmed down and started to board ships on their own. It was you, wasn't it? Braun asked. What do you think? Alexander left him scratching his head. Settling them in Skagos was easy. They were very happy when they saw the island and its surroundings. Alexander gave them a map and an owl to contact him if needed. The natives had already built small port towns so it would help them a lot. He also warned them not to kill the natives and just treat them like other free folks. He then lent them 10 trading ships from his inventory and returned to Norgold. The moment he popped out into his office, he was greeted with children's giggles. Someone probably brought the kids there. Alexander's office, no matter where, was probably the safest place on Earth. Anna kept an eye on them. The kids, Alexandra, Eric, John, and Rena were playing with toys and Rena was acting like their mother. Hey, wolf girl. What happened? Why are you all in here? He asked Anna. Oh, some guy with a sword attacked the kids while they were playing together. The wolf's sword caught him even before he could come near them, but they were all spooked and started crying. They wanted to be with you so I brought them here. Anna explained. Alexander knew that someone would attack them but not this soon. Everyone knew that Alexander loved the kids as if his own children. The attacker must have thought that hurting them would make the old man like him go crazy. He warmly looked at the children. All the small ones had turned 1 or slightly more. They all could walk. He sat down on the big couch and flew them all into his arms. Then he entertained them for a while. Grandpa, why did the bad man try to hurt us? Rena asked, looking at his face with big eyes. Oh, my dear sweetling. He's a bad man and wanted to make me angry by hurting you. I am sorry you had to see that, Alexander sadly apologized. No, Grandpa. It's not your mistake. I'll train more with the bow and beat all the bad guys, Rena said with her fist clenched tight and face fully serious. Alexander's heart melted away at that moment and squeezed her and the kids in his arms. And Grandpa will hunt all the bad guys down before they even think about harming you all, not just you but all the kids in the world. Time for kisses, he suddenly roared and started kissing them. They all giggled and fought him. Realizing that doing things slowly was making matters worse, he sent the order to bring the rest of the remaining 600 common ships to the north. He was going to station 2 fleets of 250 ships in the north. One on the east coast, at Norgold, and one on the west coast, at the Northern Naval Shipyard and Production Hub, Wolf City at Sea Dragon Point. One of the remaining fleet would be stationed near Bravus with permission from the Sea Lord to help Iron Bank in its insurance business. The last fleet would be used for his first attack on foreign soil and then stationed there. He was going to take over Karth, in the east. It was a very big and rich city due to its location. It controlled the Jade Gates, which was the passage towards further east and from further east to west. They also have a very big fleet of merchant ships, probably about 2,000 ships combined. The trade there was monopolized by 3 guilds of competing merchant princes, the 13, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, and the ancient guild of Spicers. There was also the warlocks of the House of Undying. They dabble in black magic and dark rituals to do magic and to extend their lives. They all had their lives forfeited the moment he came to the world. If he takes that city, he'll have the power to promote trade around the world and bring development faster. There was also the problem of slavery which he would have to solve soon. So much to do. Sigh, at least the north is on track. Once everything settles, I'll start the phase 2. He went to the dungeons of Norgold. The attacker was held there. Brandon was beating the guy himself. Who sent you? Tell me, he yelled. He the prisoner laughed with his bloody mouth. I'll do it, Brandon. No need to get physical. Alexander stopped him. Then he entered the guy's brain and started to mumble loudly. So, a sellsword from Essos. Oh, this is a surprise. The Ironborn. They aren't happy with my navy keeping peace in the seas. They wanted to warn me. Oh, and what's this? They are planning a rebellion. Well, let's see how that'll go, Alexander mumbled. How do you know that? The shocked man asked. I have my ways. Now, forget everything he said and put the man to eternal death. Even I wouldn't fall so low to attack children, Braun interjected. Well, Braun. What would you do in this situation? If I had the world's strongest fleet, I'd go straight up there and teach the fuckers, they reap what they sow, he nonchalantly said. Haha. I see what you did there. Their motto is we do not sow. Still, if I attack them then it'd be seen as a rebellion. Then I'll also have to fight all the other houses for no reason as they would fight me to take away my wealth. Which I don't want to do yet, Alexander replied. Yet? You mean you will in the future? Braun asked. He wasn't really serious when he had said that. I will neither confirm nor deny that. Let's go on now. We have to prepare for the siege of Karth, Alexander said and walked away with Brandon. What the FCK, when did that happen? Braun cursed loudly. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 67. Flea Bottom. It took some time to place his fleets in the right place. Thankfully, his chosen admirals from Wolf's Sword were very trained in commanding. The Eastern and Western fleet had taken their position. The Sentinel fleet was also positioned near Bravus. Alexander's attack fleet which he was going to use was waiting for him near the Summer Isles. His fleet of 250 warships, 15 man-o-war, 2 ship of the line, and Yamato warship were quite intimidating. He was also bringing 4 more Yamato steel warships. But before that, he was going to King's Landing. Alexander's printing press was running at full speed. Various books about laws and stuff were being spread around the world. Many posters of Alexander were also being spread in all poor parts of West Eros. He was being hailed as the king of small folks. To strengthen his image he was going to help the poor of King's Landing. So, Dobby. You'll join me when I start the siege of Karth. When you're not here, Alina, Benyon, and Anna will watch over the administration of the north. I'll be taking Braun and Creed with me, Alexander told his people and left. Never really thought I'd see a day when we'd siege a city in the east, Anna exclaimed. Well, he's a god. He can do whatever he wants, Benyon replied and everyone nodded their heads. Brandon had been made the Lord of Norgold, so he and his small family were living there. Though they had a port Kaya and came to Winterfell every day. Brandon was taught how to be a good lord for the past whole year so he was doing good now. Ashura and Alexander mostly spent their time in Winterfell. Ned was not so lucky, he couldn't tell his wife about Alexander and he didn't want to either. He also comes to Winterfell once in a while to see Jon. His wife was also pregnant again. Small Council, King's Landing. All the members sat silently waiting for the king. The small council had 7 members in it. 1 hand of the king Lord Jonaran. 2 Grand Maester Pycelle. 3 Master of Coins currently vacant. 4 Master of Laws Lord Renly Baratheon. 5 Master of Ships Lord Stannis Baratheon. 6 Master of Whisperers Varys. 7 Lord Commander of the King's Guard Sir Barry Stan Selmy. It was a rare meeting as today the king was going to come too. Normally, the king was required to come to all meetings but the current king was too incompetent and would rather spend that time with pleasure women. The gate suddenly opened and the slightly fat king entered. Robert had started gaining weight since last year, behind him was his King's Guard, Sir Barry Stan Selmy, Surprisingly, the queen was also behind them. Normally the queen wasn't supposed to be there, but Robert had allowed it to happen. After all, it was Lannisters paying for his pleasures. Sit down, all of you. You all know, Lord Stark is going to visit us. I don't want any of you to mess up. I will not face his anger because of your incompetence, Robert roared. He was still a bit scared of Alexander. The word incompetence doesn't feel good from your mouth, Jon thought. Come on my dear, he's just a small lord. You are a king. What's there to fear? Cersei spoke in her arrogant voice. That small lord single-handedly took down the King's Landing and beheaded the Mad King. His first sword, Sir Dobby, single-handedly killed 300 of your Lannister soldiers. Robert angrily spoke. He also has the mightiest navy in the world. More than 1,000 warships. Even if all the southern lords combined our might, we wouldn't be able to fight them, Lord Stannis said with a bit of worship in his voice. He has also rebuilt the moat Kaelin, so no one can attack them from the land. He also has new flourishing cities bigger than King's Landing. Not to mention the recent news about their collaboration with the Iron Bank. They are the strongest house in Westeros, Your Grace, Pycelle added. Cersei's face looked horror-filled. When did the world change so much? She asked herself. Yes, I think their armies are as strong too. When I went there for the opening of the Iron Bank, someone attacked the little children that Lord Stark had taken as his grandkids. The man was neutralized even before he reached the kids by those masked wolf's sword. Jon Arryn told them. Now you understand why I don't want to anger him, woman. Robert asked. But, you are the king, she mumbled. Shut up. Not one more word from your mouth. Renly, increase the city's security. I don't want any new crime to happen. Also, get someone to clean the streets, he ordered. Now, I need to go back. I am busy, he left. What's the point of this? We can't hide the whole city, Jon thought. Alexander stepped down from the ship on harbor. The city was stinking, the sewers must have either collapsed or jammed. You can see the King's Landing on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Oof, the King of Seven Kingdoms live in this shit-filled city. Bronn interjected. Sadly, yes, Alexander replied and walked. He cast a bubble head charm on himself and his men. I don't know what you did, but thank you. Bronn took a long breath. Creed, you take our men to my mansion. I'll go and have a talk with Jon, Alexander instructed. His mansion was situated slightly west of the Red Keep. Bronn, I want you to go to Flea Bottom and assess the situation there. The standards of living, crime, and helpfulness of the city watch. Things like these. Why do I get to go to the shittiest part of the city? He complained and walked off. Alexander then headed to the Red Keep with two wolves' sword behind him. It was all the same as he saw the last time. Surprisingly, an old man with a balding head and long white beard was waiting for him. Lord Stark, welcome to King's Landing, Pycelle greeted. Thank you, Grand Maester. Though I must say, the smell isn't really welcoming here. Ah. Yes. The sewers haven't been cleaned in a long time. Lord Stark, I must thank you for giving the Order of Maesters a place in Winter City. Yes, I need to meet with Jon. I'll talk to you later, Grand Maester. Alexander ignored him and went away. He's too unfit for the job of Grand Maester. He's practically under Tywin's hands. His time has come now, he thought, and placed a curse on him. Pycelle would slip from the stairs in a few days and break his neck. Jon, my friend. How are you? He asked as he entered Han's chamber. Ah, Alexander. Nice to meet you again. I've cleared my schedule to help you with whatever you need, Jon replied. Haha. I don't need much, Jon. All I ask is to allow my men to buy some buildings in Flea Bottom. They will build some food storage and work distribution centers. All homeless women and children will be sent to Norgold. Women will get jobs there and children will live and learn in orphanages. Doing this will decrease some load from King's Landing. I also want to upgrade the sewage and the buildings. Alexander informed. This will cost a fortune. I can give you permission to buy, but the money, Jon contemplated. I'm not asking for money, Jon. I am sponsoring all the work. To recover the costs, allow me to open some shops in the upgraded Flea Bottom in the future. I'll recover the cost myself, he proposed. It is a good plan. I will write the papers. How long will it take to bring your men? Jon asked. They are already here and have started to draw plans. Just make sure that City Watch doesn't create problems. My men will stay in my mansion so you don't have to worry about their lodging. They will also hire men from Flea Bottom so there's no problem too. I'll leave one wolf's sword to protect them, he answered. How strong are his wolf's swords that he's just leaving one, Jon thought. You aren't going to meet Robert? John asked. Alexander shook his head. No, I'll probably get angry. Robert has disappointed me. Let's hope his children are good. That is if they are his children. Should I tell Alexander about my doubts? No. He'll probably get too angry and kill Robert, John thought. All right, John. I'll be leaving for Flea Bottom now. You should start writing things, he said and left. He walked the streets of Flea Bottom. Calling the conditions there bad would be an understatement. Due to overflowing sewers, the streets looked more like water passages. Children sat near each building asking for money or food. Their eyes were filled with hopelessness and misery. Naked women walked around, offering themselves for a coin or a loaf of bread. It really hurt him seeing all that. Then he tried to imagine what the conditions would be in cities like slave cities of Astapur, Mirian, and Yunkai, where slavery was the main trade. Pop! Suddenly a blue bird popped on his shoulder. Chirp! Haha! My dear Barry, thank you. I was a little upset but thank you for uplifting my mood. Alexander said, scratching the phoenix's neck. Barry also rubbed his fluffy head on Alexander's cheeks. Then he flew into the air and started singing. Uplifting the mood of everyone in Flea Bottom. I'll just take over the whole world and banish slavery. I wonder why I didn't do it already if I am 15,000 years old in this world. Something must have happened, he asked himself. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 68. Problem in Flea Bottom. So, what did you find, Braun? The whole place is messed up, but the city guards are the most messed up. The guards ask for money to protect them or else they beat them or spoil their little shops. The commander of the city watch, Janosch Slint, knows about it but doesn't do anything. He probably has a cut in the money, he reported. Well, let's see what that guy does when we start giving food and work to people, Alexander said and told his men to start the work. For now, he was offering food and work to people. Single women and single mothers were told that they'd be taken to Norgold and given jobs there. If they don't know any skill then they'll be taught. Alexander's reputation was quite good among small folks so people believed him. The two big buildings bought in the Flea Bottom opened their doors. The kitchen was free for children and disabled but the adults had to earn their living. They'll be given a token from the work distribution centers with their work and identity written on it. As long as they had that token, they'd receive the food every day. Ah! This world really needs something to entertain and uplift the mood. Music is the best option but it'll need electricity. Gramophone will do for now. I'll make phonograph records for various hit songs from my world. But it'll not be that amazing without all the bass and stuff. Winter City, Norgold, and Moat City can use electrical speakers though, he thought. Things ran smoothly for the next 4 days. People loved Alexander. He talked to them, laughed with them, and played with their children. He treated them not like some peasants but equal humans. It only took 4 days for them to start calling him Grandpa. Alexander had pushed his full name to people. A name which people rarely knew, Alexander Maxim Universe Stark. He also made people call him Grandpa Universe. Grandpa Stark sounded too weird to him. But he had started to hear news about some gold cloaks. They recently destroyed some small in which Alexander had helped repair. He sent his wolf's swords after them. The 4 men were arrested and locked down in their cells after breaking their arms and legs. Those who took pleasure in others' misery were not humans. He told other gold cloaks that if they wanted the men free then their commander would have to come himself. After some hours, his wolf's sword told him that the commander was coming to him. Alexander donned his armor to look as intimidating as possible. Who dares to harm the city watch? Janosch Slint shouted. I do. Alexander walked out in full armor. Many people had seen Alexander's armor in the last rebellion so they recognized him and cheered. Who are you? Release my men, he demanded. I am Alexander Stark. Your men destroyed an inn that I just renovated. They asked for protection money. Tell me, who do you pay when you need protection, and do you also take money from small folks? Alexander asked. Janosch Slint Category 3. Murder 30, 5 children. RPE 87. Torture 289. Extortion 689. Blackmail 854. Sin percentage 58%. So, I am talking to a dead man. Alexander sent a probe into his mind and saw all his secrets. He had a small chest filled with money under the floor in a secret compartment in his house. He then made the guy confess. So what if I do? Who gives you the right to judge the men of City Watch? We only serve the king, Janosch screeched. Bam! And I serve the common people. Even the king serves the common people and that makes the common people your superior, Alexander said. People, will you allow me to judge this man? He loudly asked. Yes, yea, many shouts came. He tied a rope to Janosch's legs and started to drag him. Janosch tried to stand up but couldn't. He first took the guy to his house and retrieved the money chest. Then he started dragging him towards the Red Keep. The crowd followed behind him. You don't know anything, the king isn't the most powerful man here. It's Lord Tywin. Most of the gold cloaks are Lannisters. If you hurt me, he'll not let it slide, Janosch started mumbling, making people become even angrier. He dragged him straight into the Great Hall of the Red Keep. The court was currently in session and Robert was on his rare visit to the throne. Some poor peasant was crying in front of the king with his little daughter, nearly 7-year-old in his arms. His daughter was all beat up. Your Grace, the gold cloaks beat my daughter because she bumped into them in the tavern. Look at her, she hasn't woken since then. You must give justice. I demand justice, he nearly shouted. Know your place, you are talking to the king. Pycelle shouted in his grumpy voice. Bam! Out of nowhere, a wild, flying helmet appeared and smashed right into Pycelle's head. And you should know you place old fool. Go back to your corner and write ravens. Alexander came in, fully donned into his armor. Janosch Slint being dragged behind. He really hated it when people used their position to torment common people. Varys gave an unnoticed light bow to him from the side. What the FCK did that fool do? Robert thought in his head. Feeling a little scared now. Alexander looked at the poor common man. He threw Janosch to the king's feet and walked to the father and daughter. The man felt scared of the tall armored man, but when he saw his face, he relaxed. Alexander removed his helmet and kneeled down beside the little girl. Such monsters, to do this to a little kid. She has internal bleeding. Thankfully, no bone is broken. But if she's left untreated, it could be life-threatening. He calmly said while checking her. My lord. See, can you heal her? The man asked. Absolutely, but I'll need something. He said and then looked at Pycelle. Old fool, bring me all these things in 10 minutes. He took out a small notepad and wrote something on it with a ball pen. Pycelle had subconsciously traded Tywin's place to Alexander's in his mind. He quickly brought those things. Alexander quickly made a fake harmless potion and then added another potion which was the main magical stuff. He made the girl drink it. Then he quickly discharged the clogging blood from internal bleeding with the help of a syringe. He also used his magic to heal her 99.9%. She would still feel very light pain here and there for the next 2 days though. Everyone in the court silently watched everything. No one had the guts to either say something or leave. Even Robert looked at it with interest. When the girl woke up, she scaredly looked at her father and started crying. Papa. They hurt me. She wailed loudly. Everything's fine, dear. I will punish the bad people. Here, take this. He gave her a sweet and sour lollipop. Can you tell me what they looked like? Alexander asked the man. Tell their faces to my men and they'll find them, he said. The man told his wolf's sword the face of the 4 attackers. His warrior elves just used legilimency and saw the faces of them. They quickly went away to bring them. Then he suddenly remembered why he was there. Ah! I'm getting old. How are you, your grace? He said to Robert. Robert suddenly stood up and came down from his throne. Please, uncle. It's Robert for you. He said. Well, Robert. I have no problem with your bad habits, but you should at least hire competent people who can run the city. Your gold cloaks had been extorting money from small folks in the name of protection money. You either pay or get beaten. Even your city watch commander is involved. I found a chest full of money in his house. Seriously, Robert? It's just one city, I can't even imagine how you're running the 7 kingdoms. Alexander disdainfully said. What? Janosch, is that true? Robert roared. Why yes, Janosch meekly replied. Then death is what you'll get. What you did is treason and. Robert was interrupted by screams of 4 newcomers. Who are you? Let us go. If Lord Tywin finds out about this he'll never let you go. The 2 wolves sword and brawn brought 4 men tied in iron shackles. Hey! 4 men to beat a small girl. I see you Lannisters have kept up the tradition since the rebellion, Alexander snorted. How dare you say that, and let them go. The girl is okay and there's no need for punishment now. Cersei entered to save the Lannister pride. Jaime quickly walked up to his sister lover. What are you doing? Don't mess with him. He whispered. Jaime still remembers how easily he was defeated the last time he met Alexander. What do we have here? Robert, the last time I remembered, you were the king, and only you had the power to judge. Since when did the queen start to hold such power? He mockingly asked. Shut up. Woman. That girl would have been dead if not for uncle. He saved her. And the 4 men and Janosch will be publicly executed tomorrow. He shouted. Further angering the arrogant queen. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 69, 69. Reconciled. My father will hear about this, Cersei shouted. Then she tried to go back. But then suddenly found a sword flying just a few centimeters away from her and plunging into a pillar. How dare you talk to Robert like that? He calls me uncle and I very much desire to act the part. You are just a queen. Queen is nothing but a word and holds no power. I would not have gotten so angry at you if you had shown even a bit of sympathy for the little girl. Small folks are nothing in your eyes, right? He angrily said. He was just trying to bring Robert on the right path by showing that he had someone who had his back. Good thing he knew some acting. He had looked into the mind of Robert Baratheon. The guy had been under immense pressure since the day he became the king. Trying to keep each house happy. Needing money and for that marrying Cersei, only to find what kind of hateful woman she was later. Then there were also the kids. They had no Baratheon features and he had doubts that they were bastards. But he couldn't say anything. If he did, he'd lose the backing of Tywin, or worse, another war. And he knew that no one would come to support him this time. He missed his old days when he could just relax and do whatever he wanted. When he heard Alexander's words, he once again felt like he had a family. His parents were dead. Stannis was more of an emotionless plank than a man. Renly was too girly. There was no elder to whom he could turn to in the time of need. Jon was like a father but he was too honorable. On the other hand, Alexander was old. Robert knew him since he was small and considered him his role model since he found out how strong Alexander was. In Robert's eyes, Alexander was the perfect man. Probably the strongest person in Westeros and also the smartest. Turning your kingdom from poor to the richest in such a small time either required the blessing of a god or extreme intelligence. Do you know what you are saying? Do you want to start a war? I can assure you that my father will destroy the north. Did you forget the reigns of Castamere? Cersei proudly stated. Haha. Have you ever been in a war? 1 hour. It will only take me 1 hour to take over Casterly Rock. And you talk about reigns of Castamere like it's a trophy. I don't call overwhelming hundreds of men, with thousands of soldiers, bravery. Your father killed women and children that day. That was not bravery, that was murder. Now, if you really feel like your father will wage war with me for this, then go on and ride a raven. I'll be waiting for the reply. He smirked at his last words. Jaime had to drag his angry sister away. Then Alexander looked at Robert. My boy, now I know why you took back to your past bad habits. Living with someone this insane can't be easy. You called me uncle and never asked me for help. You seriously went to Tywin? He calmly said. The Great Hall had been emptied by then. After Robert had announced his verdict, all of the people had been sent away, except the council members. Jon also joined in. I told him to ask you, a lot. But I guess he was too scared of you after that lesson you gave him in the throne room. You can't blame me. If it was someone else, they would have already shat their pants. I remember Tywin's scared face back then. Haha, Robert embarrassingly replied. Son, if you promise to better yourself, I'll help you. You won't need to depend on Lannister's money. I'll help you organize the city trade in such a way that you'll automatically start making profits. Don't ever forget my words, Robert. Happy small folks means happy kingdom. Alexander gave him some wisdom. Thank you uncle, I will not disappoint you. I've also gained some weight so I should start with some training too. But uncle, I don't have good men in the city that can help me. Everyone here is trying to play their own game, Robert showed his concern. I'll send some old Wolf Sword members, they'll take over the city management and the city watch. They will work directly under Jon and the king. They are also hardened warriors, trained by me, so they are very strong and loyal too, Alexander offered. He wasn't really going to send his wolf's swords. The elves were much more valuable than that. He was just going to send some old-looking god droids. That is an amazing offer, uncle. Please send them here as soon as possible. Robert excitedly replied. He was more excited thinking that he might be able to clash swords with people trained by Alexander. You should also prepare for tomorrow's public execution. People are very angry at gold cloaks, you know, Alexander warned. Yes, I'll also publicly apologize to them tomorrow. I failed them all, Robert said seriously. The next day, everyone had gathered on the execution platform. I know that I have not treated you right, my people. My ignorance has caused you all many hardships. But no more. I promise to be a better king to all of you. Janosch and the other 4 City Watch members have been sentenced to death. This is also a warning to other gold cloaks. Do what you are hired for, because if any of you are caught doing something illegal, then the punishment will be death. My uncle here, Lord Stark, has also promised that he will send some very capable men to take the command of the City Watch. I will also give some more money to repair the flea bottom and turn it into a clean and normal part of King's Landing, Robert addressed the crowd. Then Robert himself took the sword and beheaded the 5 men. The 4 men who had beaten the little girl were also Lannisters. Alexander was waiting to see what Tywin's reply would be. After that, they proceeded to the small council. There were 2 seats that were empty now. The Master of Coins and the Grand Maester. Pycelle had suddenly fallen from stairs and broken his neck some hours ago. No one mourned for him. So, what are we going to do about the debt we owe to Lord Tywin? Jon spoke. Simple, just put the blame on his daughter, the Queen. Say that she spent it all on herself. If he asks where Robert got money to spend on wine and women, just say that it was my money. But how much money are we talking about? Alexander asked. 500,000 gold dragons, Jon replied. Oh, that's fine then. It's not that much. Now, I want to talk about your bastards, Robert. You have to take them in. They are your responsibility. They have your own blood running in their veins. Don't disgrace your family line by disowning them. There's even a little boy who looks exactly like you when you were younger, he seriously said. How many are there? Robert embarrassingly asked. 3. One is Maya Stone and lives in Aerie. Bella Rivers, lives with a prostitute in Peach. Gendry Waters is a small babe in King's Landing. They are your true-born children, Robert. He replied. What do you mean by true? Come on, Robert. We all know you have some doubts about Joffrey and Myrcella's birth. To be honest, we all have. They don't even look a tad bit like you. Everything about them speaks Lannister, Alexander scoffed. But Pycelle said that Lannister blood was more dominant, so they have Lannister features, Jon retorted. He knew it was all bullshit, but he wanted to see Alexander's reaction. Ha, who said it? The guy who was practically sharing a bed with Tywin? Pycelle would have done anything to keep the Lannisters happy. Still, we should keep our doubts to ourselves. We have no proof yet and we don't want to baselessly accuse someone and start a war. Robert, you should treat the children like you always do. Even if they are not yours, it wasn't their fault that they were born. Just like your bastards. He said to Robert, keeping eye contact with him. He cast some long-lasting compulsion charms to make him treat children like a normal father would. Get angry when they do something wrong and happy when something good. Okay, I'll heed to your advice. I'll also send my bastards to Stormlands and give them a nice life. Robert said. I have a better option. Send them to Winterfell. We have many children there and 3 more won't cause a problem. Your eldest, Maya Stone, is nearly the same age as Myrina, they'll become good friends, Alexander offered. Then it's decided. I'll send them to Winterfell. I still remember Maya. She was a good girl, I even thought of bringing her to Red Keep after Joffrey was born. But Cersei threatened to hurt her. Robert angrily said. Good, now to other matters. Your youngest brother is not qualified enough to either be the Lord of Stormlands or the Master of Law here. He needs more experience and training. He's still 14 namesday old. Send him to some warrior house to get fostered. In the meantime, make Stannis the Lord of Stormlands. He is a good military man and can rule. You can give the Master of Law position to someone else. Alexander advised. Robert and Stannis didn't have very good relations, but Alexander saw them for what they were. He had to use some magic to make Robert agree. All right, Stannis. You're the new Lord of Stormlands. I am sending Renly to that Tower of Knowledge in Winter City to learn lording and fighting. Jon, what about Tywin? Did he send a raven? I know Cersei must have told him about yesterday's happenings. Robert looked at his lord hand. No, we. Knock knock. Jaime Lannister entered. Your Grace, there's a raven for Lord Stark. Alexander stood up and took it parchment. Thank you. He opened it, haha. It's from Tywin. He said that his daughter's words are not to be taken as his words. He also said that if any more Lannisters break laws then they be sent to Westerlands to face punishment. He still wants to save his men, Robert roared. He said they be sent back, but not how. You can break their arms and legs for their crimes before sending them, Stannis added. Damn, good advice Stannis, Robert praised. Okay, we should end this meeting. I also need to leave for some work. I'll see you sometime again, Robert. If you need to immediately contact me then you should tell my men in the city. He said. See you soon, Uncle Robert hugged him. Haha. Lose some weight, boy. Alexander said and laughed. Let's hope Robert doesn't spoil things up now. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 70. Darker Side of the World. Alexander stood on the deck of Yamato warship. The fleet was heading towards Karth. He and Dobby were going to go ahead and deal with the city's defenses. Those who deserve to die would die. He was going to dissolve all merchant groups of Karth and combine them into his merchant guild. There would not be any new ruler in the city but a governor appointed by Winterfell. Pureborn of Karth ruled from the Hall of 1,000 Thrones, the warlocks of Karth have their center of power in the House of the Undying. These two would be fully destroyed. The House of Undying and its warlocks would be given death and the pureborn would be judged. He had seen enough bullshit about pure blood supremacy in Harry Potter and knew that they could not be normally treated. The Merchant Guild, 13, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, and the Ancient Guild of Spicers will be dealt with too. Let's go Dobby. He and Dobby went to Karth through the Anywhere door. It was morning and various activities had just started. Shops were slowly opening. He had told Dobby to go and deal with the pureborns in the Hall of Thousand Thrones while he deals with the House of Undying. You can see Karth and House of Undying on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. He calmly walked the streets. It was a really colorful city if one were to ignore all the darkness hidden in there. After I'm done, this will really become the most colorful city. The House of Undying was really a creepy place. There were no other buildings near it. The main building also looked like a crumbling stone ruin. He walked to the door and knocked on it. A wraith-like man came out. His lips were blue due to drinking the shade of the evening. I am Alexander Stark from Westeros. I want to meet the Undying Ones. He straightforwardly stated. You must drink the shade of the evening before entering, so you may hear and see the truth. He said and gave him a glass. Why would they ignore the request of a big lord from Westeros? Oh really, I'm pretty sure this is a hallucinogen, he thought. He took the glass and acted like drinking it. In reality, all the shade of the evening was being sent to his pocket dimension. Then he used slight magic to turn his lips blue. Follow me, the wraith said and led him in. Alexander quickly checked his sins. Piat pre-category 3. Murder 3788. Blood sacrifice 98, all children. Dark rituals 286. Sin percentage 70%. He's borderline 4th category. He's not even one of the Undying Ones. How many sins would they have committed, he thought and turned serious. Piat took him somewhere deep underground and stopped in front of a big black door. He signaled to him to go inside. Alexander calmly opened the door and went inside. It was a big dark hall. In the middle was a table around which 10 men sat. They all looked even uglier than Darth Sidious. Their bodies were bluish too. He quickly looked at their sins and sure enough, all of them were category 4. Some were just a few decimal points away from category 5. They all were hundreds of years old. The magic they used to prolong their life involved slowly taking out blood from children and drinking it with the shade of the evening. They had killed /8,000s of child slaves which they bought from the slavers' bay. Easy to say, just dying was too little of a punishment for them. Alexander decided to stop acting like a respectful lord and start acting like the god's advocate. He waved his hand and a nice golden throne materialized on the empty side of the table. He calmly walked up to it and sat down. Why you are like us? I can feel your power. Such magic. I want it. One of them screeched. Don't you dare to consider me like you. I don't kill babies to get stronger. Alexander angrily spoke. He waved his hand and the metal chair the ugly man was sitting on, transfigured. The chair now had various tight cuffs and buckles holding him. Not just him but every other Undying one. I'll start with you. I don't even want to look in your mind. I know it's as filthy as Morgan Le Fay's, if not more. Then the man's body started burning. But every time his body burnt, it also healed up. It was Alexander's way of torturing him physically. The man was also going through time torture in his brain. He was not burning there too but also getting stabbed by each person he killed. He went through 500 years of torture in his mind while in the real world, his body burned for an hour. The other warlocks were trying to free themselves but couldn't. They tried to use various kinds of magic but nothing helped. This is the doom of the House of Undying. The cult that you have created over the dead bodies of an unquantifiable number of people will end today. Ha ha ha. We warlocks are spread all around the world. You cannot end us by just killing the 10 of us. They will come after you and your family. You have doomed your own house, Alexander Stark. One of them said. Then I'll kill you all. As his words fell, they all started to burn and go through 500 years of time torture. Oxio Suprema Warlocks, he silently chanted. One by one, about 2,300 warlocks popped into that room. The moment they appeared their bodies became paralyzed. Alexander checked all of them for their sins and they all deserved death. Their whole cult was based on dark magic. He didn't even feel like using them like what he did with Lucius in the past world. He already had the purest brings, elves. To help him. He gave them the same punishment. May God not have mercy on your souls, he said and left the room to see what secrets the building held. He wanted to see the rooms that showed the visions. He was not disappointed. There were runes inscribed on the floor. He also felt that there was something mixed in the air. Then the visions started to kick in. Vision 1, Olivia, look at our sons. They helped me make the medicine and save you. The world loves them. Alexander happily said, sitting on a sofa with an old woman in his arms. TV showed his sons giving an interview. Yes, Alex. They are the best thing to ever happen to us, she replied and gave his old wrinkled face a gentle kiss. But there were tears in Alexander's eyes. Then suddenly everything turned white. Vision 2, I am. Inevitable, he only heard a heavy voice and the vision changed again. Vision 3, what's your name, son? Alexander inquired. A small, malnourished blonde boy replied, Stephen Grant Rogers, sir. Vision 4, it showed him being stuck in a death loop. The area around him was all black and whenever he RESP his body would painfully disfigure and die. The process repeated for hundreds of times before the vision ended. Vision 5, ah, we missed you so much all these years, Grandpa. Hermione cried with Edward standing behind her. Vision 6, it showed him in a castle made of ice. The people living in it all looked as white as ice. There were some kids too. They all looked sad and weak. Vision 7, and I am. Iron M. He could only hear that much before he felt something trying to break into his mind. He fought the invasion. He shielded his mind to 100% and looked around for the source of the invasion. After a while of searching, he finally found it. It was a tree. A tree with consciousness. He used his eye of judgment on it. The ancient tree of death category 5. Murder by sucking up the life force while showing visions 1,876,989. Sin percentage 97%. This is pure evil. Demonic. No wonder, not many people come out of the House of Undying alive. I must kill this thing. He used his eye powers to erase it. The golden flames came out of his eyes and attached themselves to the tree. The tree started making shrieking noises before turning into nothingness. Not even ashes remained. Once the tree was gone, he felt that the strange air particles in the air were gone too. What were those visions? Olivia didn't get cancer? Hermione and Edward. Damn it, I should not think about them. Prophecies and visions can never be trusted, he reprimanded himself and walked away to search other places. In most of the places, he didn't find anything and kept on searching. Finally, he came to a large hall that looked like a sacrificial ceremony place. But the room was empty. He carefully looked around and found a secret door behind a big portrait. He opened it and went inside. There were some traps as well but nothing he couldn't handle. The stairs led further down and in the end, he found 2 doors. He went into one and found a lot of gold, jades, and other valuables. Then he walked into the other room. The horrors he saw in the room made his scalp numb. He felt sweat dripping from his temples. Then his mouth left a long sigh. A long sigh filled with rage, exhaustion, and sorrow. How can one human do this to another, to children? He questioned himself. In front of him were hundreds of small cages. In them were nearly 1,000 children. From toddlers to little babies. They were tightly overpacked in each cage. What made it worse was that there was no noise. He didn't know if they were fed something, so he looked into one's memory. The child was so scared when he was brought here, and when he was locked in the cage. He had given up on the will to live. He had accepted that no good thing could come. He was the son of a slave woman. He remembered the face of his mother before he was separated from her and sold. All the children in the room were brought there a week ago and had not been fed anything. Many were on the brink of death. Alexander quickly cast wide area healing spells with 100% of his divine magic. He also conjured thousands of godroids and made them tend to each child. Feed them potions. Be it rejuvenation or blood replenishing. Maybe. This world really is beyond retribution. I should just end everything and leave, he thought in self-doubt. But then he suddenly remembered the smiling faces of little Rena, Alexandra, John, Eric, and many more good people. I cannot do that. If I did, then I'd be even worse than the demons. But I must quicken my efforts, he said to himself. Barry, come out. Help the children here. He called him out. Barry didn't come alone though. He brought 13 other phoenixes with him. They all flew around, dropping tears in some children's mouths and singing something to lighten the tension. Oh. Alexander heard the first wail of a child since he entered the room. Then he suddenly remembered something. He quickly apparat to the room where all the warlocks were still burning. He increased their time torture to 10,000 years. He then returned to the children. Many had started to look around in confusion. Alexander cast a cheering charm and gently spoke to them all. My children, don't be afraid anymore. I've come to save you all. The bad people who brought you here have already been caught and punished. I am Alexander Stark. You all can call me Grandpa. I will take care of you all. You can play, eat, and sleep all you want in my place. Then he opened the anywhere door which led straight to the biggest orphanage in the 7 kingdoms. It could house 5,000 children. Thousands of nanny bots worked around the clock there to help them. Once they settle down, they will be given lessons too. Children looked at the magical door in amusement. Alexander waved his hand and each kid had a lollipop in their hand. "Follow me, kiddies," he warmly said and entered the door. On the other side, Rina was playing with some orphan kids in the yard of the orphanage when the magical door suddenly opened. She looked curiously at it but didn't go near it. Then Alexander came out of it, followed by 1078 kids. "Yay! So many new friends," Rina loudly gasped, making Alexander chuckle. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 71. Lion on move. After he was done with settling the children down and telling Alina to oversee the situation, he returned to the House of Undying. He walked outside the building and cast a powerful fiend fire. He burnt the building right to the ashes. He also noticed that the empty area around the now burnt House of Undying had again started to grow small plants. Maybe, it was that ancient tree of death, sucking out the life off the earth around it. Alexander helped the plants grow and turned the area into a small jungle. This was by far the worst experience Alexander had gone through since he arrived in the world. He was now wondering, if Karth was this bad then what about other places? "Boss, I'm done with the pureborns. Most of them were involved in slavery. I had to kill them. The remaining were obliviated. However, I also found a man who was trying to start a revolution and take over the city. I read his mind, he wanted to banish slavery." Dobby reported him. "What's his name?" Alexander asked. "Francisco, he's not from here," Dobby answered. "All right, let's go and meet the guy. After that, we'll deal with the merchant guilds." They operate to the Hall of Thousand Thrones. Dobby took him to a young man, probably in his 20s. "So, you are the man Dobby talked about. Why do you want to free the city?" he asked. "Because I saw injustice happen here. From where I am from, we are told to rise up to help those in need," Francisco solemnly replied. "Noble ideals you have there. Where are you from?" "I am from Carcassa, it is located on the southeastern shore of the hidden sea within the mountains of the Morn," Francisco answered. "Oh, so you're from the further east. I've heard that your ruler is a sorcerer lord claiming to be the 69th Yellow Emperor of Yeti. Is that real?" "Yes, he is a sorcerer, but not like the warlocks or ones in Asai. He calls himself a light sorcerer. He cares for all his people too." "Enough about me, what are you going to do with Karth now?" he questioned. "Well, we've taken the city. I've destroyed the House of Undying. Pureborns are gone. I am going to banish slavery. No king or prince will sit here. A governor appointed by me will run the city, by my orders," Alexander briefly answered. "If what you say is true, then I have nothing to worry about. Your name is quite famous, Lord Stark. The oppressed people of Karth quite admire the way you treat non-nobility in your kingdom," Francisco praised. "Ha ha ha. Stop flattering me now, kid. What will you do now? Wanna join me in organizing this city?" Alexander asked. "No, I and my friends would rather go somewhere else where we can help people. My work here is already done. Thanks to you." He gave a slight bow. "Good, take this coin. If someday, you are in need of help, show it to a northern naval soldier or merchant. They will help and even bring you to me if need be. I wish you good luck." Alexander handed him a dark silver coin. Francisco put the coin safely in his pocket and left the hall to his next destination. It took him another day to fully consolidate his hold on the city. He let the news out that Alexander Stark had taken over the city. When 13, Tourmaline Brotherhood, the ancient guild of spicers, and the sorrowful men found out about it, they revolted. Though their revolt only lasted a few minutes before Alexander mind-swept them all and separated them. Those that were in late stage 3 were dealt with. Those that were in category 2 or very early 3 were given 100 years of time torture and lessons on how to be a good addition to society. Among these groups, sorrowful men were the worst. They were an ancient guild of assassins. Before killing their targets they would say, "I am so sorry." They took contracts to kill anyone they were asked for. Their end was the same as the House of Undying. The 3 merchant guilds though, after the time torture, they all became better. Alexander dissolved their groups and included them in the Northern Merchant Guild. They all were also made to sign a binding contract to never deal with slaves. Then he announced that the Karth was now in overseas territory of House Stark of Winterfell. His fleet that was stationed there was named the Liberation Fleet. He also placed an additional 4 Yamato warships there to keep Jade Gates secure. Slavery was also abolished from there and punishment for trading slaves was death. As he also controlled the Jade Gates he could also stop other slavers from selling people to further east, in Yeti, Asai and Shadowlands. He was also going to deal with the Slavers' Bay soon enough. For now, the port city of Karth was being called the 10th free city of Essos. Though he knew that the other free cities were free only in name. They also practiced slavery secretly. So, how's everything? What is the reaction of common people? He asked Dobby. They are taking this pretty easily. They are a bit shocked at how you took over without spilling blood. There were some voices calling for revolt, but they were obliviated. We are encouraging free trade now. Hopefully, things will return to normal in a week. He replied. Nice, I want you to keep an eye on the reaction of the lords of Westeros. In the meantime, I'll check out Yeti, Asai and the legendary Stagi, Haunted Corpse City. Maybe, I'll trigger some big memories there. You will, I cannot tell you much but you will find about your past in this world. If you visit Valeria after all that, you'll completely know about your past. This is as much I can tell, Dobby informed. Alexander nodded, this is helpful. I really want to know, why the world is still so messed up. The news traveled fast, at least with the weekly newspaper that the North publishes. The newspaper was called, The Planetos, it was widely circulated around Westeros and some parts of Essos. It usually had all the weekly news that happened around the world. The world found out about the recent successful conquest of Alexander Stark. Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister sat in his workroom with his two brothers. Reading the newspaper. I can smell big ambitions from this man. Taking over Karth with such ease, Tywin spoke. What does he want? He's already the strongest in terms of everything. Does he want the Iron Throne? Kevin interjected. Haha. You won't understand what he just did if you haven't sailed the seas. You have no idea how hard it is to take over Karth. They are very strong and don't forget their warlocks either. But by far the biggest thing is Jade Gates. Now, Starks will control the trade throughout the world and will make more money than we can imagine. Though I'm happy that he abolished slavery. Jerian spoke in his always happy face. Yes, you are right, Jerian. North was already impenetrable with all their defenses. Now they are invincible. If someone attacks them, they can simply destroy their trade. We must do something. The lion must make a move. Tywin said, not letting much out. I hope you won't do something that will regret, Jerian straightforwardly said. And I don't need advice from the family joker, Tywin coldly retorted. Son's pair, Dorne. Still don't want to talk to Lord Stark? It's probably only him who can help us get justice. Don't forget how angry he had gotten with Robert in the throne room that day. Oberyn persuaded his brother. Now he has reconciled with the usurper, Doran replied. Seriously, even I can see that what Lord Stark did was to save the realm from Lannisters. You weren't the one who talked to Rena. That little girl told me some things about Lord Stark. He's a man of honor and justice. He's a man who if sees something bad happening, would jump to help without thinking twice, and now, all of Westeros fear him. Oberyn retorted. What he heard from Rena, about Alexander taking in hundreds of orphans and sheltering them, made him see Alexander in another light. Still, we should wait longer. I don't want to cause our demise due to some foolish decision, Doran calmly responded. When? When will that Dornish blood boil? How long will Elias murderers roam freely? You should be ashamed of calling yourself her brother, Oberyn angrily yelled and left. He had enough of it. The newspapers had reported multiple times about more crimes being committed by Gregor Clegane and Amory Lorch. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 72. Memories from Asai. Anywhere door was a very convenient gadget. Alexander went to Asai through it. The city was extremely big with big building structures. He couldn't imagine how it was created. The buildings had a deep black color and seemed to absorb the little light that fell on the city. But the surrounding air spoke about the nature of the city. Depressing and dark. Most of the streets were always empty and those people that he saw also covered their bodies. The sky above was so black that it allowed close to no sunlight inside the city. He wondered what might have caused it. Even the river flowing through the land was poisonous. He calmly walked the streets, judging anyone he saw. Till now, he hadn't been able to find someone below Category 3. He then became invisible and started investigating. The city allowed anything and everything, from dark to evil practices. Worshipping of any god. He surprisingly found that the biggest temple in the city was dedicated to him, All-Father, so he thought about checking it out. Inside, he found so many sculptures of himself that it gave him a headache. But by far the strangest and the biggest of them was at the end of the hall. It had various small sculptures kneeling in front of him. The small ones were not just humans either. Weird humanoid beings were there. Including White Walkers. Then he felt it, inside his head. Like a lock being opened. A lot of information rushed into his brain. Memory. 15,000 years ago. There was another red-colored moon in the sky, it was smaller than the other, normal one. Where he stood looked like Asai, but not black or dark. It looked like a flourishing city, a city that he made after advancing people from cave-dwelling barbarians to current knowledgeable society. But then, the red moon started to fall. Having no other way of saving people, Alexander used his powers to the fullest. He flew to the sky and used the strongest blasting curse to obliterate the moon. But sadly, he didn't know that it was filled with strange black liquid. Feeling the dangerous black substance falling on Earth, he quickly evacuated as many people as he could. Most of the part of the falling moon had gone away from Earth, though still in orbit, a lot of its dark liquid fell on Earth. Mainly the Shadowlands. Wherever it fell, the black liquid integrated itself with the object. The ancient city of Asai turned black. The grounds around it turned black. The river became poisoned. The sky above it turned black and some people died. Another large part of the liquid fell on the cursed island, west of Westeros. The whole island turned black due to it and created mutations in the aboriginal human tribes and animals. It also created various dangerous diseases. Due to some reasons, the island started to have extreme storms in a radius of thousands of miles around it, making the island inaccessible. Another small part of it fell in Sotho Rios, on an abandoned city. The city also turned black and poisonous. The tribes living around it mutated to mindless cannibal beings. Animals became more dangerous and diseases filled the land. Some broken parts of the moon also fell in various parts of the world. The moon rocks were red and had red dust at the beginning, but due to falling through the atmosphere, it turned black and harder. A huge part of it fell in Westeros, mainly Old Town. The black rock on which the high tower was built was that moon rock. To not create more destruction, he used magic to put down most of the big meteorites gently. The craziest part happened after that event. The event created dragons. Yes, for some reason, the moon in the sky was filled with dragon eggs. Later, when the eggs hatched, many people started to feel magic. That was how magic came into that world. It was somehow connected to dragons or maybe the moon. Those dragons that hatched in the north became ice dragons and due to harsher climate were bigger and more ferocious, they spit blue cold flames. The ones in the south were normal dragons with red-hot flames. The seasons on the planet also started to become uneven since then. All this happened even before the Empire of Dawn was made. Seeing that he caused so much damage to the world albeit unknowingly, he dedicated the next few thousand years to making new cities and making humans prosper. He then finally took over a large region and officially created the Empire of Dawn. Alexander didn't know that he was in the world of Game of Thrones at that time. To him, he was in some random fantasy world. Memory ends. Holy, this explains so much. For example, no real clue of how the dragons came to be. No clue about how the Shadowlands became Shadowlands. The red comet that appears in the sky is also probably some debris from the obliterated moon still somewhere around the planet. But why was the moon filled with dragon eggs? Alexander found some answers but also got a bit more confused. He looked at his big sculpture. He still didn't get any clue about why so many different species were portrayed as kneeling to him. Father sure made all this interesting. But let's get to business. I need to purify this land. I don't know if I can remove that black liquid from the surroundings though. He started remembering things to small details. Things that he did to purify the land in the past. In the end, he concluded that he had tried everything he could come up with right now. Arg, what should I do? He scratched his head in frustration. Wait. What if I do the same thing I did with Horcruxes? I put the whole Shadowlands in my space pocket for a split second. But to not kill the people, I'll have to put the Shadowlands on an uninhabited planet in my solar system. Yes, this sounds nice. He loudly talked to himself. He flew high in the air, even above the black clouds. When he was in clear sky, he threw a wide area confusion charm and quickly put the whole Shadowlands in his space pocket. In a split second, it appeared again. But this time, without black clouds stopping the sunlight. The ground became a normal sandy color and the river became normal too. But the buildings were still black. So, Alexander just painted them all white. Now, it looked like some awesome Greek-styled fantasy city. He looked around for people and surprisingly some had vanished. He guessed that they probably got purified too. But there was one thing he hadn't thought about. His actions had caused a tsunami in the Jade Sea. He had to work a lot more to bring things back to normal. Haha. And now I have another city under me. It's pure too. Most of the slaves have been left masterless as their masters got purified. I should bring Dobby to organize this, he said to himself. Boss, I've assigned Godroids to the whole city. 10,000 more of them were sent out to survey the whole of Shadowlands. If everything turns out right, I suggest we turn all the unused land into farmland. The weather in this area is perfect for various kinds of fruits and crops. Dobby suggested. Nice, then let's do that. I think that we're going to have a population boom in the world after all the changes I am making. So we should start preparing the food. Also, appoint a governor here and produce another fleet of 250 ships with mecha maker. With this final fleet, we'll have the whole world covered. Alexander instructed. But what about, east of Essos and west of West Eros? Also, Sothorios and Ulthos? Dobby asked. Well, I know what's west of West Eros. There's a crazy reverse storm there. If you somehow cross that storm then you'll come out into the sunrise seas, which leads to right here. Sothorios is probably a huge continent with various mysteries, which I'll uncover later. Ulthos is the same as Sothorios. Also, I think that Sothorios and Ulthos are connected. At least that's what it looked like from space, Alexander answered. Okay, boss. Where are you going next? Dobby asked. UTI, but first. I'm going back to teach Rena archery. She must already be angry at me. He said with a wide smile on his face. He took out the anywhere door and crossed it. On the other side, he found his precious little Rena watching Tom and Jerry with other children in the Starks' living room. Rena, I am back, he loudly said. Rena's ears stood up as soon as she heard his voice. She looked towards him with a very excited face and nearly jumped towards him. But then she remembered that she was angry at him. I am not talking to Grandpa, she pouted and puffed her chubby cheeks. Oh, but why? Alexander asked, shedding some fake tears. You promised to teach me how to use a bow. But you never came, she replied. Ah. My sweetie. I am sorry. How about I make it up to you? I'll take you with me the next time I go away. We'll travel to the far eastern kingdom of Eti. Alexander suggested. Why? Really? She exclaimed with stars shining in her eyes. Yes, Grandpa promise. He gave her his pinky finger and made the kid's version of the unbreakable vow. Then he suddenly caught her and tickled her. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa. Ha ha ha. I will tickle you too. She started trying to tickle him but instead pulled his beard. They played for the next hour or so with other kids too. Little John was the quick one and Alexandra was the cheerful one. She would laugh at nearly anything. Eric was more of a calm boy but still naughty. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 73. Memories from the Dawn Part 1. The next day, Alexander brought little Rena with him to Eti. She was greatly excited to see a new kingdom. They crossed the anywhere door while being invisible. When they came out on the other side, they were greeted by a flourishing market. So many people were walking the streets. Many were wearing straw hats. The building and scenery looked like he was in some mythical ancient Chinese world. Tall pagoda-like buildings were everywhere. The people also looked a bit like Eastern Asians and they wore clothes like in ancient China. He flew around with Rena in his arms, looking around the cities. He was surprised by the sheer scale of the cities in Eti. There were so many of them and all were of the same or bigger size than Norgold. The palace of the God Emperor was also bigger than the whole King's Landing. But each city he visited, he also found his temples. They were crowded with people too. And all of them were similar to the ones in Asai. Why do people in the East worship me so much, he thought to himself. Then, once again, he had a memory resurface. This was a lot bigger than the last one. Memory. After what happened in Asai, he created the Empire of Dawn and then trained a boy to become its emperor. At that time, the city was inhabited by nearly the majority of the world's population. But not all of them lived there. Some chose to go to the now dark Asai to practice magic as the magic was stronger there. Maybe due to that strange liquid, in later years, many types of magic came into existence. Blood magic, necromancy. Due to prolonged exposure to that dark city and weird magic, some humans mutated into weird creatures. For example, bloodless men, winged men, etc. The city had turned into a hub for dark magic. That is the only kind of magic that was in the world. Alexander didn't stop them from practicing it but he put strict rules. Like no innocent person should be hurt because of magic and that no child should be hurt either. All the sorcerers accepted his words. Why wouldn't they? They worshipped him as their supreme god. Even more so after he made the Empire of Dawn. The emperor that Alexander had installed in the empire was also hailed as the god on earth or the son of all father. Alexander gave the emperor enough elixirs for him to live for thousands of years. Things went well for a long time under him. The human population started to heavily expand to other parts of the world. A large group of the humans migrated from the Empire of Dawn and headed to the southwestern part of the Essos. They called themselves the First Men after they crossed the Arm of Dorn and ventured into West Eros. Another big group headed to the northwestern part of the Essos and settled there. They developed their own simplified writing scripts derived from the Kingdom of Dawn. They called themselves Andals. Later another large group of people traveled west and settled around the banks of the river Rhône. They became river-faring people. Then another large group went to the Midwest and established the Dothraki Seas. But this time they weren't murdering bandits. They were still wild and crazy but also a little bit civilized. They didn't hurt women and children and the elderly, they offered them to join them. They still steal though. They also started a practice of electing a king among themselves by Kalasar fighting each other in 1v1. All these people combined, created the population of Essos. Many new cities were created and many fell. The population increased rapidly. But still, there was one thing very common among all these people. They worshipped Alexander as the supreme god. Many of them had made up new gods for themselves like the seven or the old gods, but still, they all acknowledged the fact that the All-Father was one above all. Hence in every temple or September, they made for a god, there would be a place to worship him too. They made big statues of Alexander and they were very accurate as well. Long hair and beard with loose robes. A book in one hand and a great sword in the other. They worshipped him as the supreme god of creation and destruction and also believed that the other gods were also his creation, but they refrained from openly praying to him as they believed that Alexander was too holy and should not be disturbed for petty wishes. Rather, they prayed to smaller gods in the hope that their words would reach the one above all. Another reason for that practice was that there were many records of the Supreme One descending to the world when a worshipper worshipped directly when they were in a dire need of help, for example in mortal danger. There were also records of Supreme One punishing the evil men who wished evil things from him. Over time, many new names were given to him, but the one that circulated the most was All-Father. Everything was going well until the god on earth, Emperor of Dawn died. For some next generations, his descendants rightfully ruled the empire, but each new rule lasted less than before and brought more turmoil. Then Amethyst Empress was murdered by the Bloodstone Emperor. He then began a reign of terror and slavery on the people. He started practicing dark arts and necromancy, took a tiger woman, mutated girl, for his bride, feasted on human flesh and cast down the gods of Uti, Alexander, to worship a black stone fallen from the sky, a part of the moon that Alexander destroyed. The event was later called blood betrayal, in the annals of the further east. Then, the long night came. Back then, Essos was connected to the north, aka the land of always winter. It connected with the cold ice desert called Grey Waste in Essos. The others/White Walkers were very strong. Even though they numbered less, as they marched closer, the world got colder. You can see full theorized map of Planetos on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. The cold spread throughout Essos. Mothers died in their sleep while hiding their babies in their arms. The Bloodstone Emperor soon died of unknown reasons with his wife. The empire fell into a panic. The remaining descendants of the god on earth fought each other for the throne with backstabbing, treachery. Playing their games for the throne even in that dire situation. The common people, the nobles, the intelligent beasts. All started to pray to the Supreme One. To come and save them from the long night. Alexander was exploring Sothorios at the time, but he did feel their prayers and responded. Alexander came down from the sky engulfed in a majestic fire shaped like a phoenix. When he touched the ground all the cold in the kingdom vanished. The people knelt on the ground and chanted prayers. Various beautiful songs from strange birds filled the sky. That moment was later described as the rise of the sun in some holy scriptures of the Uti. O Supreme One! Please save us, some old man shouted. Mercy! 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 They chanted. There were about 1 million people and their shouting made the ground shake. Alexander raised his hand for all of them to stop. All of you have suffered enough. After saying that, he cast a wide area healing spell. All the people suddenly started to feel better. Those who were shivering in the cold stopped shivering. Children who had stopped crying due to a lack of energy started to cry again. Everyone realized that it was doing of the God King. It was a blessing directly given to them. Tell me who is the strongest, the most righteous and intelligent fighter among you? He asked. The people looked confused for a while, but then an old man looked up from his kneeling position. O Supreme One! There's only one boy with the qualities you speak of, he is known as Arthur Dane. He is the first sword of the Empire. Arthur Dane, come forward, he ordered. A 6 feet tall boy about 25 years old, dark hair with violet eyes and fair skin came running to him and kneeled. Stand up, child, I grant this great sword called Dawn to you. You will wield it and lead the fighters to fight the long night. From now on, you will be called Arthur Dane, the sword of the morning. You are the hero, the Azor Aha. Arthur took the sword and kneeled on the ground once again with his sword pointed into the ground and both his hands on its hilt. Alexander then put his palm on Arthur's head. You have my blessings. As he said those words, the sword started burning with red fire. All the people around gasped and once again started chanting prayers in the name of their new hero. All of you must be hungry. He waved his hands and a huge wooden pot filled with stew appeared near him. With another wave, a huge basket filled with bread appeared. Another wave and a wooden plate appeared in the hands of every person there. Considering that there were about 1,000,000 people there, he made many more huge pots and baskets appear at every 100-meter distance. As long as the long night is here, you will get stew and bread from that basket and pot. Each of you is allowed to eat 3 times a day. The day the long night will be defeated, the basket, the pot, and all the plates will disappear along with me. From that day onwards, you will work hard and build the city once again and start a new life. The granaries will be filled to their limit when I leave. It's on you how you use it. However, fear not, I am not abandoning you. I'll always be watching, I am everywhere. Arthur, tell the soldiers to maintain public order and then come to me at the border of the Grey Waste. He ordered. Yes, Supreme One. I will fulfill the command, Arthur stiffly replied. Alexander left the place and went to the Grey Waste. Sigh. If I knew that those icemen would do this, I would have helped them sooner. Alexander said to himself. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 74. Memories from the Dawn Part 2. A day later, Arthur reached the border of the Grey Waste. Supra. Just call me All-Father, that would be more practical. I watch over you, protect you, and sometimes even feed you like any child's father. Alexander interrupted. Arthur stayed silent for a while thinking what he just heard, and indeed, Supreme One was more like a father to all the people, who always watched over them, and honestly, he also liked calling him All-Father than Supreme One or God King. Yes, All-Father. Good, now we will go and talk with the leader of those icemen. We must hear their side of the story, but before that, we must create a nice defensive line. Alexander suggested. He started waving his hand like in an orchestra, and blackish stones started to come out of the ground and slowly assembled themselves into giant fortresses. It looked powerful and scary with its black color. I have created 5 fortresses like these between the Bleeding Sea and the Mountains of the Morn. Each fortress can house 10,000 men. They are standing at the only entrance to the Empire of Dawn and the Grey Waste, so this should be enough. Now let's go and meet them. Suddenly, Alexander flew into the sky, and Arthur was also being pulled. His expressions changed from surprise to panic and finally excitement. Every man dreams of flying in the air like birds, but no one could do it. Except for those winged men. They flew so fast that the world around them passed in a blur. It only took them 5 seconds to reach the marching army of the Icemen, aka the others or White Walkers. Alexander came down to the ground like thunder, surprising everyone. The army of the Icemen was surprisingly more full of animals than their supposed masters. The humanoid Icemen hastily got off the backs of their steeds and kneeled. They looked much different from what they looked on the TV show. They had plain white skin and white hair. No one could say that they weren't humans if not for the extreme cold aura their bodies emitted. God King, thank you for blessing us with your presence, the one with a lion face said. In their culture, Alexander was called God King. The Iceman had the body of a human but the head of a lion. Possibly a victim of some blood magic. Alexander knew how the others/White Walkers came into being. Their creation was a tragedy and their lives were even more of a tragedy. In the beginning, they were just normal humans living in the cold north, but the appearance of magic mutated them. What is your name? Alexander asked. They call me the Lion of the Night, but my real name is Hagar, he answered. Okay Hagar, tell me, why are you marching your armies to the land of summer? Do you know how many people have died because of this? Alexander questioned in anger. Hagar shivered in fear but managed to speak. Please forgive me God King, but I had no intention of hurting anyone. We are just looking for dragons. It's our curse that wherever we go the cold follows. Hagar honestly answered. Why are you looking for dragons? He inquired. Because we have no other choice. Survival in the frozen land has become very hard for us now. The ice dragons hunt us like we are ants. We tried many times to tame them or kill them but they were too strong. The biggest one that I have seen was 100 meters long. Our only hope to fight them is if we can get some dragons from here and use them. Hagar answered. How many of you are left there? 400 men including 200 of us here and an additional 200 sent to the other side where the south and north connects. We have more than 2,000 women and 300 children. As we cannot biologically reproduce, we take orphaned newborn children from the south and give them a new family. The men's numbers are less than women's because only us men go to fight the dragons. Alexander felt pity for them. They were a species on the brink of extinction. All they wanted was dragons but were misunderstood as demons sent by angry gods. The dragons came to the world because of him, so he decided to help them. Okay Hagar, if I make the ice dragons disappear, then would you go back? Yes. Yes, we will happily go back, God King. Hagar excitedly said. In his eyes, if God King deals with the dragons himself, then more of his people would not need to die. Okay, go back then, by the time you will reach the frozen land I'd have already dealt with the dragons. I will see you in your city then. You should also call off the men you sent to the other bridge between north and south in the west. Sorry God King, but we do not have the means to communicate with them. They have been gone for a year now and we expected them to take at least 3 years to reach their destination. Hagar added. Okay, you send your fastest men to tell them to stop their strike. They will hopefully be able to stop them before anything bad happens. Yes, I will do it right away, God King. All-Father, what will happen now? Arthur asked, seeing that the ice demons or ice men were dealt without any fight. Now you go back and manage the city and get things back on track and, after that, leave for the west. They might need your help. Alexander ordered and then flew back to the 5 fortresses with Arthur. Man these fortresses, these can be great defenses even if it's not the ice men attacking. He suggested. I'll send men here as soon as possible, All-Father, Arthur answered. All right, I must leave now. Good luck with your future fights. He flew away. Arthur just stayed there for a while, kneeling in a knightly pose. Even though they didn't have knighthood in Essos, he still felt like doing that. Unknown to Alexander, all he did that day would be remembered for a long, long time. The faith of the people in the Supreme One, the God King, the All-Father would grow even more. After that, Alexander defeated all the ice dragons in the north and sent them to Drachium to learn how to be a good dragon. Then he went deep into the north, to the city of Frozen Winter. The seat of the King of Icemen. To call their lives harsh was an understatement. They were simple beings with immense power. They ate whatever grew in the icy lands. The only reason they never attacked the south was because their bodies needed the cold to survive. Alexander then went to meet with Hagar. I have dealt with the ice dragons. They will never trouble you again. In fact, I can help you. I will open a big shop in your city. It will be run by a magical golem. You will be able to buy nearly anything from there. Food, clothes, modified seeds that could grow in winter, books. You can pay for all of them with any valuable thing you can find. Things like gold, diamond, jades, beautiful stones, or you can also barter the things you make. You can barter extra crops for something else or some craft you made. This will make your life better here, Alexander offered. Hagar and his associates all kneeled on the ground. Thank you. Thank you, God King. They all said. Alexander walked to Hagar and caressed his furry lion head. As soon as he touched him, the bodies of every iceman got covered in white light. You have my blessings, child. As long as you all stay good and away from corruption, you will have the ability to procreate. But the day you lose your way and start following the path of greed, you will lose it again, Alexander blessed and warned them. We will cherish this opportunity you have bestowed upon us, God King, Hagar sternly replied. Haha. Good. I shall go now. Take care, children, Alexander said and rose up in the air. While flying back to Essos, Alexander made the bridge between Essos and North start melting slowly. In a few thousand years, it would fully vanish. In Westeros, due to a losing fight with the First Men, the Children of the Forest enslaved the powerful team of Icemen that went on the search for dragons. But the Children of the Forest were as foolish as their names. They and the First Men signed a treaty to stop the war. But then the children forgot about the enslaved Icemen. When they broke free from the control of the Children of the Forest, they attacked them. Men died like flies under their ice spears. They were angry, enraged that someone tried to take away their freedom. But thankfully Arthur reached in time and fought their leader with his burning sword. Soon the messenger from the Lion of the Night, Hagar, also arrived and told the Icemen about what happened in Essos. In the beginning, the leader looked skeptical but soon felt elated because Arthur also explained to him about the happenings. They were still angry at the Children of the Forest though, and as a punishment, they were to be confined into the inner forests for the rest of their lives. The First Men and Icemen/White Walkers came into an agreement that a big wall would be constructed, which would define the boundary between their land of Icemen and the land of the Summer Men. But it was not possible to make the wall and keep it from falling down. Hence Arthur suggested that they should pray to All-Father. All the kings of Westeros, Bran the Builder and the Icemen prayed to their supreme god for 3 whole days without stopping. And sure enough, Alexander appeared like a burst of lightning. They all kneeled in worship. Unlike Arthur, for the First Men and the Icemen, it was their first time meeting him. I know why you have called me, what is your name, child? He asked the leader of the Icemen. It's Rojak, God King, he replied. Okay, you start making the wall and I'll enchant it so that it may stand tall for the thousands of years to come. I'll get to it right away. Rojak rushed to work. Brandon Stark, or as the others call you, Bran the Builder. I want you to start making the castles with the help of giants and the Children of the Forest. A new order will be created to man the wall. The Order of the Night's Watch. These men will wear black, they will hold no land or castle, they shall not marry and father children. They shall always be loyal to their order, and the deserters or oath breakers will be brought to justice according to the northern laws. He decreed. All the local kings felt pressured by his mere presence. Why yes, we will follow your command, God King Brandon stuttered. For the next several years, the Icemen built the wall and the first men built the castles. Every once in a while, Alexander would come to enchant the wall. On the other hand, Arthur Dane decided to travel a bit before settling down somewhere in Dorne. Memory end. Holy moly! I've done so many things in all these years. I basically created this world. But there is more to this. I feel like this memory is not complete. Why would the Icemen attack again? He loudly said, there was so much to be answered. Who are you talking to, Grandpa? Rena asked, sitting in front of him and eating some rice balls from a shop in Yeti. Haha, nothing my sweetie, what does it taste like? Alexander asked and quickly took a bite from the rice ball still in her hands. Rena looked shocked, looking at him and the big missing chunk of the rice ball. Not fair, that was mine, Grandpa. It was so tasty, she pouted. Ha ha ha, then I'll buy you a mountain of rice balls. Come, let's go and buy some more for others and you. Alexander gave her his hand to hold. Yes, we'll buy it for everyone. John, Eric and Axandra are small so only one for them. Uncle Brandon will need 100 and. And she started mumbling and counting on her little fingers. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. You can see the image of the wall on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortalNovel. 75. Weird Merchant. The Planetos. Headline: The Old Wolf takes over Asai. It had been just a week since the world found out about the Starks of Winterfell striking and taking over Karth. Now, a recent report says that the Asai by the Shadow was also attacked and taken over. Now the wolves control the Jade Sea, as well as Jade Gates. It is yet to be seen what the Starks are really planning on doing. The good news is that because of the recent actions of Lord Stark, the slave trade has lessened. Now, we should keep our eyes open to see where the old wolf strikes next. By Maester Peter Parker. Sir Willem Derry put down the newspaper and looked at the little Dany. She was now 1 year old and able to slowly walk. The old man Ragnarok was a blessing in disguise. He never harmed her, but showered her with love. They also didn't have to worry about money or safety anymore because of him. Daenerys was happily playing with her dozens of plushy toys on the carpet. Ragnarok sat beside her and occasionally laughed. "Gapa," Dany said while giving the small dragon toy to Ragnarok. "Haha. Yes. Just a little more and you'll be able to say Grandpa," he happily said and took the toy. He was very happy when the first word she spoke was to call him. Haha. Alexander would be surprised when she suddenly calls him Grandpa. In their first meeting, Ragnarok had been showing pictures of Alexander to Dany and also telling her stories. Robert Baratheon had turned a new leaf. He had started regularly visiting the small council since the day Alexander left. Currently, he sat in his solar, listening to some jazz from the gramophone and sipping on some fire whiskey. He had stopped drinking too much and also whoring. Knock knock. Ah. Come in, goddammit. You've already ruined the mood. He growled. Queen Cersei entered with her head held high. God had given her beauty but also too much pride with it. So much so that it would sometimes come to bite her in the back later. Husband, Lord Mace Tyrell has sent back a raven, acknowledging the betrothal of our son and his young daughter Marjorie. He will come to King's Landing soon, she said. Suddenly Robert stood up and stopped the gramophone. What did you just say? A betrothal? When did I agree to that? Why, you didn't, but I thought that the crown needed to mend relations with the Tyrells, she scaredly replied. She had received slaps from Robert many times before, so fear was not missing from her face. Since when did you start worrying about the crown? I thought you only worried about your perfumes and wines. Tell Mace that I am thinking about it and he doesn't need to come, Robert said, trying to keep his anger in check. But, shouldn't we? Enough, woman. Why would I marry my children to traitors? Those flowers effers can go to hell. I have the support of House Baratheon, Stark, and Vale. One of them just so happens to be the strongest and the richest. If I want to betroth my children, I'd rather do it with the children of House Stark or House Vale. Now go back to your little parties and stop using your brain, Robert angrily ordered. Cersei knew not to anger him anymore and left. She didn't know what to do now. She was ordered to do this by her father and also understood the importance of it. House Stark now had too much power and say in the kingdom. If not for that damned old Stark, I would never sell my sweet Joffrey like this. Yes, it's all because of them. She again started forming some scheme. Grandpa, what's that? Rena pointed at the distance while sitting on Alexander's shoulders. They were currently roaming the jungles of Yeti. Medusa was also getting bored, so she joined him. In the end, she also had the mentality of a child and she was missing her grandpa. Her best friend, Monty the hippogriff, also followed her. Ah! Such little snakes, Medusa said and ran to pick it up. Haha! Rena, they are basilisks. They are very deadly snakes. Alexander said. Ba. Basilisk? Just like big sister Medusa? She asked. No, your big sis is more like the queen of all serpents. Why? Big sister. You are a queen. Rena shouted. Medusa looked back in confusion. A queen? Me? Haha. Yes, you are. Aren't you the strongest serpent in the world? That makes you their queen, Alexander said. Wow. But where are my people? Wait, there are so many basilisks here. I'll take them as my people, she started muttering. You can, but you have to promise me to look after them and never let them harm anyone. If they do, I'll be angry, he warned. Yes, Grandpa. I'll be very careful. She said and went to look for her new subjects. Ow. I want to be a queen too, Rena sadly sighed. Alexander made her levitate in front of her. You already are a queen, you are the queen of your grandpa's heart. Look at your dress, he said and suddenly her clothes changed into a beautiful silver regal gown. A small crown also appeared on top of her head. Ha ha ha. Yay. Look at me. She started to move around in the air and showed off her dress to Monty. He let them play for a while. Haha. Okay, girls, it's time to go now. Back to Winterfell. Alexander clapped his hand. What? Already? Medusa complained. Well, Rena's friends are waiting for her back at Winterfell. You also need to organize your new subjects. Yes, I need to show them the dress too, Rena chirped. Yes, I am a queen now. I must take care of my subjects, Medusa said seriously, being too much into the character. After leaving Rena back in Winterfell, Alexander returned to Asai. Dobby was still organizing things there. He wanted to see if he needed something before finally heading off to Valeria to complete his memories. Hey, Dobby! How's everything? Everything's good, boss. The city was empty to begin with, and now because of your purifying it, it has even fewer people. I am going to publish an ad in the newspaper for people to migrate here. There's also a weird merchant who's been asking about you. Then there's the problem of the Arhiller, the Lord of Light worshippers. Dobby briefed. Okay, send the merchant and I'll deal with Arhiller worshippers. A deity that asks for human sacrifices is no god. It's a devil. He disgustedly said. All right, boss, Dobby affirmed and called for the merchant. Alexander sat in a large office in the X-Hall of the Thousand Thrones. Now it was called the Stark Esso's Administrative Headquarters, SEAH. A well-built man walked into the office with a big bag on his back. He had a wide smile on his face and had a jolly vibe going around. Haha. Greetings Lord Stark, I should probably call you King Stark now, haha the man said. Well, that would be treason, son, and I like my head too much, though they can't really fight me even if I do declare myself king. So, I heard you were looking for me, and why do you look so happy? Alexander inquired. What's not to be happy about? Until last week, I was a prisoner of crazy sorcerers in Stygai. People say that no one comes back alive from there. And here I am. Ha ha ha. Though I did lose my wings. He then showed a sad expression for a split second. Wings? He asked. Yes, my name's Kevin, from the city of the winged men. We winged men don't really have real wings, but for some reason, our arms are very strong. So strong that we can wear fake wings made of leather and fly in the air. I was originally a merchant but a sorcerer caught and did tests on my arms. Since then, I haven't been able to fly anymore. Ah. I'll miss that. He explained. Alexander was truly surprised by the story. The men of the winged city must have gone through some mutations due to that black liquid from the moon. He still felt bad for the poor guy. I am very sad to hear that, Kevin. Please tell me, what can I do for you? He asked. Haha. Well, after the sorcerers suddenly disappeared, I checked around the whole Stygai and found these beautiful stones. He said and took out 6 egg-like stone with beautiful patterns on them. With just one look Alexander understood that they were dragon eggs. Haha. These really are pretty, but they aren't stones, son, Alexander said. Kevin looked at his stone with interest and asked. Then what are they? They are old dragon eggs, he calmly replied. What? Dragon eggs? Haha. Then getting caught by the sorcerers was a blessing, Kevin said and laughed. 3 of these must be the ones Daenerys gets as her wedding gift in the show. But I'm pretty sure I had taken away all dragons and eggs from here to Drachium. Did they fall later from the remaining part of the moon? He asked himself and decided to check the moon in the future. Yes, so. How much do you want for them? He asked. I really have no idea how much I should ask for dragon eggs. Kevin replied. Alright, what about this? I'll give you 20,000 gold dragons, a ship to use for trading, membership in my merchant guild, and a medicine that can heal your arms. He offered. If you can heal my arms, I don't want anything else, Kevin firmly replied. Alexander took out a vial from his desk and gave it to him. Drink this. Kevin surprisingly didn't ask anything and straight up downed the vial. After some minutes, he started feeling warm in his arms. Whoa, yes. Yes. I am feeling stronger. I think I can fly again. He checked out his arms excitedly. Haha. Good, good. The other items are also prepared for you. You can take them whenever you want, he said. But, I don't need anything else, Kevin denied. Dragon eggs aren't cheap, son. You earned the money. Now, go and see your new ship. Ha ha ha. Okay, Lord Stark. Pleasure doing business with you, Kevin left. What a weird guy. What merchant says no to money, Alexander murmured. Sigh, should I give 3 of them to little Danny or not? Little Rena, John, and Eric can see dragons whenever they want in Drachium, but what about Danny? Though she does have the biggest dragon by her side as an old man. I am also not sure what the future holds. By the speed I am conquering the world, Danny wouldn't need dragons. He fell into deep thoughts. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 76. Arhillar. Alexander stood outside the Red Temple of Arhillar in Asai. It was a beautiful city now, the sun was shining, the buildings were white. Though the streets were still empty. He slowly walked and entered the temple. He was surprised by all the red color everywhere. The floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, curtains. They were all red. They sure have a weird fetish. For the night is dark and full of terror, welcome to the shelter of Great Arhillar. A priest came to greet him. Alexander quickly but grudgingly looked in their minds and he was more than disgusted by what he found. All the red color he saw around him was made by the use of blood. The blood of the people they sacrificed. Now, he was facing a dilemma. He couldn't deal with them as he did with the House of Undying. The faith of the Lord of Light was spread throughout Essos. There were thousands, if not millions, of followers. Even if he killed all the priests, he can't just kill all the worshippers too. So, he needed to improvise and overcome. And even as he killed Arhillar, another demon would take his place someday if God's equilibrium theory was to be believed. He looked around and only saw one guy, he made the guy fall unconscious and then called out loudly. Arhillar, come down here or else I'll tell father, he threatened. He waited but nothing happened. I will only count to 5. After that, only death will be there for you. 5, 4, 3, 2. What do you want, Godson? An angry voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw a flaming humanoid thing, it had claw-like hands and not a very complete body as most of it was fire. It also had burning horns and wings. Anyone in their right mind could not associate that image with a god. You can see the image of the Arhillar on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. I want you to stop burning people and showing prophecies. Tell your priests to do the same. Alexander straight away got to the point. And why would I do that? Arhillar retorted. Well, okay then. I'll let father to deal with you. I'm sure he'll just erase you. Or maybe take away your powers and turn you back to a small-time demon. Fath. Wait. Okay. I will stop the sacrifices. They were just for my entertainment anyway. However, I cannot stop giving prophecies. I must use my powers in some way to sustain myself. Arhillar said. Then why don't you show prophecies to animals that cannot comprehend them? Like rats, cows, fish. He suggested. I can agree with that. It's better than just dying. Arhillar said, now having lost all his angry personality. But deep inside, who knew what he was planning? Okay, you can go now and tell your priests to spread your word of no human sacrifices. Though murderers and arpists should still be punishable and your priests have been doing that in a violent way. Just tell them to hang or behead the evil men. Alexander said. Arhillar nodded and left. Alexander then cast a massive curse on the position of Red Priest. If any of them commit evil, they will die of some disease. He also oxio some of the evilest Red Priests who just like to kill and punished people. After that, he went back to Dobby to tell him about the situation and then leave for Valeria. High Garden, reach. Ting, a steel plate banged straight into Mace's face. You stupid oaf, I am going to kill you today. You have doomed our house. What the hell were you thinking, you fat burden on the earth? Who told you to betroth Marjorie and Joffrey? Oleana roared in a fit of rage. Mother, our Marjorie will be queen someday. Someone with Tyrell blood will become the king of 7 kingdoms someday. Just imagine. May said, starting to drool at the idea. Tell me, who asked you for the betrothal? Oleana asked. Oh, I received a request from Lord Tywin and Queen Cersei. He proudly said. I read that letter, they didn't request it. They ordered you, like a little child. And tell me, does Lord Tywin and Cersei have the authority of the king? Can they decide the future wife of the toddler crown prince? She asked. Why not? Queen Cersei is the mother of Joffrey and Lord Tywin is the head of the richest house in Westeros. He also finances the crown with money, Mace proudly replied. Don't tell me you haven't read my reports. She looked horrified. Lord Stark was right. This fat excuse of a lord will ruin this great house. I must tell Willis to quicken his studies, she thought to herself. Oh those, I was planning on reading them later, he stuttered. May the 7 give you some brain. Tywin has no authority in King's Landing or on the king anymore. Lord Stark changed that when he went to King's Landing the last time. He publicly berated House Lannister. He publicly berated the Queen. And there's still been no retaliation from Lord Tywin. You know why? Because Lannisters aren't the wealthiest anymore. We are not the strongest anymore. It's the North. Robert has also reconciled with Lord Stark and now receives help from House Stark. The betrothal they set up was so the Lannisters could garner support from us in the battle against House Stark if it came to that. You just got used like a pawn. Oleana snarled at him. Come on, mother. The North can't be like that. I am sure things are exaggerated in the newspaper. It's published by the North after all. Mace retorted. It was me who went to the North. Not you. I saw everything, and believe me, the newspaper is downplaying the strength of Lord Stark in the North. Now go and send a raven to both, the Queen and Lord Tywin. She said while rubbing her head. The appearance of Alexander in the world had changed nearly everything. He had made the North too strong and also, the Northern lords loved him. He gave them methods of making money, a place to sell their goods, and a great army that can protect them on both land and water. Better ways to make roads, better trained blacksmiths, and masons to build bigger castles. The small folks loved him too. A stable and healthy tax rate. Job for all. Schools for children, no matter noble or not. An abundance of food, clothes, and warm houses. Beautiful cities and beautiful music too, the public radio connected with speakers throughout the city. They now have amazing places called hospitals too. They could also take something called general health insurance from the Iron Bank. All made possible because of the great Lord Stark. But, the world was like a coin. It always has two sides. If there were people who loved him, there were also people who hated him. One of them was Roose Bolton. He was now one of the poorest houses in the North. There were less and less small folks working in mines and fields every day as they left for the lands of other lords. He couldn't even force them due to fear of being caught by the Northern police, run by those scary wolves' sword. He saw no way of dealing with House Stark, but no more. He had found some allies in the south and it was time to make a move. He also knew where to find more allies. After all, the Starks were too rich now and even if he divided their money, it would be a lot. Greed always sways people. It doesn't matter if they are family or foes. Money moves all. Moat Cailin. The great castle stood tall with its towers. The Moat City now had a population of 300,000. But it didn't look crowded or dirty. All because of the amazing planning. It had become another hub for economic activities as ships used the Great Moat Canal to travel to and from the Narrow Sea and the Sunset Sea. Ned stood in front of a closed door. On the other side of the door was his wife, giving birth to his second-born. In his arms was Robb. His son was the only child in the castle, so many times the boy felt lonely. But thanks to the constant gifts and visits from Alexander, the loneliness decreased a bit. Door opens. My lord, it's a girl. A beautiful girl, the midwife announced. Ned rushed into the room and saw his wife holding the little babe. She's beautiful, Ned. Catelyn warmly said. She is. What should we name her? He asked. Sansa. Sansa Stark, she happily declared. A beautiful name it is. Ned slowly held the babe in his arms. You must be tired, Cat. I'll leave you to rest. Let's go. Robb. Ned left the room. One by one, the midwives also started to leave. But the last one dropped a parchment near Catelyn before leaving. She picked it up and read it. It was from her father. After she read its content, her face lost its color. Even in that condition, she got up and burnt the letter in the fireplace. But those words in the letter did attach themselves to her mind. She had a big decision to make now. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 77. Memories of Valeria. While so many people were busy planning and plotting against Alexander, he was busy finding out about his past. He was currently in Valeria. The whole land was covered in toxic gas. Weird insects roamed the place. The ground had taken a rocky and sharp texture due to the lava. It was hard to imagine why he would give such punishment to an entire civilization. He just walked around, exploring things. There were some ruined buildings. He found lots of Valerian steel weapons too. He didn't know what all the fuss was about. It was just some strong metal. He already knew how to make it. You needed to fuse high-quality metal and obsidian/dragon glass at a very high temperature. Temperatures that can either be achieved by modern mechanical tools or dragon fire. Though, there was one good thing he found out. If you use magical fire in the process, then the end sword would also have some magic properties. Arg, where do I trigger my memories? He kept on looking around. In some places he also found disfigured gold. Probably melted due to all the heat. Finally, when he reached the center of the island, he saw a giant castle ruin. Though it was still in better shape than others. The moment he entered, he saw some memories resurface. Memory. 1 month before the doom. Alexander was on a visit to Valeria. He hadn't been there in a long time. As he was busy exploring Eldhos, he was disheartened by what he saw. The people who learned to ride dragons now considered themselves stronger than dragons. Instead of creating friendship, they had started to enslave the dragons with magic. Then they grew more ambitious and started conquering and destroying. Enslaving whole cities to work in deep volcanic mines of the 14 Flames Mountains. He went inside the mines to check the people and found them working in inhumane conditions. The mines were so hot due to all the magma inside the volcanoes. They were still forced to mine gold, iron, and other things. Every day, hundreds of people would die and be immediately replaced. There were kids as young as 11 years old working in the mines. He decided to act then. And helped all the slaves run away. Then he helped them establish the new free city of Bravus. Hidden from others, until they became strong enough. He also created a big sentinel for them. It would save them if someday a dragon decided to attack them. But Alexander's work was for nothing as the Valerians again started destroying cities for more slaves. He decided to talk to the rulers of Valeria and headed to their main city. But in his way, he saw a dragon rider burning a ship full of people. He heard the desperate cries of people on board. Children screaming in burning pain. He quickly flew and cut down the dragon rider and sent the dragon to Drachium to be checked by Ragnarok. He needed to know why the dragons were acting as servants of humans. He also saved the people on ships and helped them to get to Bravus. All that time he acted like just some normal man, hiding things behind illusions. Inside Valeria, Alexander went directly into the council chambers. Halt, who are you? The guards tried to stop him but Alexander had enough of them. He had enough of all these people. Time and time again, he helped humans progress and become better. But every time they chose the path of slavery and murder. First, it was the Bloodstone Emperor of Dawn, then the Giscari Empire and now the Valerians. By now he had understood which world he was in and had decided to just leave the world to its own device. He knew that for some reason the Icemen would attack and he was okay with letting that happen. He had already done a great help by bringing the civilization from Stone Age to the current level. While walking, he received a message from Ragnarok. Boss, what is going on? The poor dragons you sent have been harmed in their brains. It's like, their brains were never able to develop more than when they were children. Ragnarok angrily asked. That explains everything. Ragnarok, humans found some way to use dragons like their pets to conquer and enslave. They bond with dragons when they are small with some dark magic. Alexander answered. Whatever it is very cruel. They are simply forcing the dragons to never grow in their minds. I will send all other dragons to you. Treat them in Drachium, will you? Alexander said. Yes, I will. Humans don't deserve dragons. They can never be friends. People will always try to use the dragons for their own ambitions. He said and vanished from the council chambers, not caring about the Valerians anymore and took away all the dragons in Valeria. Even the eggs. It turned out that the Valerians were also using some big enslaved dragons to pour magic on seals of the 14 flames, seals that were keeping the volcanoes from erupting. They were using the volcano's heat to make Valerian steel and many other things. So, when Alexander took away the dragons, the volcano exploded and a chain reaction started. He quickly transported all the slaves, innocents, and children away to Bravus. He made sure that no Valerian that he saved had memories of dragon magic or anything related to Valeria. After that, he simply went to Starks and rested there for the next 100 or so years, as the north was calm most of the time. Memory ends. So, I didn't directly destroy the Valeria. Good thing that father locked these memories away. If I had gained them the moment I woke up, I still would have let the Icemen/White Walkers take over the world. But now that I have so much to protect, I can't let that happen. 15,000 years were really wasted on nothing. But this time, things will be different, as I will be doing everything myself. The thing I learned from memories is to never trust people to do their duty righteously, he talked to himself. Then he did the last thing before leaving the place. Oxio Suprema, all the Valerian steel objects in the ruins of Valeria, all the books in the ruins of Valeria, all the valuable items in the ruins of Valeria. Soon in front of him were 3 small hills of items. One was made of Valerian steel items, one of books, and one of precious metals and stones. Oh, isn't this bright roar, the ancestral sword of the House Lannister? I wonder if Jerian has left to find it or not. I'll check it out while going back north. Alexander appeared in the sky above Casterly Rock. He was invisible so no one could see him. He suddenly heard someone shouting. Punish that whore, how dare she think she can marry a Lannister? The commander of the castle guards shouted. Behind him was a 14 or so year old girl. She had bruises all over her face. 2 guards were holding her. Take her to the stables and do what we do with Wers. Don't be afraid, girl. We will pay you. Every guard who uses you will give you a silver and every Lannister, a gold. By the time we'll be done, you'd be the richest were in Westeros. The man said and the other guards laughed at that. Alexander was saddened after he looked into the girl's mind. The girl's name was Tisha. Tyrion and Jaime had saved her from some outlaws some weeks ago. Later Tyrion took her to a nearby inn and fed her, they drank wine and talked, and soon they were making love. Tisha gave her maidenhead to Tyrion, afterward they kissed him and sang the seasons of my love. Tyrion truly fell in love with her and got married to her by a drunken septon with pigs as witnesses. Afterward, they happily lived in a cottage by the Sunset Sea in Lannisport. But then Jaime told Tyrion that the girl was a whore, hired to make a man out of him. The whole thing was a set-up to get a feel. Tyrion got really angry at Tisha and let the guards take her. She cried for her innocence but Tyrion believed his brother more. Alexander quickly found Tywin and read his mind to see what truly was happening. The drunken septon had confessed to Tywin. He got enraged that a common woman dared to marry a Lannister, so he ordered Jaime to tell Tyrion all those lies about Tisha. Then Tywin told his guards to punish her. That was enough for Alexander to act and he could also feel that the girl was praying to All-Father to save her. He used his magic to stop the time around him. And walked to Tisha. The girl was not affected by the time pause. You have been wronged, my child. Come, you don't deserve to be here. Not with the new life growing inside you, he warmly said and freed her from the clutches of guards. Her injuries also healed up. She looked scared and shocked by what was happening. The people around her had stopped moving. She meekly asked, who are you? Haha, you were praying for me to save you a moment ago and now you don't recognize me? I am saddened, he said. Tears welled up in her eyes and she fell down on her knees. Alexander quickly held her and caressed her head. She then started wailing loudly. Why did this happen to me? I didn't do anything wrong. Why All-Father? She asked. My child, Tyrion, really loved you. He is being lied to by his father and brother, he's been told that you were hired to make him a man. It's not your or Tyrion's fault. Come, I'll take you to a place where you can live happily and healthily with your child. My child. She shockingly looked at her belly. Then smiled warmly. Thank you, All-Father, she bowed. Haha. These days, people call me Lord Stark. But you can call me Grandpa. Let's go. They both flew in the air. When time resumed, the guards still found a fake conjured Tisha in their arms. They took her to the stables and tortured her. When it came to Tyrion's turn, Alexander made him fall unconscious. Then the fake doll died. 3 days later, all the guards that were involved in the torture of Tisha, died of cruel diseases. In total, 200 guards died. He brought Tisha to Winterfell and told Alina her story. She was angered by the Lannisters. She helped Tisha clean up and settle. Alexander also changed her looks a little. Tyrion would have to prove himself if he wanted to ever see her again. He would have to prove that he's not as dumb as he just acted like. A/N, all this stuff is canon guys. Sadly, the show didn't tell about this story. In the books, Tywin had Tisha Gangar by his guards in their barracks, each guard gave her a silver coin. To drive the lesson home, Tywin forced his son to be the last man to her, for whom Tisha was paid a gold coin, because Lannisters were worth more. In the books, Tyrion finds out about the truth from Jaime and realizes that Tisha truly loved him. The last question he asked Tywin before shooting the crossbow at him was also about the whereabouts of Tisha. To which Tywin simply replies, wherever Wers go. The scene was different in show. Then Tywin receives the arrow in his belly and dies. After that, Tyrion flees to Essos. But even on his travels, he was haunted by his father's words. He asks people where do Wers go. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 78, 78. Schemers. 1 month later. Alexander officially returned back to Westeros. Although the journey from Asai to Westeros normally took a year because you needed to follow the wind patterns. But it was widely known that North's iron warships were very fast and could ignore the wind patterns. Alexander walked down from Yamato warships in Norgold. Seeing the busy city and working people really makes his heart elated. He took pride in the fact that he made the lives of so many people better. Brandon came to greet him on the Gold Harbor. Haha. How are you, my boy? Haven't seen you in a while. Alexander gave him a hug. Well, it was you who gave me such a big city to run. But on the good side, now I and Ned get to sit together and bitch about our work like some rich fat lords. Brandon joked. Haha. Good to see you still haven't lost that jolly nature. How's Ishira? He asked. Haha. She's good. My little Alexandra will soon have another brother or sister. I've sent her to Winterfell, she'll have company there, he embarrassingly said. Good, good. The wolf pack is getting bigger and bigger. May God forever keep the pack safe. Alexander said. Wait, aren't you a god? Brandon whispered. Ha, I am, but my father is unquantifiably stronger than me. So for me, he's the god. Alexander said, blowing Brandon's mind with the new information. Soon Brandon matched Alexander. By the way, uncle. I've successfully bought the land from various lords for the Project Worm. Everyone except Boltons have sold the land and signed off the deeds. Good. Grab all the small folks from the territories of Lord Bolton. Those poor people don't deserve to live under a lord like that, he said. All right, I'll be going to Winterfell now. See you at the lord's meeting. He said and got on his dirt bike that he spawned from the cheat code. By now, all the roads in the north had been perfected. Many new small towns had been formed beside those roads. He zoomed through the road on the bike. While on the bike, he had the idea of introducing bicycles and cargo tricycles. It would greatly help people for traveling and transporting things to short distances. For long distances, the Project Worm would help. He was going to start the project after facing whatever the various lords were planning against him. He wasn't dumb enough to not use the vast amount of spies in his service. He knew that many suspicious things were happening in some places. Gates of Winterfell Castle were wide open for Alexander. As soon as he entered, he saw a big line of people waiting for him. Brandon, Anna, Alina. They also had little ones in their arms. It was Rena who ran to him first. Ha ha ha. Come here, he grabbed her and put her on his shoulders. How have you been, sweetie? He asked. Very good, dearest grandpa, she politely replied. Why are you acting so formal, what did you do? Alexander got interested. And nothing, she softly replied. Ahem. Lina decided to speak. Also trying to hold her laughter. Our lovely Rena was learning how to hold a sword this morning with Benyon. She mistakenly pricked his butt. She said. Ha 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 ha. Our young wolf got injured by the small desert dragon. Alexander roared in laughter. Though only they could hear his last words. Ha ha ha. Lina also started laughing. Come on, be a little mature, Benyon complained. Those words don't suit you, Benyon. You have visited nearly every woman in every pleasure house in the north. Lina retorted. Come on, I was doing health checkups. Besides, I am not that kind of man. Benyon huffed and crossed his arms. Here, take this. Consider it a gift. Dobby suddenly handed the small pen drive to Benyon. Alexander recognized it and somehow controlled his laughter. What's in this? Benyon asked. Look at it in private, Dobby warned, and then went on to pick up the other 3 children. Dobby was equally as favorite of Eric, Alexandra, and John as Alexander. Dobby mostly spends his time with them when he's in Winterfell. I can feel a new wolf in his way, Ashura. He's healthy and happy. Alexander said. Oh, thank you, uncle. She embarrassingly replied. All right, let's go in and eat something. By the way, did you hear any word from Creed and Bronn in King's Landing? He asked Alina. They have done quite a good job and are currently on their way back. The whole flea bottom has been rebuilt, and the sewer system is also in perfect condition. Robert really liked the 3 men, Godroids, you sent to help him. He even appointed one as the Master of Law. One is the Commander of City Watch and the last one is managing the city administration with Jonaran. She briefed. She had really turned into a full-fledged secretary. Good, good. I hope all this is not too much work for you, Alina. You must enjoy yourself sometimes. He advised. Not really, most things are easy. The Godroids you gave me have been very helpful too. I am also happy with my life. I get to spend a lot of time with my family too. She said she wasn't just including Eric and Rena as her family. But the whole Stark house. Haha. Very good. What about our treasuries? How much have we made from the initial 10 million? He asked. We have done very well, uncle. We are currently at a steady rate of income. We're earning more than we're spending. Currently, we have 75 million dragons in our account. We have increased our initial funds by 7.5 times. She proudly declared. She was sure that they were already the richest house in Westeros. This was all even without counting all the money still lying in the big vault. That is amazing, my child. I am going to start phase 2 soon. I know I said we'll do it after some time, but the things I saw in my travels. I want to increase our working speed so we can help more people. Anyway, any message for me? He asked. Yes, there are two. Catelyn recently gave birth to a daughter. They named her Sansa Stark. Ned wanted you to meet her. Then there is a personal letter from Hoster Tully. He has invited you to the marriage of his son/heir with some cousin of Lord Bolton. Hoster Tully is also taking another wife. It's some girl from House Frey. He wants you to attend the wedding at the twins with family in 3 months. He says that it will strengthen the relationship between North and Riverlands, as Edmure Tully will be the next Lord of Riverlands. She said. As soon as Alexander heard that, bells started ringing in his head, and the bells were red in color. Are they trying to pull a red wedding on me? They really are desperate to kill me. Whatever, I'll still go to the wedding. If nothing happens, then it's good, but if something happens, then I'll have the perfect and righteous reason to attack and expand. He said. What? Why would Hoster want to kill you? You are the one who helps him make money. Alina asked. Haha. My child, greed makes people do crazy things. Initially, Hoster thought that his daughter would become the wife of the next Warden of the North and his grandchildren would rule it someday. But then Brandon popped up again and he gave me the lordship. He still wants some control over the North through his daughter and grandsons, but I am sure the Boltons won't agree with that, so there must be something more in all this. Even more so now that we've become so rich. Everyone wants to rob and kill us these days. Haha, he explained. Thank God I am just a secretary. Wait, you are the god. So thank you, uncle, Alina said and chuckled. Riverlands. How can you even think of doing this, brother? This is treason, Brynden Blackfish Tully protested to his elder brother, Hoster Tully. I know, and that's why I am not alone. The question is, are you in or not? Hoster angrily asked. No, I will not be a part of this treachery. Not when I know your little scheme will fail. You have no idea about the might of the North. They will crush us like nothing, and I know it. Starks has dozens of northern houses loyal to him. We don't even know the number of their soldiers yet. You should also not forget that Lord Ned Stark and Lord Alexander Stark are very close to the king. The Highgarden might as well support them. And don't forget the Iron Bank of Westeros, Brynden warned, but his words fell on deaf ears. You need to take risks to grow sometimes. What armies? What king? What Iron Bank? We'll kill all the Starks in one single strike. Only Ned and his family will remain. I don't care if you agree or not. Things have already been set in motion. Even Catelyn has more brain than you. She agreed to all this. Hoster had an evil smirk as he said that. You all have turned mad. I will not speak of this to anyone, but I won't involve myself in this. I am leaving for Vale. I'll pray to God that you don't end up dead. Brynden walked away. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 79. Visiting places. Tower of Knowledge, Winter City. So, how's the teaching going on, Marwyn? You are the director of the Order of Maesters. Tell me. Things have been going amazingly, boss. 2,000 more doctors are about to graduate from the medical branch. 1,500 of them have also opted for higher studies of surgery. Nearly 1,000 basic study schools have been opened in the north. Though we are still facing the problem of teaching people from isolated locations. We cannot open a school for a village of just 100 people. Many people are graduating every 6 months after learning a profession. Classes for various young lords and heirs are also going smoothly. Lord Willis Tyrell is also nearing his graduation. I am happy to announce that he's a firm believer in democracy now. He's already started writing a book on its benefits. He briefed. What about the training for Project Worm? Alexander asked. Haha. 200 pilots, 500 mechanics and more than 1,500 managing staff will graduate in a month. They are all currently in ongoing training in the Dome of Requirement. He happily replied. Dome of Requirement was like the Room of Requirement but thousands of times bigger and better. You could create anything while staying inside. There was also an automatic system as well to simulate various things. The dome was set up under the Tower of Knowledge and it had a height of 50 meters and was as big as 6 soccer fields. Good, I will start the project soon. Alright, I'll be leaving now. Alexander then left for Moat Cailin. He used the bike to travel as it was fast. Though most of the time he just used apparition and illusion to move even faster. Multiverse had changed a lot now. It was flourishing, the streets were clean and beautiful. The big towers of Multiverse increased the beauty of the city. The big arched bridge too. The canal was busy 24 hours a day. Ned made so much money from the toll taken from ships that he used the rest of the money earned from the city to make hospitals and schools. He slowly walked the streets of the city towards the castle while checking things out. The bike was stored in his space pocket. While walking, he suddenly heard some kids calling his name. He turned around and saw that they were playing some weird game. He looked at them for a while and understood the game. The game's name was Lord Stark. Lord Stark. In the game, one boy acts like him and other kids bring problems to him to solve. The kid who was playing his role had used chalk on his hair and face for realism. Lord Stark, please help. One little kid said. Tell me the problem and I'll make it go away. The kid Lord Stark said. I want candy, the little boy said. This was a big problem for little Lord Stark. How was he going to bring candies? Next. Ha 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 ha. Alexander started laughing loudly. Come here all of you, take your candies. He took out a big bag of sweet and sour lollipops. The kids recognized him and flocked to him. Haha. Easy, there's enough for all of you, he said and patted their heads. Then suddenly a voice came from behind, I see, this is where you were, uncle. Ned walked towards him. Run, the wolf is here, the kids yelled and ran away to their homes. Haha. What did you do to them, Ned? I scolded them a little last week. They were playing that weird game, Ned said. Come on Ned, they are kids. Let them play. Let's go to the castle. I need to see my new granddaughter. Alexander walked after patting Ned's shoulders. In the castle, Alexander held the little Sansa in his arms. Ahaha. Such a cute one. Hey there little Sansa. May you live a healthy life. He said and gave her his blessings. She happily grabbed his white beard and started playing with it, which made Alexander laugh even more loudly. Congratulations Catelyn, you gave birth to a very beautiful girl. Be sure to send her to school when she turns 6. He said. I think a septa would be better, she said. Oh really, you want to say that a septa is more knowledgeable than maesters and teachers who spend their whole life studying. She's a Stark and she'll have the best study in the 7 kingdoms. She will grow and become an independent woman who doesn't have to bow and act ladylike in front of everyone. She won't be used as a marriage bargain. He irritatedly said. He always became a bit possessive when it came to the future of his loved ones. Ned nodded at his words. He knew what kind of woman Catelyn was. She didn't see Sansa as a daughter but a valuable candidate for marriage with some powerful man in the future. She would start training her and brainwashing her from an early age. Something which he wouldn't let happen. Uncle, when do we leave for the Lord's meeting? Ned asked, trying to change the topic. Oh, in a few hours. Creed and Bronn are also bringing Robert's illegitimate children. We'll be taking them to Winterfell too. Alexander said. After some hours, Bronn arrived with little Maya Stone, Bella Rivers and Gendry Waters. Maya was some months older than Rena, but her behavior looked more wiser for someone of her age. The conditions she must have lived in probably matured her a little faster. How was your stay in King's Landing, Bronn? And what about Creed, did you learn some more swordsmanship? He asked. I just spent the most pleasing months of my life. Food, wine, women, I had it all. Creed here though, recently became a man, Bronn said. Creed got embarrassed and went to help someone. And what do we have here? He looked at the girl holding a little baby in her arms. She was told that they were her brother and sister. Since then she had never let them get away from her eyes. Hey there little Maya, I am Alexander Stark. You will be fostered under me and you must call me Grandpa. He warmly said. Nice to meet you my lord. I mean Grandpa. Thank you for taking care of me, she said with a bow. She was a smart girl and knew who Alexander Stark was. Alexander happily ruffled her hair, haha. What a good girl you are. You don't have to worry about food, money, or home anymore my child. You can have anything you want in the north. Now, let's go. He said. Out of nowhere, a car came out in front of them. Alexander had just used a cheat to spawn the FBI Buffalo car from GTA 4. It was a nice 4-seater and with a slight expansion charm, there was enough room for 4 adults and 3 children. Okay, hop in, he said and opened the door. I can never get used to all this magical stuff, Bronn interjected. Ned and Creed nodded in agreement. Maya quietly looked at all magical things happening. She was curious but kept her mouth shut. That was one of the tricks to survive as a lowborn orphan. He then pressed the pedal and the car zoomed on the road. Hey Bronn, open that compartment. There are food and drinks, he pointed under the dashboard. Whistle sweet, he said and grabbed some beer bottles and gave them to others. He gave Maya a juice bottle. Haha. If you think that's sweet then check this out. He turned on the music. They traveled the road feeling the cool clear wind and listening to music. They reached Winterfell in a few hours. Maya, come with me. I'll take you to your big sis Anna. She will help you get settled here. Alexander said. He took Maya and her little siblings to Anna. She was chilling with John in Stark's living room, watching a movie on TV. Normally, no one except the contract bearer could see the wonders of that room, but he allowed Maya to see them. She meekly followed behind him. Anna, I want you to meet Maya, Bella, and Gendry. They are Robert's kids, he said. Anna, Lina, had started to dislike Robert after Maya was born. But she didn't have anything against the cute little girl in front of her. She could only imagine how many hardships she must have gone through because of her good-for-nothing father. Ah! So cute! She said and gave a motherly hug to Maya. I will show you your room, okay? I think you will like Rena, she's your age. Your only job here will be to live happily, have fun, and learn whatever you can about whatever you like. Come. Your little brother and sister will be looked after by the nannies, they are very good at it. She said. Maya was hesitant to give her siblings to someone else, but when she looked at the nannies, Robo-nanny, taking care of various children in the room, she relaxed a little. Besides, she couldn't always be near them if she were to live here. When they left, Alina came in. Now Winterfell looks more like a big orphanage than a lord's castle. There are so many children living here. Haha. The earth on which we stand, which gives us food and water, is also like an orphanage and we take shelter on it. She takes care of us like a good mother and sometimes punishes when we make mistakes. Alexander said. Yes. Like Valeria. They got too arrogant and. She was interrupted. Oh, that was me. I was angry at Valeria, Alexander nonchalantly said. Leaving her gobsmacked. What, but why? She asked. Just as you said, they had become too arrogant. They killed people like insects and they also ignored my warnings, he said and walked away. Alina suddenly remembered that the kind old man in that they love so much is a god. A very powerful god. His easygoing behavior makes people forget about his big background. But in the end, he was still like a father figure to her. Before anyone asks. This arc ends in chapter 105. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 80. Lord's Meeting. 1 week later, the Lord's Meeting came. But before the meeting there was a surprise for Alexander. Especially prepared by the cute little Rena. She had somehow gotten the idea to create a stage play of Alexander conquering the Karth. Many times she came to him in the past week to ask the details of his conquest. Alexander had already guessed what she was doing but acted oblivious to it. He, of course, mainly told the good things about Karth. She had caught some guys to help her plan the stage backgrounds and he had to agree that the boy from Volantis, Nathaniel, was a damn good painter. He painted some realistic-looking backgrounds. Then there was Nathaniel's friend Zach. He had written the lines for the play. Though Alexander didn't know if they were good or not. But if they are good, then he might have a job for both of them. All the lords entered the great hall and took their seats. On one side the stage was set up. He had given them special lights to use. Then the show started. He tried to control his laughter when he saw Rena acting as him. She had worn clothes like him and fake white hair wig and beard like him. The lords chuckled at the entry. But little Rena happily acted with all seriousness. Sometimes she would forget some lines or words but a voice from behind the stage would always help her. It was Maya helping her. They both had become really good friends very fast. Dobby was still there, acting like Dobby. God knows how Rena got him to act, but Alexander knew Dobby. His body might have become big. Too big, but he was still the good old pure, Dobby, the free elf from the heart. The other little children who were able to walk also helped. Rena had made John, Eric, and Alexandra the little versions of Wolf's sword. The trio didn't really understand what they were supposed to do, so they were just roaming around on the stage. Alexander had quietly called Barry to help Rena create the correct mood for each scene with his songs. No one shall be a slave on any land under Stark rule. Be it in Westeros or Essos or even Sot. Sothorio's Rena spoke her last line. Alexander jumped up from his seat and clapped madly. He ran to the stage and picked Rena up in the air. All the lords also genuinely clapped. Even if the actors weren't great. The background sceneries, the lines, and the strange bird made things enjoyable. After the whole play was done, he helped disassemble the stage. He went to talk to the two helpers of Rena. Nathaniel and Zach, you both did an amazing job. He praised. Thank you my lord, they both kneeled. The whole world had glorified Alexander too much. He was being hailed as the strongest and the richest man in the whole world. The newspaper, the Planetos, wasn't helping either with their everyday articles on him. He felt like a certain country with a certain president for life who controlled the media. Get up you two, if you know about me, then you should have heard that I treat everyone equally. In my eyes, no one is big or small. All are humans. He said. I must write that line. Zack quickly said. Haha. Sons, if you'd like. I have a proposition for you. I have a special subject in the Tower of Knowledge. It's called filmmaking. It combines art and acting to create beautiful magical plays for people. I want you to go there, study it and make the first film in this world. You may not understand my words yet, but I can see you two being successful there. My lord, if you deem us valuable then we are ready to serve, Zack said. He was the writer type. Yes my lord. I would like to study at the Tower of Knowledge. Nathaniel added. Good then, take these coins and show them to the director of the tower. He will introduce you with everything he said and gave them each a golden coin on which a movie camera was engraved. I must return to the meeting now, go after the big lunch. Have fun till then. Alexander left. Westeros was probably gonna have its first movie soon. For that, he'd also need to start creating movie theaters. Alexander returned to the Great Hall. It had been returned to normal by now. Alexander went ahead and took his seat. There was no maester or master at arms in Winterfell anymore. The old ones went with Ned. Winterfell and Wintercity were filled with maesters so he didn't need one. However, the Order of Maesters did appoint Marwyn as the Grand Maester of Winterfell. There were 3 Grand Maesters in total now. One at Norgold, one at King's Landing, and one at Wintercity. Alexander sat beside Brandon, Benyon, Ned, Dobby, and also Alina. She was the one who ran the whole north whenever he wasn't around, so it was normal to let her sit with them. He was a good guy from the 21st century after all. To him, women were as valuable as men. Bronn and Creed were also sitting among the lords. Thank you for coming here my lords. I am happy to see that some of you have grown fat. Lord Dustin has nearly doubled. Are you drinking all the good alcohol you are making yourself? He joked, and all the lords laughed. Haha. On a serious note. I am happy that life has become easier here in the north. Now it doesn't matter if it's winter or summer. We'll always have plenty of food on our tables. Small folks are very happy too. Bronn told me that apparently, small folks in the south are trying to flee and come here to live, due to all the good things here. Who would have thought we'd see this day? He said. All the lords fell into deep thoughts, thinking about how far they have come in so little time. All because of one man. The man whom they gave their eternal loyalty. So, the meeting is about the Project Worm. I am sure that all of you know about it, as you all have signed the deeds, Alexander asked while looking at them. Yes my lord. If what was said in those papers was really true, then you are doing a great boon to the world. Such means of travel will revolutionize the way we travel and trade. Howland Reed said. Even he had grown some extra fat. I am afraid, it's not the war that will kill all the northern lords, but a heart attack. I must make healthy eating popular. Alexander made a mental note. Yes, I am going to start its construction from next month, so I hope you'll provide some food and lodging to the workers. Of course my lord, food is something we have in abundance. You have nothing to worry, Lord Manderley said. Thank you. Now to the next point. I want you to set up your houses trading shops in Karth and Asai. They are fully under my control now. If you invest there now, our profits will increase a lot. East is a market that hasn't been fully utilized yet. This is our chance. How are the sea routes now, my lord? Great Jan asked. They are wonderful. Pirate activities have reduced greatly now. They also scare away whenever they see a ship insured by the Iron Bank. The Northern Navy has been effective. I have further ordered my navy to create a sea route from Westeros to Asahi and patrol it regularly. You all have nothing to fear. He clarified. Then I'll get straight to it once I get back. I'll make those eastern boys turn into men with my vodka. Dustin loudly said, making everyone laugh again. So, now I am all ears. Tell me if any of you have any problems. Alexander relaxed in his seat and took a sip of fire whiskey. All the lords looked at each other's faces. They didn't have any problems. If something ever did arise they would straight up contact their new and better maesters and the problem would be solved. But Roose Bolton stood up. Why wouldn't he? He was probably the only lord in the north in such a miserable state. My lord. I have a problem, all the small folks have run away from my lands. I have no one to tend my lands, castle, or mine the mines. Please allow me to bring back my people, he said. Are you asking me to force people to go back to your land? Tell me, would a person living in heaven go back to live in hell? Tell me, Lord Dustin, would you go back to drinking that old ale after tasting fire whiskey or vodka? FCK no. My lord, William Dustin quickly replied. Yes, Lord Bolton. Tell me, what was the first thing you did after I told you about the mines in your lands? You forced your people to mine it day and night without paying or providing food. So many of them started to die and their poor families had to come to me to ask for help. That was why I created the Northern Police Force. If you had treated your people nicely like the other lords, they would have happily worked for you. Greed, Lord Bolton, greed. This is a problem you created on your own and you must solve it on your own. Alexander finished talking. Roose Bolton hatefully looked at Alexander and thought, live while you can, laugh while you can. I will make sure you suffer before dying. Alright my fat lords, join me for dinner outside in the new garden. It's really nice to eat outside once in a while. I also have something to show you all. Alexander lead them all out. The way he called them made them laugh loudly as they followed him out. A/N, hello everyone, Gorilla here. Due to some personal reasons, I will be uploading one chapter every day, till the coming Friday. Hope you understand. Thank you for reading and stay safe. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 81. The calm before the storm. All the lords gathered in the garden. Tring tring. A metallic sound came. They all turned around to see and noticed little Rena with her friends on a strange metal frame with 2 wheels. Some adults were also there riding bigger metal frames. I present to you a new way of traveling short distances. They are called bicycles and these are tricycles. They can be used to commute or transport small cargo to nearby places. He said. Some lords who had some experience with metalwork went to check it out. Haha. Ingenious, this would surely help the people. Let me try it though, Robert Glover of House Glover said and got on a bicycle. Sure enough, he fell. Haha. Lord Glover, it takes some practice first. It's like swimming. Once you know it, you'll never forget it. I will give each of you one of these. Tell your blacksmiths to study and remake them. Then distribute some of them to small folks to make it famous. Once everyone knows its usefulness, start selling it. But at a very affordable price. Remember, this is not about immediate money but boosting our economy. With these, our workers will be able to move faster and further without getting much tired. Now, let's eat something. Alexander announced the end of the meeting and everyone became more informal. Hi Garden, Reach. What are you up to now, Mace? Oleana asked. Oh, I have been honorably invited to the marriage of the next heir of Riverrun and the current Lord of Riverrun. Even Lord Stark will be there. As you said, I'll go there and talk to him. He said. With 1,000 soldiers in full armor? Do you think I'm a fool? Speak what you've done now, you oaf. She got angry. Nothing, I have done nothing. The soldiers are for my protection. Mace replied. He's being much more confident today. He must be planning something, which he thinks is great. I hope he doesn't start a war, she thought and decided to wait and see. King's Landing, small council. Everyone was present in the room. Robert was talking about hosting a small tourney to boost people's morals. The city was making much money now thanks to his uncle. The new Master of Law, a Godroids, named Albert, spoke. Your Grace, I have a suggestion which will make people love you. Yes, please say it, Lord Albert. Robert respectfully said. He had sparred with Albert many times and lost every time. Why not start a practice of yearly festival? Which would be held every year at the same time. The biggest street in King's Landing will be heavily decorated and many different foods and activity stalls will be placed on both sides. Small folks will be allowed to join in to make shops or just visit. They will buy, drink, play and have fun. On the tourney ground, we will start a non-lethal brawling tournament. Anyone could participate in it. Small folks will be happy even if you set the prize at just 100 or 500 golds. It will cost us less and will be more entertaining. Albert suggested, basically just giving the idea of a summer festival. I like the sound of that but I can't make an image of it in my mind. Alright, we'll do this. If it's not too much, please help set this up. But what should we call it? Robert asked. What about the People's Festival? As it would be for everyone. John suggested. People's Festival it is then. Anything else on today's agenda? Robert asked. Varys spoke and dropped the bomb. Your Grace, I've received some disturbing news. It seems that some houses are planning to strike against the Starks. What? Who dares? Robert roared. Some houses from North, Riverlands, and Reach. Lannisters are also probably involved. He replied. Is that it? You don't know their names. Your Grace, even this information was very hard to come by, Varys said. He was ordered by Alexander to do this. This would prepare Robert for when he suddenly hears that North has taken over some other lord's land. Then we must warn them. We owe Lord Stark too much. John spoke. But Albert suddenly stood up. No, you all are underestimating Lord Stark. Chances are, he already knows about all this and is just waiting for the enemies to show up. Don't forget that he alone defeated and took over Karth and Asai. His words earned many nods. Yes, we don't have any proof so we cannot do much. Or else they will call your grace biased towards the Starks. Stannis reasoned. Alright, I hope they don't start a war. Though even if they did, I'll have my hammer ready. Robert said with a devilish smile. Pike, the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy had big plans for the Iron Islands. Since the Roberts' rebellion, he had started building ships for his rebellion. But everything was spoiled by Alexander and his navy. They couldn't steal in the seas like they used to. They couldn't go back to their old ways of plunder and reaving. Take whatever they want by killing and not purchasing. But his ambitions were thwarted when his people started getting killed by the Northern Navy. His supply of wood was also cut and couldn't make any more ships. But when one door closes another opens. He joined some lords from West Eros to deal with the Starks in the north. The wedding date came close. But Alexander didn't care. He was busy planning his railways. That was the Project Worm. For now, he was planning on connecting every house in the north with the railway route. This way, many new cities will come into existence around the stations. He was also going to extend the railway line from the neck to the castle black of the wall. Speaking of the wall, it was still facing a shortage of men. But Alexander also didn't find a reason to invest there as wildlings/free folks were living happily in Skagos. Craster's keep was empty as Craster magically died. His wife and daughter wives were sent to Skagos. However, he does send a lot of food and stuff there periodically. 2 months later. Riverlands, the twins. It was a castle with 2 parts. Extending to the 2 sides of the river and the bridge. The Freys made the most of their money by collecting taxes from people who cross the bridge. You can see the image of the twins on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. It was the wedding night at Frey's castle, twins. It was already suspicious why there were so many lords present, but with Mace Tyrell and his best commander, Lord Rendell Tarley also there. It was clear as the day that something was cooking. Alexander went with the act. All the Starks were present there. Except for Rena, kids, Anna, Alina, and Ashura. He knew a bloodbath was going to happen soon and didn't want the kids to see it. With him were, Brandon, Benyon, Ned, Dobby, Catelyn. She also brought Robb thinking that he would be safe with her. Creed and Bronn also tagged along. He didn't bring many guards with him. Just 100 wolf's swords. To be honest, he considered bringing 100 of them an overkill. Just him and Dobby were already good enough. He was continuously talking to the Starks through telepathy. So, are you ready, boys? It seems like many big lords hate us. Nay. They don't hate us. They drool on our wealth, Benyon scoffed. That is true. It's hard to believe that Hoster would do this, but nothing is impossible in this world, Ned added. Including your wife, Alexander thought. Ting ting. Valder Frey started to make his announcement. Alexander was sitting at the main table, just beside Valder. There were Mace, Roose, Hoster, and Rendell too. There were some more Riverland lords that he didn't know. The whole hall was filled to the brim. He had noticed the girl serving him wine had a knife hidden under her clothes. Ah, here we go again. My lords and ladies, thank you for joining us on this great evening. A girl from my house, marrying Lord Hoster and his son, Ed Muir, marrying a Bolton girl. I am also happy to announce that Lord Bolton has promised to wed his newborn son with a daughter that I would probably procreate tonight. We also have 2 great lords here. The great Lord Alexander Stark and Lord Mace Tyrell. It is an honor to be able to serve them. He continued speaking with his ugly voice. Alexander continuously checked the hall. He noticed someone he wasn't expecting. Littlefinger was in the house. Hiding behind a corner and lustfully looking at Catelyn. The wolf's swords were invisible and stood around in the hall. They were also waiting for his command. The day wasn't going to be remembered as the Red Wedding. It was going to be remembered as Wolf's Night. Winter fell. While strange things were going on at the twins. The Ironborns had entered Winterfell. Unknown to them that they were let in on purpose. The assault was led by Victarion Greyjoy. His job was to kill all the remaining Starks in the castle. As soon as they entered the boundary of the castle, a loud siren started to sound. It made the 20 Ironborns anxious. Then suddenly 5 scary golden masked men came and they fell unconscious. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 82. Wolf's Night. Twins, Riverlands. After the vows were taken and the marriage was done, Valder gave his final speech of the night. The background music was going on. There really weren't many good songs in the world, so they kept on repeating the same thing again and again. Catelyn started to get nervous. She was sitting between Brandon and Ned. Benyon was sitting on the other side of Brandon. On this note, I end my long and boring speech. My lords, I've given you meat and wine and music, but I haven't shown you the hospitality you deserve. Now, it's time for the final gift. Valder Frey sat down on his chair. The music suddenly stopped. The wine girl took out her knife and stabbed Alexander in the back. Mace Tyrell quickly took out his sword from under the table and stabbed Alexander in the heart, instantly killing him. Across the room, Roose pulled out his knife and went straight to kill Benyon. He stabbed his long knife straight from his back into the heart. Catelyn took out her knife hidden under her blouse and slit Brandon's throat. I am sorry was what she said. That came as a surprise to Ned, who was already up on his feet looking at his wife's bloody hands. But he didn't have a sword with him to do anything. Catelyn looked at Ned, thinking that everything was finished, but then a sword stabbed from Ned's back and came out of his chest. Roose had already decided on killing all the Starks. As long as even one of them was alive, he wouldn't be able to become the true Lord of Winterfell. No. What have you done? Catelyn screamed and caught the lifeless body of Ned. Robb, who was hiding under the table, was also caught by a Bolton man and was stabbed in the neck. Catelyn looked at everything lifelessly. Stark and Northern men were getting killed left and right in the hall. Hoster Tully and Edmure Tully were fighting Frey men and couldn't help Catelyn. We had a deal, Roose and Valder. What are you doing? I just wed a woman from your house. Hoster shouted. Valder took a sip from his wine glass while still sitting on his chair. Haha. What Frey woman? That was somewhere off the streets. And did you really think I would let this chance go? I want to be the Lord Paramount of the Trident. We are all ambitious people, Hoster. Now with so much money that the Starks have left behind, I'll happily live my remaining years eating and effing on your grave. As soon as his last words fell, a sword pierced Hoster and killed him. Congratulations on becoming the new Warden of the North, Lord Bolton, Valder spoke and toasted his wine glass. Congratulations to you too, Lord Frey. Now, let's just hope that the Ironborns were able to deal with the remaining Stark pups. Bolton went ahead and picked a wine glass. Randall Tarley was a very noble and honorable lord. He believed in the knight's chivalry and would never attack his enemies from the back. What he saw in front of him shook him. What have you done, Lord Tyrell? The phrase just broke the guest rights. 7 will damn us to eternal hell. He angrily said. Oh please Lord Tarley, I won against Lord Alexander. He was a threat to the Reach and I did the righteous thing. I killed my enemy. Gave him a quick death. Mace said, already thinking about the stories he would tell the world about how he killed the great Alexander Stark. What are you saying? Oh, may God have mercy on us, Randall said. Clap clap. I don't know about the other gods. But this God will not have mercy on you all. Alexander slowly stood up from his chair. His blood-soaked clothes all clean now. He had done all that acting so that all the real intentions of the people could be known. Suddenly the room became cold. All the men of Frey, Bolton, and Tyrell House stood still like their bodies frozen. Their faces turned pale in fear. All the lords also felt the looming doom. No one was able to comprehend how he was still alive, but they all could feel the dangerous air around him. You all were doomed from the very beginning. But let's make the area clean before we do anything else. Hundreds of arrows came out of nowhere and killed nearly every Frey, Bolton, and Tyrell's men. Some were still alive as they didn't really kill anyone. They were too afraid to do anything. Though they would still be sent to the wall. The wolf's swords became visible and quickly took away all the bodies. Then from the main door, the northern men and lords entered. Little Robb was in the arms of Brandon, fast asleep. The schemers looked at the familiar faces that they had just killed some moments ago. Catelyn, still on the ground, looked at Ned and Robb and dashed towards them. She was only alive because Littlefinger wanted to use his little finger on her. Slap. A hard loud slap was what she received from Ned. You betrayed me. You nuisance, for God knows how long about this. If it weren't for Uncle, we all would have really died today. Forgive me, Ned. I did it for us. For our future, she said. Slap. A future where you would have been a widow. Ned fumed. All right, enough talking. It's time for punishment. Alexander interjected. Soldiers, come here, save your lords, Mace shouted. Oh, no one is coming, Lord Flower. I had told Olenna once that you'd be the one to bring your house to destruction. Good thing for you that I like Willis. He's a good kid. But you forfeited your life the moment you decided to go against me. And you, Bolton, I was looking for an excuse to wipe out your house for a long time now. All I have to say is, thank you. Valder, you old fool. You already had one foot in your grave, but no, you had to take your house with you. Be happy, your wish has been granted. Why you can't kill us in the name of justice? This will cause a war, Lord Stark. Only the king can do justice. Mace Tyrell said. Haha. Then let there be war. But I do like the prospect of getting you all hanged at the King's Landing. People will happily throw some eggs and tomatoes at you for trying to kill the king of small folks. Soldiers, put them in small cells. Leave Lord Tarly. Alexander ordered. We can discuss this, Lord Stark. Leave me be and I'll allow the whole north to use the bridge for free forever. Valder Frey tried to bargain. You are in no position to bargain. Besides, I will own the twins after I am done with you. Alexander coldly replied. No, you can't do this with us. This is treason, Mace kept on shouting. But he was soon hit on the head and forced to fall unconscious. Now, let's have a chat with our sneaky rat here. Bring Peter Baelish. His words shocked Ned, Catelyn, and Brandon. Why is he here? Brandon asked. The same reason as the others. To take the prize. He said. What prize? Ned asked. Catelyn, of course. He's been drooling over her since he was a kid. First, he was angry at Brandon when he was betrothed to her and then at you for taking her away. The guards brought Peter Baelish. I didn't do anything, Lord Stark. You can't treat me like this. Yes, you didn't do anything. Anything except forcing homeless girls into prostitution. Trying to get Lisa Oren pregnant. The list is big, Peter. Not everything is little when it comes to you, I guess. You. No more words came out. He was dead, with a headless body. His list of crimes was long. Peter Baelish Category 3. Murder 3. Indirect murder 58. Sex trafficking 87,000. Human trafficking 9,079. Child trafficking 6,689. Kidnapping 1,788. Blackmailing 2,890. Sin percentage 70%. Ned, what do you want to do with Catelyn? Alexander asked. What we do with all the traitors in the north. Ned coldly replied. What about little Robb and Sansa? They will live without a mother if you do this, he questioned. I will marry again. This time with my choice. I will never let them miss this traitor. He firmly said. Brandon put a hand on Ned's shoulders to support him. True, if they didn't treat Catelyn as a traitor then the world would think they are weak. A traitor is a traitor. That's the end of it, Ned thought. He also forgot about the small amount of attachment he had with Catelyn. Please, Ned. Please. I am sorry. She cried. But death came suddenly. Her heart stopped beating and she died quietly. She was a half-step Category 3 sinner, although no one died, she was still okay with killing Brandon, her own good brother with her own hands and letting many others die too. Now, her fate was to be reincarnated again. Maybe as a human, or an insect. Who knows? That day, 2 houses went extinct. House Frey and Bolton. House Tully still had Brynden Tully, a good man. Alexander would probably have to talk with him later. On the other hand, most of the Freys were dead. Those who were alive would be sent to the wall. The women in the house will be given small folk status. The same was the case for House Bolton. Their castle, Dreadfort, would be besieged by Stark forces tomorrow. Lord Stark. I had no part in this. I just came because Lord Mace asked me to. If I knew he was going to do this unhonorable deed, I would have killed Mace myself, even if it meant I be named a traitor. Randyll Tarly said. Calm down, Lord Tarly. I know you had no part in this. But I want you to bear witness to their crimes in King's Landing. I can kill them right here if I want, but I want the whole world to see what they had planned to do. Alexander sternly said. To not tell the truth is not honorable, Lord Stark. I've already been associated with this treacherous deed by just being here. I can't have my reputation to be tarnished more. Randyll seriously replied. Good, let's go then. I'm guessing the ravens have already been sent, telling about what happened here. He walked out. After they left, in the shade of the night, Alexander's forces moved into Riverlands and took over the whole region that was under the now extinct House Frey. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 83. The fastest trial. When all the prisoners were being escorted to King's Landing, Alexander popped back to Winterfell to check up on the situation and also to leave Robb there. Thankfully all the Ironborns were caught. Although no one was supposed to get hurt. A good Samaritan saw the Ironborn intruders trying to break into the castle and decided to fight them. He was slightly injured before Wolf's sword saved him. He entered the Starks' living room. Grandpa. All the kids ran to him. The small ones had also started to speak perfectly now. Ah! My little wolves and dragons. Alexander said and made them levitate to hug him. Here, take these and go play. He gave them some chocolates and toys. He looked around in the room. Alina, Anna, Ashura, and Tisha were there. Is everything okay? Anna asked in concern. Alexander nodded. Valder, Roos and Mace Tyrell are being transported to King's Landing to be executed. There were many lords that I saved there, so the whole Westeros probably already knows what happened there. But the sad news is that Catelyn was involved in this. She tried to slit Brandon's throat. Ashura fell back onto the sofa. But, why would she do this? Didn't she used to love Brandon? Used to. She wanted her son to become the next Lord of Winterfell. I and Brandon were a hurdle. But she was also backstabbed, and Roose Bolton tried to kill Ned and Robb. Valder killed Hoster Tully. Though I did save his son because he had already told me that he didn't want any lordship. He wants to keep on studying in the Tower of Knowledge. Mace came with 1,000 soldiers to kill me. Lannisters probably had some backhand dealings. Ironborns were involved too, he briefed them. By the gods, why do we have so many enemies? Alina exclaimed. That's past tense now, Alina. We are going to have some extra territories soon. Also, our army will lay siege to Dreadfort tomorrow. Lord Great Yonumber will probably join. Take care, I must go back to my prisoners now. He popped back to the convoy escorting prisoners. Midnight. King's Landing, Red Keep. Knock knock. The door of King's chamber opened. What happened now, damn it? Did the moon fall down? Robert groaned. No, Your Grace. It happened, they attacked Lord Stark. Jon said. What? What happened? His eyes suddenly lost all the sleep. Jon then told Robert whatever he knew from the multiple ravens he received. Good, I will chop their heads myself. Breaking guest rights and plotting to murder a great house. I would especially like to behead Mace. He's been going around 7 kingdoms telling that he defeated me in the Battle of Ashford. Robert said angrily. That would not be wise, my lord. We must give them a proper trial. At least just for the sake of showing that we are unbiased. Jon suggested. God damn it, Jon. They attacked the uncle. Starks have done so much for both of us. We can't do this to them. Your Grace, you misunderstood me. I never said to let them go. I just asked you to announce their punishment in the trial. In fact, I'd say, let's hold a public trial. Yes, that would be great. The people love Uncle. They would also want to see the faces that betrayed the Starks. Robert replied. Many houses received ravens that night. Tywin wasn't happy to hear about the unsuccessful massacre. Olenna was sad, but not that much. She was already planning on taking Mace out to make way for Willis. Dorne was silent as always. But no one knew what was going to happen soon. Or how the small folks were going to react. The next day, the newspaper reported about the events of what was now being called the Wolf's Night. Small folks all around the Westeros found out about it. The first thing they did? Mass protest. Even Alexander had no idea why the people were acting like this. All he had given them was food, homes, and jobs. But then he realized, food, home, and jobs were something that all craved for, but not everyone got them. He had fulfilled the promise that every politician makes while running an election. All father, you must hurry. People are getting very angry and want the criminals killed. I received the same news from my birds that came from Old Town. People are cursing at House Tyrell. I never thought I'd see a day when all the people of Westeros will love one person this much, Varys said in the communication mirror. Even I didn't know this was going to happen. Good thing we are just a few hours away from King's Landing. See you soon. Alexander replied. Alexander was welcomed into the city by a cheering crowd. They did throw some eggs at the 3 criminals in the cage. Alexander had to reprimand them to not waste food and told them to throw small stones if they wanted. So, from the gates to the Red Keep, Valder Frey, Roose Bolton, and Mace Tyrell were beaten with small stones. By the end, their faces had swollen up. He stopped when he saw that the preparation for the trial had already been made. It was going to be an open trial. Robert was sitting on a big chair behind a long table. They had put the set up on the stairs leading to the Red Keep. The small folks also gathered behind. Robert quickly got up and gave a hug to Alexander. Haha, my boy. You really lost some weight. Now you look like a real warrior. Thank you, uncle. There's no harm in being prepared. Who knows who might stab you in the back? He said, looking at the prisoners. Haha. I think you'll need to use your warhammer on someone soon. But not them, Alexander said and proceeded to meet Jon. After some time, the trial was in session. All the accused were put to stand at the center of the huge crowd. Jon stood up to act as the speaker. Lord Frey, Lord Tyrell, and Lord Bolton. You have been accused of treason and attempted murder of Lord Stark and his whole family. You conspired to gather them under one roof and kill them by breaking the guests' rights. Do you have anything to say? I am being framed. I didn't do anything. Mace cried. You have no proof of such a thing happening. Valder Frey countered. I see, okay then. Let me ask the first witness to appear. John said. Randall Tarley came out of the crowd. Lord Tarley, can you reiterate what happened in the twins? Yes, Lord Hand. What happened that night was unholy. After late Lord Hoster Tully and his son got married. Lord Frey gave a speech. In the end, he said that he wanted to give a gift. But the gift came as a murder attempt. They tried to kill the Starks and were nearly successful in doing so, if not for Lord Stark's smartness. Lord Bolton attempted to kill the Stark brothers. Lord Frey's men killed Lord Tully and Lord Tyrell attempted to kill Lord Stark with his hidden sword after Lord Stark was injured by the wine girl. I didn't know what Lord Tyrell was bringing me for. He just asked me to join him with his 1,000 men army. He recalled. Why you traitor? What are you saying? I will get your house destroyed. Mace angrily yelled. I am sorry Lord Tyrell. But my conscience doesn't allow me to lie. I still have to answer the 7 someday, Randall Tarley said and went back into the crowd. Ha ha ha. 1,000 men and still couldn't defeat Lord Stark. Robert loudly laughed. The crowd also laughed. Making Mace angry. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my house, the Reach will be after your blood. Mace Tyrell shouted. I wouldn't bet on that. I received a raven from your mother, Lady Oleana yesterday. She said that she has no problem with whatever punishment we give you. In fact, she also said that Willis will soon return to take the lordship of House Tyrell. John said. Making Mace turn pale. All right, I think we have come to a conclusion. You all committed treason. I sentence all 3 of you to death. The region under House Bolton will fall under the House Stark. The Starks have also taken control over the Freys region and I have no problem with that. May your souls rest in peace. Robert announced. With that, the crowd cheered. The 3 were then taken to the execution platform. Alexander had told them not to do public beheadings as he wanted to stop that practice in the future. Execution by hanging was still okay though. He still had problems with doing public executions but this wasn't the time to change that. They were made to stand on the platform, the ropes were put around their necks and the executioner pulled the lever. The 3 twitched for a few seconds before dying. 2 great houses and 1 fat oaf were officially removed from West Eros, in what was going to be called the fastest trial, later. 24 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 84. The Greyjoy Rebellion. After the execution, Alexander and Robert sat alone to talk. So, how's life treating you, my boy? Alexander asked. Everything's good. Now only if there was a cure to give some brain to Cersei, life would become perfect. Robert replied. She's a fine woman, both in body and bed. But whenever she opens her mouth to speak, it spoils everything. I'm also starting to doubt the legitimacy of my children. The boy Joffrey is a devil. He likes to kill every little living thing he sees. Yesterday he brought a dead rat to me. I can see it, uncle. The same madness I once saw in the eyes of the Mad King. He added and downed a full glass of butterbeer. Well, son. I might be able to deal with the Lannisters. Not your wife, but House Lannisters. While I am sure Cersei will soon make a wrong move and doom herself. Alexander offered. I'm all ears, uncle. If you can deal with the Lannisters I've got no problem. But I also heard that you liked that little imp, Tyrion. Robert asked. Yes, I do like him. He's a smart boy and still has a heart. Tywin's youngest brother, Geryon, is also a good man. I am not going to kill them, Robert. I am going to bankrupt the Lannisters and then take over their land. What? Ha ha ha. I think you're drunk, uncle. Money is something that Lannisters have the most. They have that huge rock filled with gold. How will you bankrupt them? Robert laughed. Don't overestimate the Lannisters, Robert. I secretly checked out their mines on my last visit. It's nearly empty. Think about it, Robert. They have been mining that rock for thousands of years. It's about time it gets empty. I am clearly telling you. The Lannisters don't have gold left. And Tywin would never let this news come out. After all, other houses fear him because of the gold. And to keep that image, he would do anything. Alexander said. Robert looked shocked and then loudly laughed, ha 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 ha. They are FE'd, you mean? Oh. Such a great joy to hear that. Tell me, uncle, how can I help? I want you to act. Say that you want to expand King's Landing but the Starks have denied the funds as they are busy. Ask Tywin for money, let's say, 5 million gold dragons for starters. Don't worry, I really intend to expand and upgrade the city. But the main thing is that Tywin will have to ask for loans from the Iron Bank. And believe me, I have a very high reach in the Iron Bank. We will bankrupt him slowly. When he'll ask you to pay up, you'll pay with my money. but that money might go missing when the Lannisters will be transporting it. Alexander explained his plans. He also used some magic to make sure that Robert doesn't spoil anything. To Alexander, Robert was like a distant family member. He cared for him but not enough to actively participate in things to help him. All he was doing currently was to help himself. Robert was just another happy guy from what he was doing. A month later, Alexander received a report from the Iron Bank that Tywin secretly sent his brother to the Iron Bank of Bravos and loaned 4 million gold dragons. This meant that the Lannisters had started to run out of money. But he had also predicted another upcoming problem. The small folks living in Tywin's lands will face hardships. There could be a scarcity of food and jobs soon. So, he went to talk to the guy in charge of handling the Department of Human Resources. He was a maester originally from Lys, who was very enthusiastic about resource management, so Alexander had him read books about it from the library. "How are you, Maester Nur? I got an important job for you." Alexander entered the office. "You command, I obey, boss." "What is it?" Maester Nur quickly replied. "I want you to prepare to snub some unhappy small folks from the Lannister region. There will be problems coming soon. So you need to prepare for them." Alexander said. "And how much time do I have?" he asked. "Probably 6 months." Alexander's words interrupted as Bronn walked in with short breath. "Boss, the Ironborns. They have started a rebellion. They attacked Lannisport, Old Town, and Wolf City, at Sea Dragon Point. Both Old Town and Lannisport are burning. Those fools attacked Wolf City without knowing that it was a naval base. They have all been dealt with," Bronn reported. Alexander looked back at Maester Nur. "Maester, start the preparation now. We'll probably have an influx of refugees soon." "Right on it, boss," he replied and got to work. The rebellion started 5 years early. Well, what was I hoping for? I blockaded their supply of wood to make more ships. They also failed in getting rid of House Stark. They also aren't able to steal on seas. It is a do or die for them. I guess I'll have another territory soon. "Let's go, Bronn. Let's see how good you are with that sword," Alexander said. "Haha, about time I get some action. And don't worry, boss. Both my swords are in perfect condition," Bronn cheekily answered. They had just walked out to the courtyard and heard a call from behind. "Grandpa, are you going to beat bad guys again? Please take me with you. I can help you with my bow." Rena came running. She had her little bow and arrows ready on her back. Alexander just smilingly looked at his cute little granddaughter. But it also pained him seeing that she was growing so fast. She was 6 years old now and he knew that she would soon grow up. He didn't want her to ever stop being the cute little Rena. "Ha ha ha. Are you sure? There will be thousands of them?" Alexander asked, thinking that it would ruin her determination. But his words had the opposite effect. "Wait. There are thousands of them? How did so many bad people come together? Are you slacking off, Grandpa?" she questioned with her innocent face. No. Grandpa hasn't been slacking. These bad guys are new. Are you sure you want to come?" he finally asked. Yes. Please." She jumped and grabbed his leg. "Damn it. I can never win an argument with her. Might as well just make it a bloodless rebellion. Maybe cast an illusion on Rena." "Alright, you're coming with me. Come here and take your favorite seat." He grabbed her and placed her on his shoulders. "So, do I still get to use my swords?" Bronn wondered. "Swords? Where is the other one, Uncle Bronn?" Rena asked. "Ahaha. Nowhere, Rena. Don't listen to Bronn. He's a dumb guy." Alexander rushed his steps. "Bronn, I'll cut your extra sword if you ever said something like that again in front of her," Alexander warned with a mental message. Bronn had never experienced that and quickly took out his sword and looked around, only to realize it was his boss. "Fokin magic," he muttered and followed. Alexander boarded his ship from the Wolf City. The initial railway track connecting 4 major cities of the north had been laid. However, it was still in the initial testing stage. But still, the army used it. It connected Winterfell with Wolf City, Moat City, and Norgold. This was going to be the first time that the north would show its might. Many northern lords also came. Yoram Mormont came too. He was young and ambitious. Alexander knew that the guy was going through his life's dumbest period. He was going to make some mistakes and Alexander wasn't going to let that happen. Sure, he did like the little Lyanna Mormont, younger sister of Yora, to be the next lord of Bear Island, but he wasn't going to let a northern lord commit human trafficking. Soon, the full western fleet of the north departed for the Iron Islands with 250 ships, 80,000 men including the army personnel. The 4 northern fleets were very costly to manage. They cost nearly 2 million gold dragons each year to operate. But North was a money-making machine now and had no problem managing it. Even the navy was often sent on assignments to make some money. 5 days later, the fleet reached the small port of Housebane Fort in Westerlands. They were a loyal house to the Lannisters. The Housebane Fort was the closest western port to Pike, the seat of the ruling house of the Iron Islands, House Greyjoy. Robert was still on his way and they were the first to arrive there. Alexander straight up took over the military command of the port while ignoring the cries of the local officials. He then told his men to continue patrolling the sea and sink any iron-born ship they saw. Only the main commanding ships were anchored near the small port. He also kept Rena near him at all times. She also honestly stuck to Alexander as she slightly understood the seriousness of the situation. "Where are the bad guys, Grandpa?" she vigilantly asked. "In the sea, my child. We are waiting for the king here," Alexander said. "Isn't the king a bad man too? Mama said that," she inquired. "Haha. Yes, he's also slightly bad. But not bad like the ones we are fighting now. The king is just dumb, not that bad," Alexander corrected her. "Okay, it's stupid king then," she said and started humming some songs. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 85. Northern Railways. Soon Robert arrived with his army. When he went to greet Alexander, he was shocked to see a little girl around him. "Who is she, uncle?" he asked. "Ah, let me introduce you to our lovely lady Rena." "Rena, this is the king," he introduced. "Ha ha ha. So this is the famous Rena. I've heard a lot about you girl," Robert warmly said. "But why did you bring Rena? This is not a place for a child," he questioned. "Well, she wanted to beat the bad guys. Anyways, I'll stay with her the whole time. Now that you're here, let's head to Pike." Alexander stood up. "Wait, Stannis will be coming with the royal fleet. We should wait for him," Robert informed. "Really, do we still need more ships, Robert? I brought the whole fleet of 250 warships and 80,000 men. I don't think we need anything more," he stated. "What? So many? If that's the case, let's go," Robert agreed. Soon, all the lords boarded the ships. Tywin and the Reach had their own ships. Robert went with him on his steel warship. In their way, the Northern Fleet sunk every iron-born ship they could find. "Robert, our target is simple. Annihilation of the Ironborns. They are just like Boltons. Ambitious and backstabbers. They will strike you at your lowest. If we're doing this today, we'll do it all the way till the end." "Yes, you are right uncle. They are also more into stealing and killing. They are a disease to Westeros that must be cured." Robert agreed. "Good, let's go then." Alexander walked in his full armor. Soon the ships reached the shores of the Iron Islands. The Northern Army quickly deboarded the ships and attacked in formations with accuracy. Their mission was clear. Kill anyone that attacked them. Save any woman or child in need. At the same time, naval ships were bombarding the Iron Islands with magical cannons. Alexander had cast an illusion on Rena. She wasn't seeing all the blood spilling on the fields. Though she still saw the bodies. He was continuously keeping an eye on her. If he sees her getting upset, he would send her to Fahame to her friend Unicorn Rooney. Rena started to shoot her little arrows from Alexander's shoulders. He made sure that whichever guy she shoots looked like an ugly demon. "Good job Rena." He praised her. The siege lasted for some hours. It was an easy victory. Most of the fight was finished even before other lords could start. The Northern Army was just so good. The Ironborns were also very bad at fighting, so it made things easier. All of the Greyjoys were dead or captured. Balon Greyjoy was killed. They also saved many salt wives forcefully enslaved there. Then it came to what was going to happen to the islands now. Every big lord gathered in a big tent of the king. "So, what do we do with the Iron Islands now?" some lord asked. "I get to keep it. Winterfell has enough experience in managing overseas territories and we also have the strength to protect it. Not to forget, I brought the biggest contribution," Alexander sternly stated. "Point taken, Lord Stark brought his ships and 80,000 men. If it weren't for him, we all would have suffered many more losses," Jon added. "I don't agree with that. The Iron Islands are nearest to us, so we should have some part of it." "It was also us who were affected the most," Tywin retorted. He was probably the only lord who would fight over it with Alexander. Most of the lords had subconsciously decided never to anger the North after they firsthand saw their might. "Then I want to buy the part you want, Lord Tywin," Alexander uninterestedly said. He had already known that Tywin would not agree. "Sorry, it's not for sale," Tywin denied. "Even if I give you your ancestral sword, Bright Roar," Alexander said, shocking everyone. Everyone knew how much Tywin was looking for that sword. He had hired so many ships to look for them in the past years. It was probably the only thing that could make Tywin make the biggest and dumbest decision of his life. If you can get me the sword, you can have these barren islands, Tywin replied with a bit of hope. Good, bring the box and soldiers, Alexander loudly said, and soon 2 men came in with a long box. Alexander opened it and took out the sword. He showed it to all the people around in the room. Tywin felt like jumping and quickly take back the family treasure for Alexander. Good, then sign the deed, Lord Tywin. He said and gave a parchment to him. Tywin signed the deed stating that he gave up any right to claim any land on the Iron Islands and recognized it as Stark's property. Then Alexander handed the sword to him. But he had secretly placed a curse on it, that it would eventually fall into the hands of Tyrion. It's settled then. Lord Stark owns the Iron Island now. Robert loudly announced. Yes, I invite you all to a tourney I will organize in Lannisport for the successful defeat of Ironborn and return of Bright Roar to the House Lannister. Tywin proclaimed. It was always about keeping the image for him. Even if he was going bankrupt. The tourney was boring, so Alexander spent most of his time hanging around with Rena. Yoram Mormont didn't participate in the jesting. More like couldn't. This time, he wasn't able to do much in the battle, so he wasn't knighted by Robert like in the books. Hence, he couldn't participate in jesting and didn't declare Lena's Hightower his queen of love and beauty. A small change was caused by Alexander's actions. The Iron Islands were going to be turned into a naval base. The native people would be given some jobs. Their religion of drowned god was going to be removed slowly. After he returned back, he for the first time felt like he didn't have any work. The railway tracks were being laid, and everything else was also going smoothly. The North could easily self-sustain itself now. It didn't need him. So, he decided to relax for a while and chill with all the people in Winterfell. 1.5 years later. It still hurt him seeing all the children grow up, but what could he do? He did announce that he was taking Jon as his ward and legitimized him. The little boy was called Jon Stark from then on. Anna was very happy with that. She didn't really care if he didn't have a Targaryen surname, at least he won't be called Snow now. For those who don't know, there is a reserved surname for bastards born in different regions of Westeros. In the north, they are called Snow. In the Riverlands, they are called River. In the Crownlands they are called Waters. In the Iron Islands, they are called Pike. In the Vale, they are called Stone. In the Stormlands, they are called Storm. In the Reach, they are called Flowers. In the Westerlands they are called Hill. In Dorne they are called Sand. For the past 1 year, Alexander worked to make the basic life of the people better. Many new inventions were introduced. Water taps, pumps, water towers, bicycle and the most amazing one, trains. The whole north was now connected with trains. There were both freight trains and passenger trains. The engine he used was based on Norfolk and Western 611. It was a magnificent steam engine. Though it wasn't really a steam engine as it used clean hydrogen as fuel. The large carriage behind that usually stored coal now houses the hydrolyzer unit to create fuel. Alexander just liked the look of the old train so he went on with it. He had still left a mechanism to make it spew clean steam. It could go up to 150 mph, 241 kmph. He was going to cut the ribbon tomorrow and officially start the Northern Railways. The full-sized passenger trains would have 21 coaches. They will have different classes for how much one wants to spend on. There was no restriction on who can buy which seat. Even a small folk with enough money could buy the highest class seats. Train NNW 611. 21 coaches. All coaches were double-deckers. 1. Class B, 6 double-decker coaches and 4 restaurants, lowest costing, 780 seats. 2. Class A, 10 premium double-decker coaches with recliners, wide seats, and 4 restaurants. 480 seats, divided into cabins of 6 seats each. 3. Class S, 4 ultra-premium double-decker coaches with full room cabins with beds and room service. 24 rooms. 5 luggage compartments with expansion rooms. It can carry 300 horses. 21 coaches, 1 engine. Sleeper trains would also run on overnight routes. You can see the image of the train and Stark occupied territory map on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal. The next day, a huge crowd came to the Moat City railway station. He had invited many big lords to come and see the engineering marvel. For the past 1 month, Alexander had been advertising the train in the newspaper. With the warnings to not jump in front of it as it won't be able to stop in time. Many rules and regulations were advertised. The rules included 1. No fighting or criminal activity on the train or railway premises. If found guilty, the criminal would be declared the enemy of the whole North and be hunted down. 2. No misbehaving with the train staff or will be banned for life from traveling on trains. The first train ride of Westeros would be from Moat City to Winter City. In Winter City, Alexander had organized a big game tournament, involving different kinds of sports like race, long jump, shot put, javelin throw, swimming, weightlifting, archery. Then there were also fighting tournaments like boxing, wrestling, karate. Mostly Northern Army men were participating in it as only they knew this form of martial art. There were also team sports like polo, rowing, tug of war. As it was happening in the north, figure skating was also there. For all this, Alexander had designed and built a new, bigger coliseum. For the next 2 weeks, Winter City was going to be very busy. But first, the awesome train was going to be inaugurated. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 86. Expanding. Alexander stood on a small platform, behind him was the huge steel engine. In front of him was a mic. An invention that was still to be introduced. As he'd also need to introduce electricity first or else they will name the technology demonic or God's gift. Thank you for coming here everyone, all of you are here to witness the history in making. A machine that will change everything. From this day on, our lives will not be the same. We will be able to travel from the Moat City to the Winter City in just 3 to 4 hours. We will be able to travel from Winter City to Norgold in just 5 hours. We will not be limited by the time anymore. All because of my new creation, train. There was a long whistle from the train as he said that. I think most of you know how it works as I have been advertising in the newspaper. There will be 2 kinds of trains. 1, which will carry us. 2, which will carry big transport. Imagine being able to transport hundreds of carts worth of food, grains, clothes, metal, and other things in one go. And even that at a speed never seen before. And now, I invite you all to travel with me, from here to Winter City, to join the Moon Festival. Those who can't get on the train shouldn't worry as I have arranged many more trains for today. Enjoy. He finished up and boarded the train. Mainly the lords boarded first. Then some small folks. Alexander went ahead and sat with Robert, John, and Oleana. They had specially come to see the train. Tywin also came but he was sitting in another cabin with his family. Cersei was also with him. Surprisingly, Tyrion was also there. Now the boy has probably turned 15 or 16 probably. His unfortunate wife, Tisa had given birth to a healthy baby some months ago. She had named him Illyrian. A mixture of his and Tyrion's name. In the Lannister cabin, Cersei sat with her father, children, and the despicable dwarf. The train was moving at a high speed, she looked at the changing scenery outside. Crossing many small rivers along the way. The best thing was that she couldn't even feel that the carriage was moving. It was so much better than traveling in those uncomfortable horse carriages. Here, she could comfortably sit, drink, or eat while looking at the beautiful scenery. She could even sleep if she wanted. Such a marvelous way to travel. And fast too. I should tell Lord Stark to make one of these from King's Landing to Casterly Rock. Then I'll be able to comfortably travel. Cersei said, being her usual egoistical. Tywin was acting of reading some book while secretly admiring the view outside and the train. But his peace was broken by dumb words of Cersei. Yes, go on. Tell him to make this. You will probably receive another public insult, Tywin mocked. Northerners are barbarians. They will do anything for money and money is something we Lannisters have more than enough. I will pay them to make this thing. A Lannister always pays his debts after all. She sneered. Except, you're a Baratheon now and yours is the fury, Tyrion interjected. Shut up you. He's right. You are a Baratheon now. And I suggest you stop counting on Lannister gold from now on. He said, still not ready to accept that the mines were running dry. But Tyrion saw the look on Tywin's face. And stop calling them barbarians too. If barbarians can build mighty cities and armies, and this train too. Then what does it make us? Tywin coldly said. You have grown soft father, I was and will always be a Lannister. Don't forget, Robert has asked you for gold and with that, you can gain back control over the King's Landing and the king. When my sweet Joffrey becomes the king, it will all be worth it. She lovingly said, looking at her sleeping son. Joffrey suddenly sleep-talked, kill it, kill it. Show me blood. Tywin and Tyrion shook their heads at the same time. They were also having nearly the same thoughts. I hope he doesn't get killed like the Mad King, Tywin thought. I hope he doesn't turn into another Mad King, Tyrion thought. In Alexander's cabin, he was having a nice meal with everyone. And then little Rena pricked Benion's butt with her needle sword. Alexander retold the story. Ha ha ha. Seriously, uncle? Whenever I hear all the tales about you grandfather-daughter, I feel like, when will Marcella grow so that I can play with her? Robert laughed. I hope I'll have a daughter too, John added. His wife, Lisa Tully, was again pregnant. Now that there was no Peter Baelish to mess things up. She grew to love John for his kind nature. Haha, I hope you aren't using my medicine too much, John, Alexander said. He had gifted John some Viagra some months ago. How is Willis doing, Lady Tyrell? Alexander asked, changing the subject. Oh, please call me Olenna, Lord Stark. We are all old ones here. Except for our young stag king. Well, Willis has been doing great. He brought many new changes to the administration of the House Tyrell. All thanks to his studies at the Tower of Knowledge. I am now considering sending Loras to study there too. She replied. Haha. Tower of Knowledge is open to all, Olenna. By the way, did you receive any news about Renly, Robert? Alexander asked. Actually I did. He said that he wants to study some more before coming back. Seriously, what's so good about living with books? He made an irritated face. Knowledge is power, Robert. Anyway, let's enjoy the meal. I am hoping that many lords will allow me to buy land for creating a Westeros-wide network of railways. Alexander said. I can see how this can benefit the world. From me it's already a yes, John interjected. I don't know if you'd be interested in bringing this to the Stormlands, but if you do, then I'll tell Stannis to prepare the deed. And I can already agree for Crownlands. Robert also agreed. I will tell Willis to agree to it. I think he's already planning on agreeing after he read about it in the newspaper. Olenna added. Knock knock. The door slid open and Oberyn came back with Rena. For some reason, Oberyn really liked talking and spending time with her. He asked her to show him the train and she happily agreed to the duty. Haha. Grandpa, Uncle Obi bought me ice cream. She happily jumped on his lap. Her love for ice cream still hasn't decreased. Then they all happily talked for the rest of their journey. The train arrived at the big Winter City station. People happily got out of the train and looked at the still lit sky. They had really traveled such a great distance in such a short time. Originally, it would have taken them days to travel this distance. Winter City was filled with hundreds of inns, hotels, and restaurants. When Alexander got out and looked at the crowd, he suddenly had the idea of making the Wall a tourist destination. He had already created the railway network. Now all they needed there was a nice place to eat and stay. The Wall was, after all, a wonder of the world. 300 miles long, 700 feet tall wall made of ice was a magnificent sight to behold. Most of the big lords booked rooms on the top 5 floors of the Tower of Knowledge, while the king was being taken to Winterfell to stay. Ah! So much has changed here in such a short time. Where's Ned? Robert asked. He's probably in the castle helping manage things, Alexander replied while they rode on the nice horse-driven carriage. It must have been really hard on him after what Catelyn did. Robert sadly said. Well, we don't speak of her name anymore. Thankfully, Robb and Sansa don't really remember her much. Ned tries his best to fill the void of a mother. Still, I am looking for a suitable wife for him. Yes, he needs a good wife, or else he'll turn back to being a serious wolf, Robert acknowledged. Soon they reached the castle. Ned was already waiting there. Robert hurriedly got down and hugged his best friend. God damn it, Ned, you've grown even more muscular. Are you trying to turn into a stag? And look at you. I thought you'd have turned into a fat pig with all the pompous king's treatment by now. Ned replied. Ha 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 ha. I had. But thanks to Uncle, I came back on track. Can't have a king die of heart attack now, haha, he howled in laughter. Then he looked at huge Brandon and gave him a hug. Brother Brandon, how have you been? I have been fine, Your Grace, Brandon replied. OFCK the Grace. I am just Robert here. Like I used to be. Robert loudly said. Ned, Uncle, take me to the crypts. I want to pay my respects. Robert said solemnly. Cersei then came towards him to say something, but Robert spoke first. Don't open your mouth and spoil my mood, woman. Go inside and smell some flowers or something. Don't disturb me. He said and walked with Ned and Alexander. Everyone was trying to hold their laughter at the berated queen. How dare he, I am the queen. He will pay for these insults. They all will, she internally screamed. Robert had now turned really fit and muscular. He looked really handsome now, and Cersei did try to get Robert in line by using her body. But every time, Robert would break her with his manhood and then leave. Though she was wondering why she never got pregnant. Unknown to her, she would never be a mother after she gave birth to Myrcella. Alexander had stopped it. He knew what lengths Cersei could go to, and he didn't want her to give birth to a Baratheon and then later use the child for her personal agenda. You can see the image of Fit Robert on illustration channel of my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 87, 87. Apologies in the wall. Inside the crypts. Robert stood in front of the statue of Lina. He suddenly kneeled down and prayed. I hope you are in peace. I am sorry I was a real dumbass back then. No better than wildlings or free folks what they are called now. I should have treated you better. It took me some time but in the end, my thick head understood that you had fallen out of love for me after Maya got born. Can't blame you, who would have married a drinking and whoring bastard like me. I have changed now, I wish you could have seen me like this. Maybe then, things would have been different. I am not sure what happened at the rebellion, I don't know if you went with that silver boy willingly or unwillingly and honestly, I don't care. Not now, not ever. I probably started the rebellion just for the sake of using my warmer. When I look back at my actions now, I question myself many times. Was it the right thing to do? And I don't know the answer. But I do hate being the king. I wish I could go back to being, just me. A better and free me. Arg. I must be boring you now. Rest in peace, wolf girl, he said. His voice turned a bit shaky at the end. He must have remembered a lot of things while sitting there. Unknown to everyone except Alexander. Lina heard everything from a hidden corner. She had slight tears in her eyes, but also a small smile. She also remembered the few good memories she had of Robert. Alexander's company was at least doing something good for Robert. Maybe, in the end, the world would see a Robert Baratheon no one expected to see. After coming out of the crypts, they all sat down in the gardens. It was probably the best place Alexander had made in Winterfell. Many kids played there together, running around, making the air cheerful. Rena and Maya were in front of them teaching other kids how to ride bicycles. However, Godswood was still a place to calm down. Speaking of Godswood, I nearly forgot about that god-level peeping Tom. I must go north of the wall again, he made a mental note. The 2 weeks of Moon Festival were amazing. Robert spent more of his time with his illegitimate children than his real children. Small folks enjoyed their time watching various sports. Then the time came for the closing ceremony and it was reserved for giving awards. After all the winners were awarded, it was time for the civilian award. Alexander hadn't planned for this, but when he remembered the guy who got injured due to Ironborns invading the castle last year, he decided to create this honor. Now for the awarding of the highest civilian honor award. Vinicius, a citizen of Winter City, saw the Ironborns invading on the Wolf's Night. He showed selfless bravery and fought them, slowing them down so that the guards could catch the infiltrators. In the process, Vinicius also got injured. For his bravery, he is being awarded the Medal of Wolf, the highest civilian award. The receiver of this award will get many other benefits as well, the announcers announced. Then the young adult came on stage and received the award from Alexander. Looking at that scene, many lords had the idea to do that as well. After that, all the people started to return to their places. Some headed to the Winter City docks to catch a ferry to Norgold. Some took trains to go back to Moat City. Before going, John and Robert signed the deeds for the development of railways in their lands too. Though it was also agreed that Alexander would operate and earn the money from it for as long as he doesn't recover the cost of creating it. Riverrun was currently ruled by Brynden Tully, who had agreed to hold the fort until Ed Muir finishes his studies and returns. Normal to say, Alexander already had the permission to expand railway there. He secretly already owned the whole of Riverlands, as most of the houses there were neck-deep in debts to the Iron Bank. Only Tywin didn't sign it. He said he needed time. Oberyn said that he would talk to his brother about it. Doran Martell had started to get a gout now. He would soon not even be able to walk. Stormlands were under Stannis, so Robert had to first talk to him. Olenna already agreed and said that she would send the deeds as soon as possible. So, Alexander was going to be very busy now. He had 3 kingdoms and 1 crownlands to work on. Stormlands would 99% agree to. Stannis already held Alexander in highest regards and wouldn't deny it. Dorne and Westerlands were doubtful. Tyrion walked to Alexander before boarding the train. Lord Stark, please do tell me when you start that sightseeing resort near the wall. I am very much interested in seeing that grand structure. Absolutely, son. It should be ready in a few months. By the way, did you think about my offer to study at the Tower of Knowledge? Alexander asked. I did, and I would like to go there and drown myself in books. But my father didn't allow me. He sadly replied. Oh, he would never allow you to do anything. And why do you even need to listen to him? You are 15 now and already a grown man. Shouldn't you make your own decisions? Here, if someday you change your mind, show this coin to any northern ship in Lannisport and they will bring you north. Without anybody knowing it. Alexander said and handed him a golden coin with a tower engraved on it. Tyrion quickly took the coin and safely hid it in his clothes. Then he nodded, I should be leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Stark. Haha. I really want to see his face when he remembers me from when he was 5 years old. After everyone had gone, Alexander decided to go to the north. Set up the wall resort and also deal with the three-eyed peeping Tom. Dobby, I am going to the north. Tell Alina that she's in command, Alexander telepathically informed. Dobby was somewhere in the castle. All right, boss. He simply answered. Alexander flew in the air towards the north. It only took him a few minutes to reach the castle black. There he found two guys he wanted to meet. Georg Mormont, the ex-lord of the House Mormont of Bear Island. He voluntarily took the black. Then there was the old boy, Aemon Targaryen. Though most didn't know he was a Targaryen. He was probably the most normal Targaryen of all. He voluntarily rejected the throne when his chance came and decided to take the black and become its maester. Welcome to the castle black, my lord. Georg welcomed him. Thank you for receiving me, Lord Commander. Alexander greeted. Please follow me. Maester Aemon would surely like to see you. Georg led the way. They soon entered the maester's quarters. Aemon Targaryen was the elder brother of King Aegon V. He's the great-great-grand-uncle of Rhaena and Jon. And the great-grand-uncle of Daenerys. The old man had turned blind now. But it still didn't deter his maester skill. The writing part was a bit problematic though. As soon as the door opened, Aemon turned his face towards them. Maester, Lord Stark is with me. Georg introduced. Oh, Lord Stark. I have been hearing so much about you. It is really an honor meeting you. Aemon warmly walked to Alexander and held his hand. Alexander could feel the loneliness in the man's voice. He probably thinks that he's the only Targaryen left in the world. Shocking to Maester, as soon as he held Alexander's hand, he felt like a warm wind entered his old cold bones and rejuvenated them. He felt like his hunchback was no more now. Then suddenly, the darkness he had made himself accustomed to started to fade away. In its place, many lights started to appear. He was shocked, but couldn't take his hands away from Alexander. In a matter of seconds, his vision came back. He looked around the dark room. Candles burning here and there. Then he looked at the person in front of him. The kind old face. He remembered that face. How could he ever forget it? He spent so much of his time in the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing before joining the Order of Maesters. How could he forget the face of the Supreme God? And what just happened wasn't something any mortal or sorcerer could do. The old man's eyes teared up a little. Then he noticed that Georg wasn't moving or speaking. He looked at him and the man wasn't even blinking. Like the time had stopped. Once a little boy told me, holding a sword only gets you killed faster. Look how far that concept got you. The official oldest man in Westeros. Alexander joked. All-Father, it's you. Aemon rejoiced. Yes, I am, child. Alexander said and thought, it feels so weird calling a man looking more physically older than me a child. How do other gods do it? Age, have you come to take me? He asked. Where do you want to go? I am the last of my line. I think I would like to see them again. Aemon sadly requested. Okay, I will tell someone in the Citadel to reassign you to Winterfell. You can meet them there. Aemon looked shocked. What? Why you mean? They are alive. Yes, you got 3 little great-great-grand-nephews and niece in Winterfell. They are called Rhaena, Eric and Jon now. Alexander replied. Aemon's eyes once again teared up and bowed. I thank you, All-Father. Pack your luggage. I will come back soon. If everything goes right. There will probably be another of your line joining you. Alexander said. Who? Aemon interestingly asked. Brynden Rivers, the Blood Raven. The illegitimate son of Aegon IV and your uncle. Alexander dropped the bomb. What? How can this be? We both joined the Night's Watch together, but he went missing in a ranging mission. He's still alive? Aemon asked. Yes, he is. He was saved by the children of the forest. They probably used magic and combined him with a weirwood tree. Since then, he's been living in that tree. He briefly explained. This is really surprising to me. All this time, I had no one and now I have so many of my family. Aemon sounded conflicted. And you should be happy about that. Now, I need to go. I am really Lord Stark, by the way. Don't call me All-Father in front of people. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 88. Brynden Bloodraven Rivers. So, Lord Stark, you want to make the Wall a tourist place? Are you serious? Georg shouted. Calm down, Georg. When was the last time your men fought free folks? Alexander asked. We haven't, in years. He thoughtfully replied. Then tell me, why should all the lords keep on sending money here? What's the use? The people you protected the realm from are now happily living in the realm. I want to make this place profitable. If tourists come here and spend money, then southern lords will not cry over the uselessness of the Night's Watch. I am also not even asking you to do anything. Your job is simply to make sure that none of these criminals that Night's Watch is made of, do anything bad to tourists. Alexander explained. Georg thought about it for a minute. He could also see that tourism will help the Night's Watch. If they could make some money, then they would not have to plead to lords every time. Your proposal could be beneficial to the Night's Watch. I can see that, but I'm doubtful about its profitability. Okay, I will help you in this endeavor. He agreed in the end. Alexander shook his hand and left to the north of the wall. He landed with a loud thud in front of a huge weirwood tree. He waited for a minute and soon a house elf-sized green forest elf aka Children of the Forest came out. She looked at Alexander and instantly dropped to her knees. She knew who he was. The one who had punished them for enslaving the Icemen thousands of years ago. Get up, Leaf. You've atoned enough for your sins. Alexander said and helped her get up. Take me to Three-Eyed Raven. He ordered. She quickly led him inside the tree. He saw many more forest elves in his way. They were probably the only remaining ones. After a while, he came to the end of the long path and saw an old man stuck to the tree. The roots of the tree were going inside his body from everywhere except face. So, Brynden Rivers, or I should say Bloodraven. How's life treating you? Alexander calmly asked. I am honored to meet you all, Father, Bloodraven said, a bit of fear in his voice. So, you've been peeping at people throughout the history. It's just an ability I received by combining with the tree. He replied. I also have the ability to see a lot of things. Even if it's inside your head. As soon as Alexander said that, he looked inside Bloodraven's mind. He had lived a really long life. But a lot of it was spent stuck in the tree. Then Alexander looked at all the past and future he saw and all that he planned. So you had planned on taking over Bran's body when he would have come to see you in 19 years. Alexander coldly stated. Yes. But I stopped following that plan and also using my ability since I saw you at the Tower of Joy. He tried to clarify. Still, it doesn't change the fact that you had been cooking some not so nice plans. So, what is your plan now? He asked. I was only thinking about protecting the realm and I have no regrets. I plan to do whatever was necessary. I have been doing the same since I became Bloodraven from Brynden Rivers. I didn't know that you would return to the mortal world, so I was just planning for the White Walkers. But nothing matters now. I cannot live a normal life even if I wanted to. The moment I separate myself from the tree, I will die. So, just give me a painless death. That's all I ask for. Brynden said, closing his eyes. Okay then. I will make it painless. Alexander replied. In a moment, his body separated from the tree, but the pain never came. But the death also didn't come. Bloodraven opened his eyes and looked up. Welcome to the land of walking. You are old but still have some years of life. Just like Iman. I met him before coming here. He would be happy to see you. You will die a natural death when your time comes. Thank you. For letting me see them again. He gratefully thanked. No need to worry, but make no mistake. You don't have the ability of a green seer now. You will still be a warg though. Alexander reminded him. I am grateful for even getting a chance to walk again. Thank you all, Father. He kneeled down. Haha. Get up now. I am going to see the White Walkers soon. You should come with me. He added. What? Okay. Bloodraven quickly agreed. He couldn't imagine God having trouble dealing with the White Walkers. Then Alexander looked at Leaf. Tell all your people, your punishment is over. I am taking you to a new place. Only happy and good animals live there in the forests. Unicorns, phoenix, and more like them. I will allow you to live there but you cannot harm them. Otherwise, Medusa will not forgive you. He commanded. Yes. We will be good. Leaf quickly nodded. She was happy to get a new place to live. Her species was already going extinct, maybe now they would get a chance to re-emerge. Alexander then took all the children of the forest to Fahame and notified Medusa. After that, Alexander and Bloodraven, now changing back to the name Brynden, as it was more common in the north, flew in the air. To Brynden the experience of flying was just mesmerizing. He imagined how it must have felt like riding dragons in the old times. They headed straight into the land of always winter. An unknown and unexplored part of the north. Even free folks were afraid of going there because of the harsh climate. It was an extremely cold desert. Alexander always reasoned that the frozen north must be the giant ice cap of the planet. They kept on traveling more and more into the north. Alexander started to feel the temperature dropping to 70 degrees Celsius. He knew that if he didn't cover Brynden with a heating charm he would freeze to death. After looking for a long time, Alexander finally found something. He started to hear some sounds in the distance. But the closer he got to the sound, the more confused he started to get. Little by little the sound became clear and he confirmed that there was someone in that cold desert singing a song. Despacito. Quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído. Para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito? What the FCK? He flew faster and just beyond the hill he saw something he had never thought of seeing. Nearly 40-50 wraith were dancing. Some were playing some crude instruments like drums and tambourines. In the center was a white walker dancing and singing Despacito. All father, is this normal? Brendan asked, looking gobsmacked. I don't think so. He confusedly replied. Of course not. How can someone here know Despacito? Songs cannot transcend realities. He slowly descended from the air. The wraiths saw him and stopped the music. The White Walker also stopped. Alexander interestedly looked at the White Walker in neat and clean clothes. What's your name? Alexander asked, hoping to get a reply. I am David, who are you? The White Walkers spoke. I am Alexander Maxim Universe Stark. How do you know Despacito? What? You know it too? Are you like me? A reincarnator? The White Walker excitedly asked. No, I am not a reincarnator. I am a demigod. I work for the big god. What about you? How did you end up becoming a White Walker? Alexander questioned. David cried while holding Alexander's legs. God. Please help me, please. I was conned into this. After I died back in my world I saw a white light asking me for a wish. I told him that I wanted to have cool powers and be very strong. Then he asked me where I wanted to go and I just said a medieval world. But that being sent me here like this. I look so hideous. Then I found my leader. He's a crazy psycho. He calls himself the Night King and keeps on repeating the same words, freeze them all. I am stuck here, there's nothing fun to do either. I tried to talk to humans once but they attacked me. And when I decided to commit suicide they couldn't even kill me. After that, I also tried various ways to die but nothing helped. Please help me God, set me free. I wanna rest now. I am so bored here. He requested and cried. Alexander quickly looked in the sky and tried to talk to God. Did you do this, father? What? Oh. Damn it. No, I didn't do it, son. It must be that elder ice demon. Only he likes to do these kinds of things. Ah. Poor child. He's been stuck there for the past 300 years. God sympathized. Then, I will free him. You should send him to some nice universe of his choice. The poor guy deserves that at least. Alexander suggested. Okay, that should make him happy. Send him up then, God agreed. Alexander looked at sad David. I talked to the big god. He said that the one who sent you here was an ice demon, not a god. To compensate you, he has decided to send you to a really nice universe. It'll probably be wish fulfillment for you. What? I knew it was a demon. Okay, please send me to the big god. Thank you, God. Thank you, he continuously thanked him. Alexander then took out a Valyrian steel dagger and pricked David. In a second David happily turned into small crystals and died. He would probably go to some nice place and form a harem now. 300 years of loneliness must have made him thirsty. After that, he again flew in the air with Brendan towards the heart of cold land. He would probably find the Night King there. He really wanted to know what happened to Hagar, the Lion of the Night, and who was this Night King. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. You can see the image of this chapter on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 89. Night King. Alexander continued his journey and saw a huge pointy mountain in the distance. It looked more like a castle covered under the ice. He remembered what the frozen city of Iceman looked like thousands of years ago, and it was also many miles east to where he was. You can see the image on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. This was a totally new place for Alexander. He landed on the ground and walked into the castle. Everything was frozen for as far as he could see. As soon as he walked in, dozens of ice spears attacked him. He cast a shield around him and Brendan, and the spears broke down after hitting the shield. Must have been some kind of anti-intrusion mechanism. He muttered. If anyone's here then come out. Don't make me destroy this whole mountain, he loudly said. Soon he felt the temperature falling. Footsteps started coming from a distance. A lot of them. Alexander waited for it to appear. The footsteps kept on getting louder. Holy! Brynden exclaimed. In front of them was a horde or wraiths running towards them. It looked more like a tsunami. There were probably tens of thousands of them. The horde kept on coming closer. Alexander and Brynden just looked at everything from behind the shield. Fiend fire. The fire in the shape of a dragon flew around and burned everything down. All the wraith turned to ashes. The heat also melted a lot of ice and the surrounding area became foggy. Alexander waved his hand and everything froze back to as it was. Where did they find so many people to turn into wraiths? While he was in deep thought, 15 White Walkers jumped out of ice walls. Each of them aimed to kill him. He didn't reserve himself and took out his Dragon Slayer sword. He cut down each of them one by one. When only one of them remained, Alexander axio him. The White Walker came straight into Alexander's palm and he forcefully read his memories. So they want to revive the giant ancient ice dragon deep underground. The one claiming himself the Night King is a rebel. He was not a true Iceman as he had conducted many experiments on his body, making him more powerful but also ugly. His biggest weakness was fire and Valyrian steel. He also made his followers the same way. Poor David must have been caught by Night King and turned into a follower. He formed his faction and fought Hagar. After defeating them he enslaved his own people to dig and get the ancient dragon corpse out so he could take over the world with it. Sigh, I hope Hagar is not dead. He was a pretty nice kid, Alexander mumbled. After reading the memory he killed him and moved towards where the mining process was ongoing. Welcome, God King. I knew you would come someday. A loud voice spoke. So you knew about your death? Good. He scoffed. Do not overestimate yourself, God King. I have been preparing for you for so many years. The man who was speaking came out. How can you even call yourself king with that face? At least Hagar had a lion face. I'd have loved to see him as the king, Alexander blabbered. Yes. The foolish Hagar. He refused to believe in my ways. He said I am a fool. Guess what, the fool won. Hagar is now mining with his people. The Night King proudly said. That is where you are wrong. You haven't won yet. Oh, I will. Night King said, and a big cage fell from the ceiling on Alexander. That cage is meant to capture you. You can't use your powers to get out of there. You will live inside there till eternity. The Night King said with an evil smile pasted on his face. Ha 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 ha, so this was your plan? You must have used those black stones that fell from the sky to make this. But sad for you, they don't affect my magic. As his words fell, the cage disappeared into his space pocket. He then suddenly appeared beside the now horrified Night King. Bam! A punch straight into his face. Alexander quickly looked at his sins. Night King Category 5. Murder 100,674. Necromancy 87,789. Enslaved 79,543. Sin percentage 95%. Before killing the Night King, Alexander thought about solving the problem of the Iceman once and for all. He tested his powers and potions on him, trying to find a way to take away their necromancy power and make them able to live in normal temperatures. It took him some time, but he eventually succeeded. His 1,000,000 times comprehension power wasn't there for nothing. All that time Night King was in time torture. He went through 1,000 years of fire torture. Then Alexander took out his sword and stabbed the Night King and simultaneously used his eyes to erase him from space and time. The Night King shrieked for one last time before dying. Just as the Night King vanished, many things happened across space and time. In many worlds, the Night King died just when he was about to kill Viceroy with his spear. In some, he died even before forming his army. Back in Alexander's world, at the same time, many wraiths that were being used in the mines fell down as they lost the connection. Well, killing Night King was easy, he thought. Alexander then went deeper and found the enslaved Iceman working and digging. God King. A thin-looking Iceman with the head of a lion slowly came towards him. Alexander calmly walked to Hagar and gave him a warm hug. He also used his magic to heal everyone there for any injury. Yes, I am here, child. I've dealt with him. He loudly said. All the people rejoiced in happiness when they heard him. Come, you don't have to be here anymore. I will take you to a whole new place, where you can live without worrying about normal humans. You will also be able to grow your own food. He offered. Alexander had decided to give the Iceman a whole planet in his solar system. He knew that it was nearly impossible to make normal humans accept them, as Icemen had a nearly limitless lifespan and were very strong too. Humans would always fear them. On the other hand, on his planet, they would not have to worry about just living. He was hoping to see what kind of civilization would blossom there. Really? There's a place like this? Hagar asked, still not able to believe him. Yes, you can say that it's my own world. No living being is living there currently. I have also found a way to stop your body from needing so much cold. I can make it so that you can live in normal cold weather too. This way, you won't need to continuously live in ice. If that is the case, then please help us, God King. Hagar quickly kneeled. Looking at him, the others did the same. Ha ha ha. Get up you all, and follow me. Alexander took them to a customized planet which had a slight cold climate all the time. Then he gave them the potions to curb their coldness. He asked Hagar if there were any icemen left outside. I don't think so. That Night King had brought us all to that place. By the way, please look into that dragon corpse. Hagar reminded. Okay. I will look into it. I suggest you start organizing things here. You will find all the resources here and just need to work on them. I am leaving some godroids to help you too. I will visit from time to time. Alexander said. I will be waiting for you, God King. He respectfully bowed. Then Alexander disappeared from the planet newly named Frostheim. He appeared back in the frozen castle and burnt all the dead corpses, including the ancient dragons. The corpse was a lot smaller than Ragnarok's dragon form. Oh. I nearly forgot about Brynden, he remembered. He had made him fall asleep when he went to settle the iceman. Wait, what? Where did everyone go? Brynden asked when he woke up. I have settled them in a nice secret place. They won't be a threat to the world. Only humans are a threat now. Alexander thoughtfully said. All right, time to go back to Winterfell now. This time they operate and Brynden's stomach didn't like it. He didn't forget to grab Iman either. Brynden and Iman were introduced to the people living in the castle. Both of them started to smile ear to ear when they saw the little Targaryen children. New grandpas? Rena questioned. Haha. Yes, Rena. They will live here from now on. Alexander said. Okay. But you will always be my favorite grandpa, she cutely said. Alexander had his heart melt and quickly gave her a hug and then made her fly in the air. It was her favorite thing to do whenever Alexander was around. Soon, the other kids joined Rena in the air too. He really liked it that Maya was acting like a normal child too now. But Rena and Maya had turned 6 years old and they were going to start their school soon. Good thing that the school was just a little away from Winterfell Castle. It was inside the big orphanage. After that, he went to Dobby to talk a bit. He grabbed a butterbeer and sat down on the couch. How's everything going, Dobby? I'm not asking about the north. I am asking about you. Alexander said. Dobby was also relaxing on the couch, some healthy distance away from him as all men should. Well, everything's nice. Both in terms of work and my life too. Sometimes I still remember how I met you that day. I was really lucky. You gave me and my people such a good life. And I don't regret coming with you here one bit. I like this lifestyle. Exploring and working at the same time. Dobby said and took a sip from his beer. Yeah, I remember that day. The recently freed elf, just chilling in my company. Haha. Ah. I miss Hermione, Edward, and even Dumbledore. I still don't know how to grow stronger to go back to them. As far as I know about this world, there's nothing that can make me stronger like the Philosopher's Stone. Alexander contemplated. So, what's gonna be our next step? Dobby asked. For starters, officially taking over the 7 kingdoms and the world sounds good. What's the big plan, boss? Dobby was intrigued. Well, the All-Father will officially make an appearance, he announced. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 90. Planning and plotting. I am going to act in a nice real-life play. It's time to deal with Cersei Lannister. Her son has turned 4 now and already talks about killing people. There is no hope for the 7 kingdoms with him. But first, I need to make Robert abdicate the throne to me. I have a plan for it though. You should keep your illusion orb ready. The god should only appear at a time of despair after all. Otherwise, they would not accept me. He told Dobby. I keep the orb always ready, boss. Dobby grinned like he was just asked about his favorite toy. Alexander popped up in Vale, Ari. He was invisible at that moment. He looked for Lisa Oren, the sister of Catelyn. She was very angry at Alexander for the death of her sister and father. Her dumb brain was unable to process that her father and sister had committed treason. So, Alexander didn't have any regrets in using her as a pawn. He used mind art on her to make her a good mother first of all. She was spoiling her son too much. Then he made her ask her husband, John, to come to Aerie and live with her as she was pregnant. John would have to resign from his position as the hand of the king in return. After all, he also loved his family. Then Alexander just had to wait. Winter City, Mayor's Office. In the past years, the management of the Winter City had turned democratic. The city was divided into blocks and each block had one elected representative. Then there was the city mayor. Currently, a normal human city mayor was working there. The earlier Wolf's Sword had done a good job at training him, adding Alexander's curses to various important positions in the administration. Nobody could ever misuse their power. This is my latest invention. It's a telephone. You can talk to anyone who has this thing with a number. Alexander demonstrated to the city administration workers. He was going to bring wireless technology in the future, but for now, the telephone was enough for them as it was easier to understand. This is amazing, Lord Stark. With this, we won't have to send Raven. The mayor exclaimed. Yes, you are right, Hamish. But we still need ravens for extremely deserted places. However, I will try to create a better technology later that would let us talk to anyone anywhere. I am only intending to use telephones in some cities, as laying phone lines across the whole Westeros would cost a lot. Alexander explained. Still, it is good nonetheless. With this, we can communicate within our own administrative office and work more efficiently. The mayor of Norgold, Renee said. He was invited to see the new creation. We can also open small shops where small folks can also use it to communicate in a different city with this technology. The mayor of Wolf's City at Sea Dragon Point, Tahoran, suggested. Yes. So, I will send some people to your respective areas and offices to put these. Alexander said and dismissed the meeting. He was using a room as his office in the mayor's building. Knock knock. Boss, the man from Iron Bank is here. Bronn notified. Let him in. Unlike other places, the Iron Bank was still run by the Wolf's Sword. The elf entered and saluted him. Come here, sit down. Tell me what's the news? He asked. Boss, we have given away 150 million gold dragons to various houses in Westeros that don't have their heirs studying in the Tower of Knowledge. House Lannister alone has taken 20 million. We have told them that we won't give them more. We have also opened our branches in Karth and Assai. Good job. Now, I want you to recall all the debts as soon as you hear that the king is dead in a few months. Alexander ordered. Oh, Elder Dobby did say something was going to happen. I will prepare all the paperwork, boss. The elf bowed and left. Wolf's Heaven. All the adult Starks were present for the meeting. Alexander especially felt bad whenever he saw Ned and decided to take him to Dorne later to find a nice wife. Why Dorne? Most people were very open-minded there and most women would not care if Ned already had kids. They would love the children the same. There were also many beautiful women living there too, but that wasn't the main reason. Alright my boys and girls. I am going to take the throne now and also officially show that I am the All-Father. But for all this, we'll need a spectacular show that will make people remember me. Now, to the main part. Ned, you will soon receive a raven from Robert, asking you to become his new Lord Hand. Your job is simple, find an opportunity, and tell Cersei that you know her children are bastards born from her and her brother's hard work. Then she will probably kill Robert and you in order to secure the throne for herself. Don't worry. I will save you both and also make a show to discredit Cersei and her right to the throne. After that, the Ragnarok will fall on the world and I will come as a savior. Alexander bluntly explained. What the FCK? Benyon exclaimed, surprised by how Alexander made such a big announcement like it was nothing. Are Robert's kids really incest bastards? Lina asked, feeling pity for Robert. Yes, funny how the one woman Robert was supposed to handle got out of his hands. But make no mistake, I will not harm Tommen and Myrcella. They are innocent. Alexander sternly said. What about Joffrey? Ned asked. Well, Joffrey is sick in the brain. I'll have to repair his brain first. He said. Anyway, this is going to be our work for the next few months. Anna, Alina, I will also declare you to the world soon. He announced. Anna and Alina felt elated with the announcement, thank you, uncle. But, I must say, I had grown accustomed to this name. Anna said. Ha ha ha. I am thinking about Rena. I don't think she even remembers her old name, Alexander chuckled. Achoo. Hey Rena, did you catch a cold? Maya asked while playing with her best friend. No, but I had the urge to sneeze. Whatever, let's play Rena happily roared. The next week, John received a letter from Lisa. He really felt concerned for his wife and told Robert that he was resigning. He also had no qualms as the realm was very stable now. Robert also happily accepted the resignation and immediately rode a raven, telling Ned to come to King's Landing and become the hand of the king. Ned received the letter and left for King's Landing. He didn't have anything to worry about, as Robb and Sansa lived in Winterfell. The Moat City also had a mayor so he wasn't worried about it either. First, he took the train to the last stop, Bamboo City of the Neck. The original bamboo town of reeds had now expanded into a city on the swamp. From there he rode the horse. With him were 2 wolf's sword and 20 loyal men. All in their best shining armor and blue cloaks. They were warmly welcomed by every town they passed through. People loved anything related to the wolf sigil. Starks had done more for small folk than anyone else in the history of Westeros. The same was the sight in King's Landing. People threw flower petals at Ned as he was going to be the new Lord Hand. He made his way to the Red Keep where Robert was waiting for him. They exchanged manly hugs and entered the castle. "You're gonna like this, Ned. People already love you," Robert honestly stated. "Why didn't you ask Uncle for this position?" Ned asked. "Why? Well, because he's the goddamn great wolf Alexander Stark. He must have a lot of things to do and manage. I can't ask him to be here. While you just sit in your castle and do nothing," he joked. "Just like a certain king," Ned replied. "Ha ha ha ha. Ah. We are going to be like the old days, Ned. But much better than before. We will rule the 7 kingdoms." Robert howled. "You look too happy about all this." "Why not? My best friend is here in this boring huge castle. Now I'll have someone to talk to every day." Robert answered. "Casterly Rock, Westerlands. Tyrion, I want you to go to King's Landing and report to me everything that the new hand is doing." Tywin coldly ordered. "But isn't sister there? Can't she do this?" he asked. "She is too arrogant to notice others. I can't trust her. I want you there. You may be a disgrace but at least you have a good brain. This is a chance, Tyrion. Don't mess it up," Tywin said. Tyrion quietly went out and started preparing for King's Landing. "At least he's sending me somewhere," he thought. So, the boy is going on his own adventures now. Jerion entered his room. "It's more like a do-or-die job." Tyrion rolled his eyes. "Haha. Sometimes, adventures are also like that. I am also leaving. I have joined the Northern Navy as its sea mapper. My job is to map all the seas and coastlines and create a world map. Lord Stark has even given me a steel ship under the command of a wolf's sword," Jerion informed. "Sigh, don't make me more depressed now, Uncle. Ha ha ha. Alright, but before you go, I wanted to give you something. This is a Valyrian steel dagger. May it protect you in the time of need." Jerion gifted him and ruffled his hair. Thank you, Uncle. This is truly precious." Tyrion suddenly hugged his favorite uncle. "Okay, prepare now. Or else Tywin will come to kill us with his cold gazes." He joked and left. Sigh, King's Landing, please don't be disappointing. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. You can see the image Red Keep and King's Landing chapter on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 91. Plots within plots. 2 months passed. Ned did his duties as the Lord Hand. Ned had been living in the Starks Manor as it was safer than Red Keep. Today, he received the green light from Alexander to go ahead and provoke Cersei. So Ned prepared for a meeting with her in his office. At noon, Cersei gracefully entered his office. "What was so important that you asked me to be here, Lord Stark?" she asked and sat down without asking. "It would be better if you heard about this in private. If words were to go out, they will start comparing you with Targaryens," Ned calmly said. Cersei's eyes widened in shock and sent her servants out. "What are you talking about, Lord Stark? You know what I am talking about. I know about the true parentage of your children. Robert would get really angry when he finds out about you and Jaime," Ned said in a relaxed manner. Cersei knew that Robert would believe Ned. "What do you want? Gold, power, or me?" she said, trying to seduce him and lifted her gown to show a bit of her white smooth legs. But the hard boy Ned looked at her disgustfully. "Is this what you've been doing all your life? Using your body for favors? No wonder Robert never loved you. Then why haven't you already told this to Robert? What do you want?" she frustratingly asked. "Nothing, I am just giving you an opportunity to run away. When Robert finds out, he will kill you. And probably Joffrey too," Ned offered. "You know, when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or die. There's no third way," she calmly said. "That is why I'm giving you a third way." Ned scoffed. "I am giving you until tomorrow evening. I will tell everything to Robert at tomorrow's dinner feast," Ned said and dismissed the queen. Cersei seated in rage and left. She went straight to her lover brother and took him to an isolated place. "Why are you in such a hurry, Cersei? What happened?" Jaime worriedly asked. "He knows," she screamed. "What? Who knows what?" "Ned Stark, he knows about us and our children. He's given me until tomorrow to run away." She ragefully said. Then, it's good. We always knew that the secret would come out someday. We should go somewhere far away and live a new life with our kids. He hopefully suggested. What? How can you even say that? I am the queen. My sweet Joffrey will become the king. I will never run away. She quickly dismissed the idea. Jaime didn't know what to do now. Then what do you want to do? We kill them. We kill the king, they. Stark, his men. We kill them all, she screeched. Have you gone mad? Killing Ned is many times harder than killing the king. And even if we are successful, we will have to fight the whole army and navy of the north later. He tried to reason. So what? We are Lannisters. We can buy armies. We will buy some sellsword companies from Essos. Father will pay for it all, she confidently suggested. Then suddenly a voice came from behind the door. No, my dear sister. You are wrong. Father won't pay, or more like he can't pay. Tyrion entered. What do you mean? Jaime asked, not really worried that Tyrion heard them. Well, I heard father talking to Uncle Kevin once. He said that the gold mines have run dry and the Lannisters are currently 20 million dragons in debt to the Iron Bank. Seriously, your best option is to run away. Most of King's Landing already doubted your kid's parentage. If words come out of Lord Stark, they will all believe him. Tyrion said. I didn't ask for your advice. And I refuse to believe anything you say. Lannisters can never run out of gold. We have the biggest mine in. Yes, the biggest mine that we have been mining for the past 6,000 years. Please do not do something stupid, you have no idea how strong the Starks are. They will destroy not just you, but the whole House Lannister. Uncle Jerian had told me what happened in the Greyjoy Rebellion. The Northern Army and Navy destroyed the Ironborns even before the fight could really start. He warned. Shut up. Lies, all are lies. I don't care what you think. I must do what I should, I am the queen, she screamed, refusing to accept the reality. Then I must go and tell father about what you are planning, Tyrion said and walked away. I must deal with him too, she thought. Guards, guards. Arrest Tyrion and put him in black cells, she shouted. Soon her 4 Lannister guards came. What are you doing, Cersei? He is family, Jaime questioned. I am doing what father would have done. I am protecting my family and the throne. Cersei replied. I don't think father will be happy when he hears you put me in black cells, Tyrion calmly spoke from clutches of guards. Take him, that devil is not my brother, she ordered. Tyrion's face fell when he heard that. Since he was born, Cersei had been calling him that because their mother died while birthing him. He was also very ugly, not anymore, which didn't ease things. The next day, Cersei didn't appear anywhere. Ned secretly felt worried that she might have really run away. Then he strangely found that Tyrion Lannister was missing too. The evening came and the feast began. He was in constant vigilance. His years working as the Lord of Moat Cailin had taught him some things about people. That was to always expect worse. Robert was busy eating when suddenly 2 men who were very close to them took out their knives and tried to stab them. Ned's guards were very quick and came to help. His attacker was quickly neutralized, but the same couldn't be said about Robert. The attacker had stabbed him in the guts. While all that was happening, Alexander was also there, just invisible. Come on Robert, make Ned the regent. But Robert was mumbling stupid things and wasn't writing his will. So Alexander had to manipulate him. After all that was done, he quickly replaced the body with a fake. The wounded Robert was now all healed and standing beside Alexander. He was invisible too. Ah! Never thought I'd die like that. Robert said, looking at his dead body. Then he turned his face and saw Alexander. Uncle? How did you die? He shockingly asked. Ha 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 ha. You are not dead, son. You are about to find out about a big secret. They both vanished and appeared in the Great September of Baelor. Then the same thing happened, Robert realized his identity and cried like a child. Asking to send him to Lyanna in heaven. I will bring her back, son. But first, we need to deal with Cersei. She tried to get you and Ned killed because Ned found out that Joffrey, Tommen and Myrcella are incestborns between Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Alexander revealed. I knew it. I always had my doubts. I am going to kill her and her brother. He angrily roared. Calm yourself. I will get her punished. But not yet. Honestly speaking, I can straight away change memories of everyone in the city or even Westeros. But that would still create a problem as there is always a chance of words crossing the sea. So, I need this whole charade to go on. When the time is right, I will show myself to the world. Not as Alexander Stark but as my true self. He informed him. Why yes. All father. Thank you for saving me, I will do all I can to help. Robert deeply bowed. In the hall, the lifeless body of Robert laid on the floor. Ned stood beside it with the king's decree in his hands. Then suddenly the door opened and some Lannister's soldiers and Cersei with Joffrey entered. "Arrest Lord Stark. He conspired to kill the king," she screeched. "No, we can't, he's the Lord Regent now. King did that in front of all of us here." Sir Barry Stan Selmy spoke. Cersei cursed under her breath. She hadn't planned for this. "What regent? Your king is here," she said, pointing at Joffrey. "Yes. I am the king." "Put his head on a pike," Joffrey shouted just like his mother. "Ned, play on with her. You need to get arrested and sent to black cells. By tomorrow morning, everything will change." Alexander secretly spoke in Ned's ear. "I have the king's decree. You can't ignore it," Ned said. Suddenly a Lannister boy jumped and grabbed the decree and ate it. "No regent without a decree now," he said. "This is too much. How dare she defy king's orders? We stand with Lord Stark." Many Crownlands lords protested for what was happening. "Shut up, all of you. Guards, I am the queen and you have your king with you. Follow your lords and die, follow me and I'll make your life look like a dream come true." She tried to sway the guards. Many did sway, they didn't know that the Lannisters didn't have any money left. "Put all of them in the black cell. We will put them on trial tomorrow," she said. Forgetting that arresting so many Crownlands lords would surely create big problems. She was just so consumed by the power, knowing that the king was dead and now she could have her Joffrey on the throne. Ned didn't know what his uncle had planned. But he did know that no matter what, his life wasn't in danger. He had already talked to the invisible Robert and felt relaxed. When he reached the black cells, he was surprised to find Tyrion Lannister also locked there beside him. "So she was partially successful, I presume?" Tyrion asked. "Yes, she killed the king and has imprisoned half the Crownlands lords," Ned replied. "Sigh, I guess, it's the end of House Lannister then." Tyrion disappointedly mumbled. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. You can see the original Lannister family on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 92. Rumors and news. Cersei was very happy with her successful plan and decided to enjoy it with her brother. But instead of joy, she found irritation. "What have you done, Cersei? You didn't just kill the king but also imprisoned so many lords. Do you really think they wouldn't retaliate? Oh please, not you two. The worst has already come to pass. I still have Ned Stark as a hostage. The North will not attack till then," she confidently said. "I really hope that's what will happen," Jaime sighed. Casterly Rock, Westerlands. Two ravens reached the castle a few hours apart. But they were red at the same time. One was from Tyrion and the other was from another informant. Knock knock. "Brother, open the door." It's urgent. Kevin Lannister heavily knocked on Tywin's door. A second later, Tywin opens. "What happened?" he asked. He knew that Kevin wouldn't have disturbed him if it weren't so important. "Brother, Cersei has doomed us all. She killed the king and put the blame on Lord Hand. She also tried to kill him but couldn't. Now she has arrested 15 Crownlands lords and Lord Hand in the black cells. I am afraid Lord Stark won't let this slide. He would either ask for Cersei's head or straight up declare war on us," Kevin said. Tywin's face instantly turned red with anger. "What happened to Tyrion? Why didn't he tell us anything?" "She had put Tyrion in the black cells too," Kevin replied. Tywin then got angrier. He could already see the Northern might falling on them. But sadly, the worst was yet to come. The next morning, Cersei had planned to spread rumors that the Lord Hand killed the king for the throne. But unknown to her, all the people she hired to spread rumors couldn't even speak a word before vanishing. Instead, another rumor started. That the queen killed the king and failed at killing Lord Hand. She wants to rule the 7 kingdoms as Dowager Queen. People also believed it as it was clear who would benefit the most from King's death. The rumors solidified when the latest edition of the Planetos arrived. The Planetos. The Murderer Queen. Last night in a feast organized by the king, 2 assassins broke in and attacked the king and Lord Hand. Tragically, the king died in that attack. Lord Hand was saved by his guards from the north. Still, before dying the king wrote a decree to name Lord Hand, the regent, protector of the realm. But Queen didn't like it and imprisoned Lord Hand and all the lords present in the feast. Not just that, the Murderer Queen has also imprisoned her brother, Tyrion Lannister, for not agreeing with her. There have also been some rumors questioning the legitimacy of 3 children of the king. You must know that the 3 children don't have any features that say they are Baratheon. We spoke to a maester who specializes in facial features studies. He has confirmed that this can only happen if the father and mother both support the same features. Now, we need to see how Lord Stark deals with this. Will there be another war? After all, the last one started because a Stark was imprisoned and murdered in the Red Keep by the Mad King. Is the Queen the new Mad Queen? By Maester Clark Kent. The reaction of the people was as expected. They felt like they were played again by the lords and the Queen. They started revolting against the Queen and demanding the release of Lord Hand. With subtle pushes from Alexander's people, the people also started asking Alexander to take over the Iron Throne. These words ignited a new discussion among the small folks. They all seriously started contemplating how having Alexander as the king would be. They already called him the king of small folks. He had also done so many good things for them while just being a lord. They imagined how good it would be if he became the king. The same was happening in every single city in the Westeros. Then suddenly, certain someone started to distribute t-shirts to the people with Alexander's face on them and text saying Stark for king. People happily wore them and showed their support. Even many lords started wearing them. Nearly everyone in the north was wearing them. But that wasn't all that the newspaper had. Just under the Murderer Queen article, there was another article that didn't really matter to small folks but was heart attack generating for some lords. The Planetos. The lion has rusted. It is common knowledge that the Westerlands, particularly the Lannisters, are so rich because of their gold mine. But the latest report says that the Lannisters have run out of gold. Their mine has dried up. Instead, they are neck-deep in debt to the Iron Bank. If the reports are to be believed, the House Lannister has taken 20 million dragons as loans. It's not just them, many other lords in Westerlands have taken out loans. In total, the Westerlands are 80 million dragons in debt. Now that the Iron Bank has recalled the debts, how are these houses going to pay? And how is Iron Bank going to react? By Maester Wade Wilson. Winterfell. All right, send out the small fleet at the Iron Islands to surround all the sea routes of Casterly Rock. Send half of the Eastern Fleet to King's Landing. House Lannister is going to end soon. Alexander briefed. Robert was spending time in Wolf's Heaven, for now, drinking and watching movies. Then Alexander officially announced that he was heading to King's Landing. Grandpa. Where are you going? Rena asked. She had other kids with her too. Haha. I am going to work, Rena. You remember that big red castle where you used to live? He asked. She nodded. When I return, I will take you and everyone else to see it again. He warmly said. Yei. Can I bring Rooney too? She cutely asked. Of course my dear. You can bring anyone you want. Now, I should get going. See you soon, Rena. Alexander walked away. Bye-bye Grandpa. All the children shouted. Red Keep, King's Landing. Ned, Tyrion, Stannis, Melisandre died when Alexander killed all evil red priests, and many other lords were chained in the black cells. Then a hooded man with a torch came to Ned. How are you, Lord Hand? Varys asked and gave some water to him. I am quite fine as Uncle had secretly sent food to me. Though I am starting to dislike this total darkness. Ned grunted. I thought you Stark wolves liked nighttime, Tyrion interjected. Ned turned his face, night with the moon has more light than here. Now, why have you come here Lord Varys? I have words from Allfather. He said that when Cersei puts you on trial, you should ask for a trial by combat and name Allfather as your champion. Don't worry. It won't really be a trial. You will be respectfully released before that. He whispered. Wait, why are you calling Lord Stark, Allfather? Tyrion butted in. All right, I'll do that. What about all these lords? I am sure Cersei will kill them too to keep the secret. Ned asked. Varys shook his head, I don't know about that. And it's not really a secret anymore. The newspaper wrote about the Queen murdering the king. Now all the small folks have revolted and are calling for Allfather to take the throne. He sounded a bit excited at the end of his words. Ah. So her plan didn't work. I wonder what she's going to do with me. Tyrion contemplated. I must go now, take care, Lord Hand. Varys left. Highgarden, Reach. This really is the end of Lannisters. If they have lost the gold then there's not much they can do. Olenna said, sipping on some tea. Yes, but it's all for the best. I really hope that Lord Stark takes the throne after this. Willis added. So you want to support him? She asked. No, he doesn't need our support. He's powerful enough for this. We should just agree with him when he takes the throne. He replied. Yes, you are quite right. The small folks have already started to call him king. Let's hope he brings good days with him. I also received a raven that Lord Stark has invited me to King's Landing, she softly said. The next day. Due to so many people being put on trial together, the trial grounds had been set up as the huge stairway to the Red Keep. Small folks could still see everything, but there was a wall of guards between them. Cersei arrived with her son Joffrey and took a seat beside him. Then her brother Jaime started speaking, acting as the speaker. All of you here are charged with high treason. You killed the king in the feast and tried to take over the throne. Do you have anything to say? Most of the lords started to scream that they didn't do anything, but soon their own guards came and testified against them. They were most probably enticed by Cersei. Then it came Ned's turn. I have done my duty with honor and truthfully. I didn't do anything to the king. I was also attacked. I know you have already planted some fake witness. So I leave it to the gods. They will be my judge. I demand a trial by combat and I name my uncle as the champion. Kill him. Show me his blood. Dog, why are you still not doing anything? Joffrey started to screech loudly. All the people who were still a bit conflicted about the situation now started to believe the rumors. Anything would be better than that little shit as the king. Sandor Clegane just stood there silently. As a trial by combat couldn't be refused and he also didn't want to mess with the Starks. But Lord Stark is in Winterfell. You have to either fight yourself or choose someone else as your champion, Jaime nervously said. He knew that if Alexander came then Ned would walk away without a scratch. Then a new but known loud laugh sounded. Haha. I am already here, I accept being Ned's champion. Alexander walked in his full body armor. Seeing him, Tyrion also voiced, I also demanded a trial by combat and I name Lord Stark as my champion. He kept on looking at Alexander in hope. Haha. I accept. Alexander laughed. Then the lords made the same demand. I accept being the champion for all of you. Now, when and where am I supposed to fight? He coldly asked, looking at Jaime. Why you will fight 17 men, alone? Jaime asked to confirm. Yes, I will, Alexander confirmed. Okay, the trial will be in 3 days. Cersei quickly stated. She was happy thinking that she had a good chance to eliminate Alexander now. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. Before anyone asks. God ends in chapter 105. 93. Caught, truth and punished. One day later. Alexander used his magic to make Cersei decide on the venue as the tourney grounds. Many lords had come to see it too. Thanks to the Northern Navy, they were quickly brought there. Tywin, Oberyn and Olenna had also come. Alexander also had a different purpose for bringing them. Thank you for coming here, my lords and ladies. Today, I am going to show you something that will blow your minds. Just follow me. Alexander said and led the three into the Red Keep. It was late at night so most of the people had already gone to sleep. Where are you taking us, Lord Stark? Oberyn inquired. Haha, you will know soon, Alexander replied. Wait, this is the Queen's chambers. Why are we here? Tywin questioned. The surprise is inside, Alexander said. The door suddenly opened without making any sound. Alexander silently cast a silent charm on them and they walked in. Ah. Yes. Jaime. Ah, they all heard the moans repeatedly. They already knew who it belonged to. Then they turned to the bed. And there she was, all naked, riding on Jaime's manhood. Oberyn looked at it with interest, Olenna's jaw fell in shock and Tywin was close to vomiting blood. Jaime slightly turned his head and noticed the people in the room. Cersei also looked on and her face turned pale in a second. Father Jaime scaredly called out and threw Cersei from on top of him and picked up his cloak to cover himself. Whistle. The Queen is fine, Oberyn joked. What is the meaning of this? How dare you do this? You are brother and sister, Tywin roared. No one had ever seen Tywin this angry. Cersei had covered herself by then, so what? Targaryens did it, what's wrong with us doing it? I love my brother. Silence. Do you even hear yourself speaking? And did you forget that incest caused madness in Targaryens? Tywin shouted. Oh, now I understand why Joffrey is so messed up. All he asks for is to see blood and kill people. Just like the Mad King, Alexander added. How dare you call my Joffrey mad? Don't forget he's the king, Cersei screeched. No. He lost his right to be the king and you to be the queen the moment you decided to do the deed with your own brother. All your children are illegitimate and don't have the right to sit on the throne. Guards, arrest her, Alexander commanded. Soon some northern guards entered and caught the queen. Father, you can't let this happen. Do something. Cersei pleaded with her father. Jaime Lannister. You broke the oath of Kingsguard and sired children. Not once but 3 times. You also betrayed your king by performing sexual activities with the former queen. You are also under arrest. Alexander said, and the guards caught him. Take them to the black cells. But give them Lord's chamber. Put Joffrey with them too. The other 2 children are innocent, leave them be. he ordered. Tywin was okay with Cersei being arrested or even Joffrey, but not Jaime. Jaime was his heir after all. Lord Stark, what gives you authority to do this? I can overlook as long as you leave my son alone. Haha. Olenna, Oberyn, do you object if I do this? Alexander asked. No, Jaime is equally responsible for this as Cersei, Olenna answered. I have no objections, Oberyn added. So, Lord Tywin. I don't care what you have to say. You Lannisters have caused too much damage to Westeros. Your daughter killed the king too and caused such problems. But you should be happy as she won't be trialed for Robert's murder. What do you mean? Tywin confusedly asked. He meant to say that I am still alive. Robert walked in. All except Alexander looked shocked. What? How? Haha. Uncle saved me that night. Anyway, that's not what's important. Lord Tywin, you should worry more about how you are going to repay the debt than who's going to be your heir. Robert angrily said. They were all still shocked at the sudden revival of the king. Tywin didn't say anything and quickly left the room. Too many bad things had happened in such a small time. So, what are you going to do with the trial as you are still alive? Oberyn asked Robert. Now, I will give you justice. I am ashamed that I have let them walk free for this long. I must have had a pretty shitty brain back then. Robert said and put a hand on Oberyn's shoulders. Oberyn couldn't believe what he was hearing. Blessings did come in disguise. He thought. Too bad, brother won't be here to see. Inside the dungeons, Alexander stood in front of Jaime Lannister. He had received word that Jaime was continuously asking to meet him. What is it, Jaime Lannister? Lord Stark, I don't care if you kill me but please, not my children. They didn't do anything. They are innocent. He pleaded. You dense boy, of course, I wouldn't kill the children. I'll probably have to do something with Joffrey's brain, but I won't kill him. I can't bring myself to kill a 4-year-old boy. Alexander replied. Jaime took a sigh of relief. I can also offer you a chance to redeem yourself. You will probably have to take the black, but you will still be able to see your children at Winterfell. Alexander offered. What do you want? He firmly asked. Tell Tyrion the truth. From your own mouth. You acted like you loved him so much but then backstabbed him. Tell him about Tisha. Alexander coldly ordered. Jaime's face turned pale. He remembered that incident. He considered following his father's words that day one of the most regrettable things. He didn't say anything and just nodded. As all the lords were set free because Robert was alive, Tyrion came to see his brother in neat and clean clothes. The tables have turned, I see. Tyrion entered. How are you, Tyrion? Jaime spoke with a tired voice. Well, Lord Stark told me that you've accepted to take the wall. The good thing is, the wall will soon turn into a tourist destination. I'll come to see you from time to time. He happily said. I know. I made a deal with Lord Stark. Jaime grimly replied. What deal? Tyrion asked as he sat down on a stool. That I'll tell you the truth. The truth about Tisha. Jaime said, not looking Tyrion in the eye. Tyrion's interest piqued. What about that whore? Jaime shook his head. She wasn't a whore, Tyrion. She really loved you. It was our father. When he found out, he made me lie to you that she was a whore and hired to make you a man. In truth, she was just a normal girl. She had recently lost her father and was looking for work when we saved her. By then Tyrion had fallen back, his eyes wet and red with anger and sorrow. Why? Why did you do such a thing to me? I am sorry. I regret that day till now. I regret agreeing with father that day, Jaime sorrowfully said. Your regret won't bring her back. She died that day, painfully. Thank God I fell unconscious and didn't RPE her in the end on father's order. You all called me a monster all my life, but the real monsters are you. Hiding in the plain sight, Tyrion shouted and left. Jaime just looked at him going, not even able to speak a word. 2 days later, everyone gathered at the tourney ground. Small folks had already started cheering for Alexander. They were also surprised to see the king alive. Robert stood and spoke, My people, you must be surprised to see that I am still alive. That night I really was attacked by assassins and nearly died. If not for Lord Stark. But regretfully, in my absence, the ex-queen played a game and put the blame on Ned. In truth, she tried to kill me, and not just that, I recently found that she was in an incestual relationship with her brother Jaime Lannister. As I am still alive, today's trial is senseless and I dismiss it. All the lords are freed from false charges. I would instead like to start another trial. As we have Sir Amory Lorch and Sir Gregor Clegane here. They will be trialed for murder, infanticide, RP, and many other crimes. Robert announced. The giant man and his sidekick were dragged into the pit. Do you have anything to say? Robert loudly asked. They both knew that they were going to be given death punishment. We demand a trial by combat. They said. Haha. Good. Uncle will be happy to punish you. Robert roared. Alexander entered the arena without any armor. It was just him in his Jedi robes and Dragon Slayer sword. Amory Lorch Category 4. Murder 768. Indirect murder 1976. RPE 678. Infanticide 390. Torture 2976. Sin percentage 81%. Gregor Clegane Category 4. Murder 980. Indirect murder 2051. RPE 864. Infanticide 688. Torture 3189. Sin percentage 89%. He checked their sins and was more than disgusted. Both of them took pleasure in others' misery. I will make you two scream so loud that the whole Westeros will hear you, Alexander said, just loud enough to let them hear him. Haha. The great Lord Stark. We will have fun killing you. Amory Lorch said as he licked his lips. We'll see about that. As Alexander's words fell, he attacked. His movement was graceful and fluent. Even with his big sword, he moved fast. Every time his sword slashed, blood came out. Little by little, Gregor Clegane and his sidekick were covered in wounds. Now, for the main course, he said and took out 2 small vials. He left his sword firmly placed on the ground and went closer to them. With various punches, he poured the liquid in the vials into their mouths. What did you make us drink? Gregor yelled as he started to feel pain. Nothing, it's a new medicine that makes your body 100 times more sensitive. Meaning that even a small prick from needle would feel like a sword now. Alexander loudly said. All the people cheered hearing that. Everyone hated the 2 demons in human skin. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 94. All Father. Amory Lorch screamed in pain as Alexander made another cut. Confess your crimes. All of them. Alexander shouted. He had added a memory enhancement potion in the pain sensitivity potion. Now they both remembered every crime they ever committed. Alexander cut Gregor's arm. The mountain fell down in screams. Alexander quickly went to a corner and took a lit torch. He went to Gregor and burned his missing arm wound. Confess, he again shouted. I killed a girl in Lanny Sport. I arped the daughter of a farmer in my lands. I killed the Lord. They both started to confess to each crime they committed. Many mysterious cases were being solved there. The whole thing lasted for 2 hours. They continued to speak of all their crimes. Then it came to what they did in King's Landing during the rebellion. I killed the daughter of MisterImmortal. I stabbed her many times. Then I licked her face and He wasn't able to complete his words as Alexander poured wildfire in his mouth, that was stored in a glass ball. Amory Lorch screamed for a long time before dying slowly. Alexander got a bit extra angry as Amory was talking about Rena. Then it came Gregor's turn. I smashed her son's head in the wall and then arped her. After that I killed her. On whose order did you do it? Alexander asked. It was Lord Tywin's order. He wanted to redeem himself for not supporting the rebellion earlier. His words brought shock and anger in people. He shouted as Alexander cut his other arm and both legs. Then sealed the wounds with fire. Oberyn. Do whatever you want with him. Alexander said and started walking away. Kill me. Please kill me, Gregor kept on shouting. Sandor looked at his brother's agony with satisfaction. He would have liked it if he could kill him with his own sword, but this was good too. Oberyn didn't do much. He also took out some of his pent-up anger and then killed him. Then Alexander looked at everyone. From this day onwards, punishment for RPE and murder, all across Westeros will be death. Bita lord or small folk. He declared. All the small folks jumped and cheered in excitement. Too many of them had faced troubles from lords. Some had their wives, mothers, or sisters arped by some lord and they couldn't do anything. Now, they would also receive justice. But as soon as his words fell, a bolt of loud lightning struck in the sky. The clouds started turning dark. The same was happening all around the world. People ducked to the ground in fear. Then an ear-deafening roar came from the sky. God damn, thank God Ragnarok is on my side. A dragon, bigger than any mountain people had seen, appeared in the sky. With him were thousands of normal-sized dragons. The normal dragons were an illusion though, Dobby was behind it. The small dragons appeared all around the world at the same time. People ran back inside their homes for protection. Ragnarok dived towards the tourney ground. All the people started praying to various gods. Some were praying to Alexander as it was said that All-Father appears in times of crisis. Ragnarok opened his huge mouth and threw flames at them. Then suddenly, Alexander's body started to shine and got bigger and bigger. He blocked the flames with his sword. "Nothing to fear, my children. I will save you all," he said, and flew in the air. People were gobsmacked by the revelation. Alexander had lifted all the charms that made people not recognize him as All-Father. Now, instead, he cast charms that made them see him as All-Father. His golden shining clones were also appearing in many other parts of the world and revealing themselves. Alexander spoke to Ragnarok telepathically. "Ready to spar with me?" "Haha. Yes. I'm getting to do this after so long," Ragnarok happily affirmed. Then they fought a deadly battle in the sky. Loud roars filled the whole Westeros. People kept on praying to All-Father. Westeros, Bravos, Slavers Bay, Karth, Uti, Asai, everywhere people prayed. Some priests in Uti were dancing happily at their All-Father's return. Alexander started to put fake but painful wounds on Ragnarok. He couldn't let a dragon injure him as he was a god, so he had to be careful. They weren't acting. They were really sparing. "You really are strong, boss," Ragnarok praised. "Haha. They don't call me the wizard god for nothing, you know," Alexander smugly replied. Roar. Ragnarok threw flames again, but this time Alexander countered with his own flames. His golden fiend fire fought Ragnarok's flames for a while. But Alexander was clearly winning. Then suddenly Alexander vanished and reappeared at Ragnarok's side and attacked from there. Ragnarok didn't get a chance to defend and got engulfed in flames. Then the flames turned into a giant light ball, engulfing Alexander too. That was the peak moment of the fight. Boom! The light ball burst into a loud and powerful blast. So strong that half of the planet's clouds dispersed. People all across the world heard that. The sound wave was so strong that some people even fell on the ground. When the eye-piercing light subsided, Alexander in perfect condition started descending to the ground slowly. His whole body was shining in gold and releasing a godly and kind aura. His illusion avatars all around the world also dealt with the dragons shortly and descended on the ground. Alexander quickly took out a book and held it in one hand and on the other his sword. That was what his statues looked like in most of the temples. As soon as his feet touched the ground, grass and flowers started to grow. Then an apple tree grew up. It was huge. Tens of meters high and covered a radius of 100 meters with its branches. Then in an instant, thousands of apples grew on them. One apple fell in each person's hands. They all felt compelled and ate it quickly. It was actually a normal apple, but it had many new potions added to it. There were many disease vaccines and also a portion that would grow their mind to a new horizon. They would start thinking, researching, looking for answers. That was the first step in turning them from mindless medieval civilization to a modern one. Though all that would still take many years to happen. The same tree incident occurred everywhere Alexander's avatar was. Honestly, it was everywhere. He made sure that every person in the world ate that apple. Later, people would start calling it the apple of knowledge. After all the people had eaten the apples, the trees turned into beautiful butterflies and flew away. He didn't want the trees to become some holy pilgrimage site in the future after all. Quickly all the people ran to him and kneeled in front of him. Surprisingly, Ned and Robert were kneeling too, like they didn't know about his identity. "Get up, children. I came down to the mortal world because I saw the world in mortal danger. Not just from the great dragon that attacked a while ago, but also the White Walkers. Look, they were forming their armies of undead to conquer the world. But I've dealt with them," he said, and huge screens started projecting images of White Walkers. "Now, I have decided that I will stay here for a while and help the human civilization to grow and become better. A civilization where no one is big or small, all are equal as all of you have the same red blood. A world where crimes are justly punished. A world where children won't have to die of hunger. I am here to guide. I've been living as Alexander Stark for the past few years. But now, the time has come to show myself to you all." His words brought too much happiness to the people. Then suddenly Robert came to him and kneeled. Alexander had already planted the idea of giving up his throne in his subconscious mind. "All-Father, if you are going to lead us, then you should be the king. I will be your follower. I, Robert Baratheon, abdicate my throne to the All-Father, God of all men and the whole realm." Robert gave him his crown. "And I humbly accept this burden. Your good deed shall not go unnoticed. I will show you what you desire. But it's her choice whether she accepts you or not," Alexander stated. Robert had an idea of what Alexander was talking about and he couldn't be happier. "My children, I will show you the path and it's on you to walk on it. If you stumble, I'll give you a hand as any father would." After saying that, he flew in the air and headed towards the Red Keep. He was going to make a new room on the top floor of the Red Keep for himself and also add some elevators. The view from the top floor would really get wasted otherwise. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 95. The trial of Lannisters. Tyrion Lannister was also there and recognized All-Father. He remembered the face from years ago, when he was small and asked for a dragon as a present. He remembered how he got that dragon figure toy that he had still securely kept in a metal box, away from the harming eyes of his sister. He also fell down on his knees and prayed. Prayed for Tisha. So, what now? Dobby asked. They both sat in the highest room in the Red Keep. Now, we attack the Slavers' Bay. Take over without troubling innocents. One more thing. Now that I am officially announced as a god, the Wolf's Sword can use magic as they want. Just make sure that they establish the fact that they are my blessed men. We will use magic to quickly finish the Westeros-wide railway system and promote trade. Alexander planned. What about the Lannisters? Dobby asked. Tywin and Cersei will die in the upcoming trial. The 3 children will be sent to Winterfell. I don't think life can be better than living there. Tyrion will be the new lord after he completes his education in the Tower of Knowledge. Until then, Kevin will be acting lord. Yes, now that all the Westerland's lords are in debt and know that the Lannister mines are empty, they won't even say a word if you pronounce death punishment to them. Dobby agreed. No, my friend, it's you who will pronounce the punishment. I am naming you my hand of God. Practically, you really are a god. I mean, with your magic you can do pretty much anything. Alexander added. But you have told me that in some universes there are beings that can even defeat you. Dobby intriguingly asked. He remembered what Alexander had told him about the Marvel Universe. A world filled with extremely strong entities. Yes, but why should we care about that? We don't even know where we'll go next. Anyway, let's get to work now. In the Great Hall, Dobby sat on the Iron Throne. He also wore a set of Jedi robes. In front of him were Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Why are you sitting on the throne? Where is my Joffrey? Cersei shouted. Joffrey was taken away from her in the Black Cell. Dobby just waved his hand and a duct tape appeared on her mouth. I am the hand of God. You will only speak when you are asked to. Now, you are accused of high treason. You tried to kill Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. You also planned to kill your own brother, Tyrion Lannister, and 15 more Crownlands lords. Dobby calmly spoke from the throne. Jaime Lannister, do you accept being in an incest relation with the Queen who also happens to be your sister? Dobby asked. Cersei looked at her brother smugly, thinking that he would never say it, but it was a day full of surprises for her. Yes, I accept, Jaime replied, looking at the ground to ignore his seething sister. Cersei Lannister, do you have anything to say? Dobby asked. I didn't do anything and you have no basis for all these accusations, Cersei replied. A total of 58 men have testified against you. 120 people testified about what happened at the feast. Your own brother, Tyrion, testified about your plans and now your brother Jaime has also confessed. He laid out all the evidence. I refuse to accept his testimony. Cersei proudly said. You are a criminal. You don't get to choose your witness. Now, Jaime Lannister, you broke your Kingsguard oath and indulged in sexual activity with your sister and produced 3 children. You also knew about Cersei Lannister's plans and did nothing. But because you have agreed to help, so I'll be more lenient to you. Dobby's words caused shock in the hall. Then the doors loudly opened and guards brought/dragged Tywin Lannister in. What is the meaning of this? Why am I being treated in such a way? Tywin angrily asked. Silence. Dobby's words made all the murmurs die down. You are here to be trialed for the planning of murder and RPE of Tisha, wife of Tyrion Lannister, and the sacking of the King's Landing. The murder and RPE of Elia Martell and her children by Amory Lorch and Gregor Clegane on your orders. Dobby stated. Lord Kevin Lannister has agreed to testify against you. Please bring the witness in, Dobby said. His words baffled Tywin. He could not understand why his brother would do that. Kevin quietly entered the hall and kneeled before Dobby. It was generally accepted that if Alexander was the god then Dobby was the highest-ranking angel, a seraph. Lord Kevin Lannister. Please tell us about the events related to Tisha and the sacking of King's Landing. Kevin nodded and looked at Tywin. I am sorry brother, but Seraph Dobby has promised to help House Lannister pay back the loans in return for bearing witness to your crimes. Tywin only nodded after listening. To him, everything was good as long as his legacy survived. Tisha was the wife of Tyrion, whom he married when he was 13. They secretly got married by a drunk Septon, but Tywin got angry and had the girl arped by 200 Lannister guards. It led to her death in the end, but for some reason, all 200 soldiers also died from some unknown and painful disease within a week of that incident. Kevin narrated. Dobby nodded his head, that was probably a punishment given by All-Father. In his eyes, lord or not, all are the same. He has already announced the punishment for crimes like these is death. Now, tell us about the sacking. Kevin also nodded, that was the only logical reasoning for the sudden death of 200 Lannister soldiers. Kevin continued at the time of Robert's rebellion, Tywin didn't know who was going to win, so he decided to wait. But when it became clear that the rebellion would succeed, he orchestrated the plan for the sacking of King's Landing. His plans included killing Elia Martell, 3-year-old Rhaenys Targaryen, and 3-month-old Aegon Targaryen. He also planned on sacking the city and recovering whatever money he lost in the war. He ordered Amory Lorch and Gregor Clegane to climb the tower of Maegor's Keep where the princess lived and do the deed. All this was done so he could show Robert that he was loyal to him. Thankfully, All-Father saved the people of King's Landing, though I don't know why he didn't save the princess. The crowd started talking. There weren't just nobles, there were small folks too. They started to get angry at the devilish plan of Tywin. They realized that they were practically given a second life by All-Father. Who said I didn't save them from Lannisters and the foolish Robert Baratheon? Alexander walked in, his body still radiating a soothing aura. Robert hid his face behind Stannis. They were standing on the sides. He had already realized his anger with the Targaryens was dumb and stupid. Even he didn't know why he was after their blood. The most harmful thing they did to him was just abducting Lyanna. As soon as people saw him, everyone kneeled down. Everyone except Cersei. It's not like he was going to make her. Get up, all of you. If you do this every time you see me, you'll get back pain. He said and lifted everyone up with magic. He waved his hand at Dobby to stay seated. Now, I didn't lie when I said that I saved the princess. She is really a good girl and her children too. She never committed a crime. Her only mistake was trusting the Targaryens. The Mad King used her as a hostage to make sure that Dorne stays loyal to him. The Mad King had gone mad, so I came to punish him back then. I did leave fake human bodies of the 3 in the Maegor's Keep. If I hadn't, we would have never found out about the true nature of Tywin Lannisters. The demonic face he hides behind his old cold face. Then there was the mess that was the Roberts Rebellion. I am about to reveal the biggest conspiracy to ever occur in your history. As all of you know, the Order of Maesters is very old. Even older than the Valyrian Freehold. Before Aegon's conquest, the Order of Maesters had a firm grip on every house in Westeros. But when the Targaryens came with their dragons, the Order felt threatened. They formed a long plan to remove all things magical from the world, including the dragons and the Targaryens. Little by little, they corrupted the Targaryens, they fed the king's secret medicine that intensified the madness that occurred in them because of incest. Some strong kings fought the madness and remained sane their most life and some didn't. The dance of the dragons happened because the Order of Maesters secretly pushed both sides, Rhaenyra and Aegon too. Then they fed poisoned food to the remaining dragons and killed the last of them in the world. Then came Aegon IV. The Maesters convinced him to legitimize all his bastards to start infighting. It eventually led to the creation of the Black Fire branch that later caused so many rebellions. Little by little, the Targaryen family shrunk. Then came the Mad King. Made mad by Grand Maester Pycelle. But that's not the main problem. The rebellion started because a small maester decided to burn a letter that he was supposed to give to Lord Rickard Stark. Now, I present you, the one who started it all. Everyone was silently hearing Alexander's words, soaking up the truth. It all made sense to them now. A wolf's sword operated into the hall with an old man, tied to a chair. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 96. Families, some fixed and some broken. I present to you, the ex-Maester of Winterfell. Maester Whaleys. He served at the time of Rickard Stark. Maester, please tell us about the letter you received from Lyanna, Alexander ordered. Robert's ears were attentively opened instantly. Including everyone else in the room. I received a letter from Lady Lyanna before she went away. In the letter, it was written that she was going with Prince Rhaegar on her own accord. That she was in love with him since the tourney of Harrenhal. She also disclosed that she was the secret knight of the Laughing Tree. I knew what I had to do at that moment. If that letter had reached Lord Rickard, the rebellion would have never happened. So I burned it and hired a lad to intercept Lord Brandon Stark and tell him that Lady Lyanna was abducted by the prince. The rest we all know. However, I did receive another news that Lady Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar had secretly married as well. Prince Rhaegar had already secretly gotten his marriage undone with Elia before all that. As soon as he finished speaking, Robert fell to the ground with a loud thud. He felt meaningless, he felt like all his life was meaningless. The Maesters were behind God knows what else. He looked at his hand and remembered how he killed Rhaegar. Furthermore, he widowed his beloved Lyanna. Surely she didn't love him, but he did like her. The rage he had felt at that time was for her, even if it was misplaced, it was still for her. The Order of Maesters had brought so much damage to our society that even words can't describe it. So many wars started because of them. So many more that we will never know happened because of them. They lived like a leech, sucking the life out of Westeros. They held back all the knowledge and made it nearly impossible to spread. This way they made sure that Maesters were always needed. This is the reason why I visited the citadel in Old Town some years ago. There I met a good man, Archmaester Marwyn. He told me about the secret plots of the Order. I also did my investigation and found dragon and human bones secretly kept underground. So, I had no choice but to destroy and rebuild. I created the Tower of Knowledge, which only serves one purpose, to spread the knowledge. There is no order of maesters anymore. The position is just a word now. In the north, we now call them teachers or professors. I will be creating these towers of knowledge in every city in the world. These will be places where anyone can go to receive an education. I will also make it free to teach children as well. Our future is bright, as long as you follow me. Now, back to the trial. But, let me bring some new guests first. He took out the Anywhere door from his pocket dimension and opened a passage to Winterfell. Alina, Anna, Rena, John, and Eric were waiting for him. He opened the door and 2 women and 3 children walked him. As soon as Rena and the kids saw Alexander, they ran to him. Grandpa, they shouted. Ha ha ha. Come here, he laughed and picked them up. Rena and Eric on his shoulders and John in his arms. They may not look familiar to you all, he said and lifted their disguise. Alina's hair returned to being black and her skin a bit tanned. Anna's hair turned back to being the original and her face to what it was before. Rena also looked at her hair change from reddish brown to black, her eyes from black to deep blue. Aegon's hair turned back to white and his eyes purple. John was just John. Welcome back, Elia, Lina, Rennis, Aegon, and John. Alexander greeted. Who's Rennis grandpa? Who's Aegon? The kids asked. They are also your name's sweetlings. But you can still keep calling yourself Rena and Eric if you want. I love my name, I won't change it, Rena proudly said. Yes, me too, Eric added. But that was not the case with Elia and Lina. Ned walked out of the crowd and hugged Lina. He knew about her but still, he felt like his sister was really back now. Robert didn't know what to do, he just walked up to her and kneeled down on one knee. I am sorry Lina. I made you a widow. I will accept any punishment you want to give me. I'll accept it even if you want to behead me. He solemnly said, his eyes facing the ground. Lina walked up to him and caressed his hair. It wasn't your fault. It was no one's fault. The maesters did it. I forgive you, Robert. I am also happy to see that you turned out to be such a fine man. She smiled. Robert lifted his face to look at Lina. Both had tears in their eyes. You should meet my son, Robert. John, come here, she called. Little John came hopping to his mother. John, this is Uncle Robert. He's a very strong man. John looked at the bearded well-built man in front of him. Both of them were face to face as Robert was still kneeling. Robert kept on looking at John's face. For starters, he was happy that the boy had mostly stark features. Ha ha ha. Come here, little John. I'll give you a ride on my back. Robert howled in laughter and put Happy John on his back. While all this was happening, another reunion was taking place just a few steps away. Sister, is that really you? Oberyn walked towards Elia with widened and shock-filled eyes. Just on the brim of tearing up. Elia also had tears in her eyes, looking at her brother as Elia and not Alina. Yes, it's me. I missed you, big brother. They both tightly hugged and cried. I thought, why you? Yes, we would have died if not for Uncle. I mean All-Father. She corrected herself. Smack. Only to receive a light pat on her head by passing by Alexander. I am still your uncle. I may be a god but I still have feelings. All the people chuckled seeing that. To them, God seemed so perfect. Not pompous, not extremely proud. Instead, God was warm, kind, and approachable. This led them to think whether if the High Septon was also the same as maesters and manipulating them. You look good, sister. I wish Doran could be here to see you. Oberyn happily said. Me too. I heard that he can't walk now because of gout. Elia sadly replied. You know, you can use the door. Just go and bring him here. Alexander offered. Elia quickly opened the door and let Oberyn go in to bring Doran. The whole world already knew that All-Father had descended to the realm of men and that he was currently the ruler of the 7 kingdoms too. So when Doran came out of the door, with his walking stick, he still tried to kneel in front of Alexander. Alexander waved his hand and cast a healing spell. Gout wasn't a hard disease to cure with magic. Doran suddenly felt painless while kneeling. He quickly looked up at Alexander. All-Father, thank you. Thank you, he said with teary eyes. Not for curing him, but for saving his sister. Ha ha ha. Get up now, son. Go and meet Elia. Alexander patted his shoulder. Doran nodded and got up to embrace his sister. Welcome back, Elia, he whispered in her ears. Oberyn also came over and hugged them. Brothers, Meet my children. They don't like being called Renis and Aegon though. Rena, Eric. Come over here, she called. The kids were playing with Dobby on the Iron Throne when they were called. They ran back to their mother with giggles, turning the mood of the always cold Great Hall/throne room cheerful. People prayed that may there always be such happiness in that cursed hall. Doran and Oberyn talked with the two children. Rena already knew Oberyn, so she was comfortable. But Aegon was a little shy with strangers. Both Doran and Oberyn also picked the kids on their backs and took their sister to the side so that the trial could end. Lina and Robert did the same. Alexander had already tapped Cersei's mouth while the reunion was taking place. Tywin, Cersei, and Jaime were also going through time torture. They went through all the cruelties they did to others. When the hall fell back into silence, Dobby loudly spoke. Now Alexander was sitting on the throne while Dobby was announcing. Cersei Lannister, you have been found guilty of your crimes and are sentenced to death. Jaime Lannister, for cooperating with the trial, you are to take the black. Tywin Lannister, even if Elia and her children are alive, you still orchestrated the sacking and planned their murder. You also caused the death of Tisha. For your crimes, you are also sentenced to death. Maester Whaleys, you are sentenced to death for causing conflict and manslaughter. All your punishments will be given tomorrow morning, inside the execution hall. Dobby, read the verdict. Cersei Lannister Category 3. Murder 44. Indirect murder 209. Blackmail 387. RPE 15. Sin percentage 59%. Jaime Lannister Category 3. Murder 497. Indirect murder 29. RPE 37. Sin percentage 63%. Tywin Lannister Category 3. Murder 238. Indirect murder 3,278, Reigns of Castamere. Blackmail 392. RPE 67. Sin percentage 70%. Alexander had given the data to Dobby already and they were getting rightfully punished. Though Alexander also knew that most of the people involved in the Lord and Knight's business were Category 3, especially those who fought in rebellion. Most of the people in the hall cheered. Except for Kevin, Tyrion, and the criminals. Tyrion didn't have much love for his sister and father, but he still loved his brother. Maybe a little less after learning about Tisha. Tywin and Cersei were taken to the specially made cells with new locks. Jaime was left to wait for someone from Night's Watch to come for him. You don't look so good, Tyrion, Jaime grimly spoke. Sigh, we all are broken people, brother. Some broken by strangers and some by your loved ones. Now. Sorrow is my only salvation. Goodbye, enjoy the wall, I always wanted to see it. Tyrion slowly walked away, leaving Jaime standing alone, to think about his whole life and the things he could have done differently. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Thank you for supporting. 97. Target Slavers Bay. The next morning, in a cold large room. 3 people were made to stand on a platform with a rope around their neck. Please, I don't want to die. Cersei wailed, but no one even looked at her. Tywin and Maester Whaleys quietly stood there. Already accepted their fate. The executioner pulled the lever and they were hanged. In a few seconds, life left their bodies. Ezekiel, a stout devotee of the Seven. He was very happy as he got to be so close to All-Father in the tourney grounds. But unknown to him, his mind had changed after eating the apple. He passed by the September of Baelor and was surprised to find that the Septons were still asking for money offerings from people. He couldn't understand why, as the god had already come down to them. So, he went to the Red Keep, to ask the question. The court was in session under Dobby. Your Holiness, I am Ezekiel, I wanted to ask why the Septon are still asking for offerings? Does All-Father require money? He asked, ready to give up all his small wealth if All-Father needed it. No, he has not ordered for any such thing. The Septons are doing that on their own. All-Father will never ask for your hard-earned money, be clear about that. I will tell him about this and he will deal with them himself. Dobby said. Ezekiel felt satisfied with the answer and left. Later that day, Alexander found out about the situation and went out to investigate. He hovered above the streets, giving blessings to all the passerby. When he reached the September, he was greeted by kneeling Septa and Septons. Where is the High Septon? He asked. He will return soon, All-Father. One of them nervously replied. Soon, a fat and ugly man entered. The High Septon looked at Alexander and came at him running. All-Father, thank you for coming to us mortals. Why do I smell an unpleasant odor from you? You have been drinking and indulging in unholy deeds. How dare you, Alexander said, keeping his godly image. Alexander quickly searched his mind. Arpist, pedophile, attempted murder, and swindling money from people. So much for the highest-ranking priests. Suddenly 2 wolves' sword apparat in. Take him prisoner. He will be on trial for his crimes. Then Alexander looked for the secret chest full of money. He found it and brought it out of the building. Gather around everyone. Alexander loudly said. All the nearby small folks rushed to him. Soon there was a crowd of thousands watching him. I am saddened today by the state of the faith. I found that the High Septon was doing unholy deeds. He was also hoarding the money taken as an offering for himself. Money taken from you. Money that you all worked hard to earn. Let me tell you one thing. No god ever asks for money from his children. Only demons ask for sacrifice and money. I was here even before these new religions came into existence. I have seen them turn from being a faith to a business. I saw in the north that people don't pay anything to old gods for blessings. They just wholeheartedly pray. But here, they ask you for money. Money, that is only used by selfish people to fulfill their selfish agenda. My children, if you want to pray then pray from your heart. Because God doesn't live in magnificent buildings and sculptures. God lives in your heart. Be honest and truthful, God will hear you. I am dismissing the practice of offering the Septons money. Because blessings aren't bought by money but good deeds. The High Septon will be punished tomorrow and the money found will be used to start new work for people. After saying that, he flew away. All the people looked excitedly at him. They all hated the practice of offering, but if they didn't pay then they would be seen as an outcast. Now the god had said it himself. Thieves. Liars. Swindlers. Sinners. People called the Septons various things. As many lords had come to see their god. The king's landing was getting more crowded each day. Alexander wasn't just going to invite the lords for the feast. All people were invited. He had used his magic to create an extension on the cliff that Red Keep was on. The whole extension was turned into a big garden with various fruit trees. It was accessible by all the people. Then it was decorated for the grand feast. Alexander's elf rune masters and alchemists were successful in creating the bowl version of the Hufflepuff cup. He was using it to create a lot of food. Dobby walked up to Alexander to report on the siege of Slavers Bay. Boss, the navy is ready. We have already infiltrated the cities and have marked all members of the Sons of the Harpy. They are just waiting for you now. Good, I will personally go there after the feast. I need to have a talk with the Dothraki as well. I am also going to bring little Dany here. There's no reason for her to live there anymore. Alexander informed. Okay boss. The feast began in an hour. A lot of people came and happily ate and drank. Grandpa, can you please bring my bicycle? I want to show it to Uncle Obi. Rena came running to him. Haha. Okay sweetie, he took out a bicycle from his space pocket. She happily took it and rode it around. Soon other children also came to him and Alexander had to give all of them one. Joffrey was one of them. Alexander had to make the boy drink a lot of potions to heal his defected brain. All father, a voice came from behind. Alexander turned around and saw Tyrion. What's the matter, child? Why do you look so distressed? I wanted to ask about Tisha. Is she happy in heaven? He meekly asked. Yes, she and her child. Both are happy. Her child. It took a moment for Tyrion to understand. His legs suddenly lost strength and he was about to fall. But Bronn was standing there and quickly helped him. She has also forgiven you and only wants you to lead an honest life. So that you can see her someday. He said. Tyrion mistook it as getting to see her in heaven. And he knew that his sins would send him to hell as he is now. Thank you, All-Father. I should go now. Tyrion said with teary eyes. He was just 16 years old after all the loss of family was a heavy hit. But Alexander was also not going to treat him softly. Tyrion would have to prove that he's worthy of his child and Tisha. Bronn, go with him. He might need someone to talk with. He ordered. Bronn was still having a hard time believing that he was in service of All-Father. Okay, but I'm taking a bottle of fire whiskey with me. The day ended with all the people dancing to music and happily laughing. Without a worry of wars or anything. In the middle of the night, after the feast, Alexander silently left King's Landing and appeared on his ship near the Slavers Bay. There were 3 cities in Slavers Bay, Astapor, Mirian, and Yunkai. They all claimed to be the remnants of the old Giscari Empire. His first stop was Astapor. The city was famed for its unsullied soldiers. The soldiers were used all over the free cities as guards because they never steal or RPE as they were all made eunuchs. Their training starts at age 5 and goes on from dawn to dusk. It is brutal, designed not only to teach them how to fight, but to strip away all individuality, empathy, and self-worth. Slaves that fail at any aspect of their training are killed. Only a third of the slaves entering training survive to become unsullied. On the day a boy is cut, made eunuch, he is given a puppy to take care of. At the end of the first year, the boy is made to strangle the puppy. Should he fail to do so, he is killed and fed to the surviving dogs. During training, boys are cold whenever they fail a task, be it running all day in full pack, scaling a mountain at night, or walking across a bed of coals. As graduation, to win their spiked cap, they must take a silver mark, go to the slave markets and buy a newborn slave child and kill it before its mother and pay the slave mother's owner for his loss. That's how brutal the slave masters were. There are going to be a lot of dead people. Alexander sighed. With the morning sun, Alexander walked into the city. He had no guard with him, just him alone. Everyone who saw him kneeled down quickly. Slaves even started to cry and pray as they were the ones who needed his blessings the most. He walked straight to the Plaza of Pride. It was an open market where all the slaves were sold by their good masters. The good masters/slavers were assholes of the highest order. They know who Alexander is, but they would never bow to him. To them, there was no god. Their thinking was right too. If there was a god, then he would have already punished them for all the bad things they did. But at last, better late than never. You can see the image on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 98. Damn the slavers. He was greeted by fat slavers inside the market. They eyed him like he was made of gold. Soon a slave master with the best clothes and ornaments on came to him. "All father, maybe I can help you in finding what you are looking for," he said as his face fat throbbed with each word. "Ah. Yes. I want to buy unsullieds. Do you sell them?" Alexander asked. Yes, we do sell them. Please follow me and I'll take you to our finest merchandise." The slaver signaled him to follow. "By the way, my name is Zarkzex, people call me Big Master." The merchant introduced himself. Let's see his sins. Zarkzex Category 4. Murder 45. Indirect murder 1987. Human trafficking 5974. RPE 1799. Indirect infanticide 1644. Sin percentage 88%. Sigh, why do I even bother reading their sins? They all deserve to die by default. Zark took him to a large open field. Nearly 5,000 unsullied stood there in neat and clean light armor in a square matrix. "These are our best unsullied. How many do you want?" he asked. "How many do you have?" Alexander asked. Zark's eyes shone as he sensed big money. "In total, we have 10,000 unsullieds in the city. How many are in training?" 20,000 in training. Only 8,000 of them will live to become an unsullied," he proudly informed. I'll buy them all. How much do you want?" Alexander asked. All the slave masters started to talk between themselves. One of them may have felt invincible, so he decided to berate Alexander in their new Valyrian and Giscari tongue. The slave masters took pride in being remnants of the old original Giscari Empire, but the ancient language was lost to them. Ziskit Kuzins hu kaxen fub axeni thik? Bungik selkalal, this shit god thinks he can buy anything? Fucking sorcerer! The man said. But suddenly the ground started to vibrate under the slave master's feet and soon it was lifted up in the sky. It went all the way to 1,000 feet. Penais axen sopolil din blank ebvo yeep faxacoxel tuko. Pum saxo kiskaxeli liso pi baxer, peug waxent klaxent xo saximo baxato teugt, don't act superior in front of me with your bastard tongue. I saw Giscari rise and fall, do you want me to grant you the same fate? Alexander said in pure Giscari tongue. Which even the best of slave masters found hard to understand, but they still understood the gist of it. We are sorry for disgracing you, All-Father. Please let Hixa come down, Zark pleaded. Sure, Alexander agreed. The stone on which the slave master was standing in the air vanished. Hixa fell to his death and turned into an ugly mess. Now, how much for all the slaves in the city? Alexander asked while conjuring a seat and sitting down. What? You mean unsullieds, right? Zark nervously confirmed. You heard me the first time. Just say the price. Or as he said that the ground again started shaking. Ah yes. We can sell you all. But let me bring all the good masters here first. He hurriedly sent his assistants. That was easy. He's bringing all the slavers to me to judge, Alexander internally thought. After an hour all the slavers had gathered there. One of the slavers had a little girl with him whom Alexander recognized. It was a 3-4-year-old Miss Sendai. She was probably just recently kidnapped by some unknown pirates from the island of Noth. It was really a weird island. A special kind of poisonous butterflies lived there and the Icelanders were immune to them. Naughty people have a unique look to them with flat faces, dark skin, and golden eyes. They are called the peaceful people, due to their belief in extreme pacifism. They make music rather than war and kill nothing, not even animals, eating only fruit and never flesh. They are widely sought after by slavers who consider them to make the best slaves. Before the doom of Valeria, Noth used to be a major exporter of silk from silkworm caterpillars. The Nadi also exported fine handicrafts and delicate spiced wine. The Nadi's shimmering silks could be found in markets throughout the Seven Kingdoms and the Free Cities at that time. But, the slaver raids became so frequent after the doom that the Nadi abandoned their coasts to take refuge in the hills and forests of the interior. As a result, the export trade has largely collapsed in the past 400 years, and Nadi silks are less and less frequently seen in the world's major cities. I guess I'll visit that place too. Such kind people don't deserve to face such hardships because of people's greed, Alexander thought. All-Father, we have bought all the slave masters and they all have agreed to sell all their slaves to you, Zark said with a frowning smile. Haha. Good. And what's the price you have come up with? Alexander asked. AAA. It's We have decided on 30 million gold dragons. Zark scaredly said, fearing that Alexander might not like it. Ha ha ha. Good. I like that price. Here, take these. Alexander waved his hand and 10 large chests filled with gold. All the slave master had their mouths salivating seeing all that money. They all knew that 30 million was a big price for their slaves. Their minds were jumping thinking that this was the best trade deal in the history of trade deals. One by one, they all gave Alexander their master sticks, which signifies that they were the masters of the slaves they owned. Then the master that brought Miss Sendai turned around and started to walk away with her. She looked at him with longing eyes. Wait. I'll be keeping that girl too, Alexander loudly stopped him. The slaver turned and showed his disgustful face. She's not for sale. And I wasn't asking. As soon as his words fell, the slaver got swallowed by the ground. One by one, all the slave masters started to disappear into the ground. Zark looked at him with a horror-filled face. Why are you killing us? All of you, category 3 or 4, Alexander replied. Soon, the big field had turned silent. Alexander walked to little Miss Sendai. He didn't ask her about her parents as he had looked in her mind. Her small village was attacked and her parents were killed. He kneeled down and caressed her wrinkly hair. What's your name, little one? It's Miss Sendai, All-Father, she replied. Would you like to come with me? I'll take you to my family. There are many more children like you. My granddaughter Rena would love to be your friend. Alexander offered. Really? I can have friends, All-Father? She asked like it was the craziest thing. Yes, sweetie. And no calling me All-Father. Call me Grandpa. Now come, let's go. He said and made her sit on his shoulders. She was too small to quickly follow him around. Then he called for Dobby and told him about the situation. Good thing you solved this without any major problems. The biggest problem with resettling the slaves is that they don't know how to do things without being ordered. This, in the end, causes great problems. I faced this in Asai. I'll have to slowly introduce the working of the world to them. I'll appoint one of my assistant elves to administer here. What about the Unsullied? Their minds have been damaged and molded into serving their masters since the age of 5. I don't think we can change them without magic. Dobby explained. Then I'll take them to become my people. I'll fully heal them with magic. Their minds and body combined. Alexander said. You want to take them to Fihaim? Dobby inquired. Yes. But I won't force them to stay. After they are healed, they can leave. Dobby nodded. This was for the best. Yes, you can also teach them various modern things. Like things about technology, bureaucracy, administration, modern warfare. This way when they return to the world they will be able to do good. Dobby suggested. Nice idea. Let's do this. Alexander agreed. He looked at the Unsullieds and spoke in their tongue. My children, forgive me that you had to face such hardships in your lives. When I see you, I don't see slaves or soldiers. I just see humans. Just like anyone else. Then he burned the master sticks. You are all free. You can do anything you want as long as it's not a crime, and I won't stop you. But I will also give you another option. I can heal all of your bodies. I can return what was taken away from you at a young age. You will have to live in my world for some time to heal yourself. There you will also be taught various kinds of things. And after you get healed, you can leave and live like a normal person or you can follow me. The choice is yours. All the Unsullieds looked at the kind-looking god in front of them. After some seconds passed, they started to kick the ground with their feet. Seeing their agreement, Alexander took them all to Fihaim. Alfred would take care of them from there. All right Dobby, look after the city. I'll go to Yunkai now. He said and flew in the air. Little Miss Sendai was scared at first but then started to giggle happily. Flying was such an amazing experience. Alexander also preferred to fly than apparate if not in an emergency. You can see the image on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 99. Pack up. Alexander came to Yunkai. The city was famous for its bed slaves. They would force girls into prostitution from a small age and teach them various techniques to satisfy their clients. Death was the only option for the slave masters here too. Just like the cruel death he gave to the slave masters of Astapur, he killed all the slave masters there and handed the city over to his people. His last stop, Mirian, was the biggest of the 3 cities. It was bigger than Astapur and Yunkai combined. This was a city with various businesses. There were various big pyramids of different colors occupied by different noble families. The city was ruled by the great masters, members of the old slaving families. There were 15 families. Then there were the fighting pits and the temple where various kinds of things happened. From healing to pleasure. The city was also deeply involved in the slave trade. Alexander knew that the only way to correct the clusterfuck of a city was by thoroughly cleaning it. The mentality of the nobles could never be changed. Not without using magic. But then again, they were involved in slaving. It was basically their culture. And such cultures were best to be removed. But to his surprise, when he reached the big city, some slaves were already planning on revolting. He investigated and found a man named Lionel. He went and had a chat with him. "How many of you are there?" he asked. "All, Father, we are blessed that you have come to us. I have gathered 1,000 slaves who want freedom. I hail from Carcassa and am part of the Order of Free. My colleague Francisco had told me how you liberated Karth." Lionel respectfully said. "Good. I have liberated Astapur and Yunkai as well. This is the final one," Alexander informed. Lionel was surprised because he didn't receive any news about a fight breaking out there. "I will deal with the slave masters. Then my people will come and organize the city and help the former slaves to adapt to the new life." "Thank you, All-Father. If it's you then we don't have to worry." Lionel bowed. "Haha. Get up my boy. You are doing a good job." Alexander then used Oxio to gather all the slavers in the city and passed his judgment. All of them except 2 deserved death. The 2 that he did let live were also made to sign a lifelong contract to be a good citizen. After he was done, he notified Dobby and Lionel. In a few days, the Slavers' Bay would be officially renamed Freedom Bay. "Hey there, little Miss Sendai. Do you know about the Dothrakees?" he asked her. They steal from people," she said, not sure if she was right. "Yes, my child. You are correct. We will be going to meet them now," Alexander announced and flew up in the air. Dothraki also ate the apple of knowledge, so they should also have grown a little bit in mind, he thought. Because of the changes brought by Alexander, the Dothraki weren't as violent as in the show or books. They didn't kill for no reason and only stole. They were still very powerful people though. Now instead of them being divided into various khals, they had a practice of electing a new khal king by fighting. Alexander went straight into their main city. Viz Dothrak. It was a big city but the buildings were made of wood and mud. Very primitive. He landed in front of the biggest building in the city, which was probably the residence of the khal king. Khal Drogo from the show was still very young and hadn't even become a khal yet. But the boy was still tall and strong. The khal king was named Khal. Alexander's god status made everything easier, as no matter which community or which religion, everyone recognized Alexander as one true god. He told them about his plan on including them in his world federation and upgrading their city to becoming like a modern one. He also told them his plans on bringing the train to Essos as well. The khal king was happy with all the things his people would get. In the end, Alexander ended up becoming the new khal king by the agreement of all the khals. He still let Khalnik act like a governor. In the meantime, his people would come to the city and change things. Then Alexander flew to Bravus to meet Daenerys and Ragnarok. Little Dany was playing in the courtyard under the lemon trees. She had been living a fulfilling and happy life without any worries. Ragnarok kept Viserys at bay, so she never faced the bullying. It was just another playful day for her. Playing with the various plushie dolls was the favorite pastime of her. But suddenly she heard a thud from behind her. She looked around and saw the person she had been hearing about for so long. She had heard the stories about the All-Father and had seen pictures. Grandpa, she cutely voiced. Alexander was surprised that she straight up called him Grandpa and was feeling just like he did when he met Rena for the first time. The little chubby girl was too cute. Haha. Yes, little Dany. I am Grandpa. Come here. He went ahead and gave her a hug. She also happily returned it. Then he waved his hand and a mountain of plushy toys came in front of her. She looked at them with stars in her eyes. Alexander also noticed the envy in Miss Sendai's eyes. Little Dani, meet Miss Sendai. Would you like to be her friend? He asked. Miss Sendai and Daenerys were nearly the same age. 3-4 years old. Both of them looked at each other for a while. Then suddenly Dani walked to her and hugged her. Flens, she said. All these toys are for you too. Where is your grandpa Ragnarok, Dani? Alexander asked. Daenerys thought for a bit and replied, inside. Haha. Okay, I'll find him. You go and have fun. Alexander ruffled their hair. Hey! Fat dragon! Come out, Alexander walked into the house. But instead of Ragnarok, Sir Willem Darry came out. The knight had grown fat now. Who dares to call me fat? Willem Darry quickly fell to his knees. Ah! All father! Ragnarok had said that you'd be coming. Sorry for disrespecting you. Haha. It's all right, son. You did a good job all these years. Alexander replied and quickly healed the man's joint pain and bad eyes. Feeling the change, Willem quickly knelt down again. But then Ragnarok came out. Haha. Get up, fatty. You look like a ball when kneeling, he told Willem. They probably had formed a good brotherly relationship all this time living together. Haha. How are you, Ragnarok? Where's the other boy? Alexander asked. Greetings, all father. The boy's inside. I was teaching him High Valyrian. Good, it's time to go back to Westeros now. Let's have them meet their niece and nephews. Alexander said. Really? I can go and see my family too? Finally, the time has come. Willem interjected. Alexander nodded. Yes, pack your stuff and get ready. I will be going to the House of Black and White for a while first. Yes, all father. I'll quickly prepare. Ragnarok, there's another girl with Dani in the courtyard. Take care of her too for a while, will you? You got it, boss. Ragnarok walked to the courtyard with a big smile. He probably liked playing with Dani too. Vala Morghulis Jaqen Hagar greeted him at the door of his temple. Valadohaeris, my boy. How are you? He asked. We are receiving fewer contracts these days because of you bringing peace. To us, this means that we have done a good job. Less bad men is good for the world. He said in his monotonous voice. Yes, soon. This word will not require the services of the House of Black and White. Alexander said. Jaqen Hagar looked at his face. Not knowing what he'll do next. He had spent all his life in the service of the temple after all. Now, no need to be worried, son. I have two options for you. 1. I disband the temple and you all can go and live a normal life, or 2nd, you can follow me to other worlds and help me purify them. Though I will have to give you some new training in warfare and technology. We will follow all father. We would love to serve you in bringing your light to other worlds. Jaqen replied without even thinking. Ha ha ha, good, son. Then I'll teleport this House of Black and White to Fihaim. It's my world where pure beings live. You will live there and train there. Recall all the faceless men back. He ordered. Jaqen nodded and left for work. Alexander could feel that Jaqen was secretly excited. Ah, they would make the best spy and infiltration department. I should create some super soldier serum too, Alexander thought. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters. And Joachim Johnson. 100. Grandma Universe. Uncle, why are you taking me to Dorne? Ned asked from his dirt bike. Son, we are going to find you a good wife. I had talked to Doran earlier. He's going to help. Alexander announced. What? I don't want a wife, uncle. I am fine. It's not about you, son. It's about little Rob and Sansa. Can you give them a mother's love? Can Sansa talk to you about her girl problems when she grows up? Alexander tried to reason. Ned stayed silent for a while. He knew what Alexander said was right. All right, but I will only agree if I like her. He said. Haha. Good. Now let's hurry up and reach Sunspare before dawn. Alexander said and increased the speed. By the evening they appeared in Sunspare. Elia and her children were living there for a while. Though Elia had decided that she would live in Winterfell for the rest of her life and considered herself a Stark. She was also happy as when the railways would develop, her brothers would be able to come to see her in Winterfell in a day. Grandpa Rena came running to him when he entered the Martel's castle. Ha ha ha. Come here, my little cat. How have you been these days? Alexander held her in his arms. It was fun. Uncle Obi showed me so many places. But this place is so hot. I sweat a lot and become smelly. She pinched her nose. Just then, Alexander had the idea of selling ice to the world from the north. At least for some years. Then he'll just introduce refrigerators. Do you want ice cream? He asked. Yes, she excitedly nodded. Haha. Then take this and eat it quickly or else it will melt. Give one to Eric too. He gave her 2 ice cream cones. Welcome to Sun's Pair, All-Father. The whole city has decided to celebrate the week as a festival. They are all very happy to have you here. Doran greeted him. Haha. Then tell them that drinks are on me, for the whole city. Some people around the cheered when they heard him. Let's go inside. I will introduce you to my family. Dorna said. Inside he met the 3 children of Doran and many sand snakes of Oberyn. Rena was basically stuck to him from the moment she saw him there. Grandpa. I will show you the city. Come with me. Rena jumped around him. Haha. Okay, my sweetie. Let's go. I'll see you in the evening, everyone. Ned, have some rest. Alexander said and walked with Rena. Look. That place makes the best lemonade. Rena excitedly walked him around the city, making him buy various things. Most of the shop owners refused to take money from him but he still forced them. Grandpa, look. That shop makes the best clothes here. The grandma who runs the place is also very kind. She gives me candies and I also have a gift for you. She innocently chirped. Alexander walked into the big shop. The moment he entered, Dobby popped into the first floor for some reason and started singing in a low voice and playing the guitar. When you go and I'm alone. You live in my imagination. The summertime and butterflies. All belong to your creation? He knew that the song wasn't meant to be sung that way. Dobby was making it too slow and romantic. Is he going to confess to someone? Alexander thought. Grandma Rena loudly called and jumped down from Alexander's back. Haha. Little Rena. Welcome back. I got new candies for you today. A pleasant female voice spoke. But Alexander felt like he knew the voice and it wasn't possible for that person to be there. The woman then came into his view. She wore a lot of jewelry and had tan skin like most of the Dornish people. You can see her image on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Alexander's heart started to beat too fast as he saw her face. It took all his willpower to speak one word. Olivia. The lady then noticed the man and had the same shocked face as Alexander. For some reason, Rena quickly ran to Dobby like she had accomplished her task. Alex. She whispered. I live for you, I long for you, Olivia, hey. I've been idolizing the light in your eyes, Olivia, hey. I live for you, I long for you, Olivia. Alexander nodded and slowly walked to her, while she did the same. When close enough, Alexander softly touched her face and she did the same. Is this really you? They both spoke at the same time with watery eyes. I thought I'd lost you, Alexander whimpered. And I thought I was dead. But I met God, Alex. Can you imagine that? And you are a god too? What about our sons? She confusedly asked. Alexander kept on nodding again and again. It really was his Olivia. He quickly hugged her tightly as if she would disappear at any moment. Don't let me go. Don't let me go. Don't let me go, Olivia. I won't ever let anything happen to you again. Never. Alexander mumbled. Olivia also teared up and tightly hugged Alexander. To her not much time had passed since she had died. All she knew was that she died and met God. God told her that he had adopted Alex as a son and now works as his advocate for the multiverse. To be honest, she didn't know what was happening. She wasn't really that religious. Then God said that Alexander misses her a lot and for Alexander, many years have passed. She really felt sad hearing that. She already knew that Alexander was someone who wouldn't actively find a new wife as he was very reserved in that area since his young days. God then said something about her having magic which she didn't understand and sent her to Westeros. She didn't know anything about the place but thankfully she had some new memories which told her about her current status. She was the owner of a high-end boutique in a kingdom called Dorne. It had just been a month since she came there. She was worried that she'd have to find Alexander on her own but then the dragons attacked and she saw him. The same old and kind face. People had started chanting prayers to him for some reason and when she researched a bit she found out that Alex was a god. Since then she was planning on going to King's Landing to meet him soon. But fate brought him to her. I missed you so much, Oli. I missed you a lot. Alexander muttered. I missed you too, Alex. How are you? She asked. She felt a bit concerned seeing Alexander so emotional but then remembered that for her maybe not much time has passed but for Alexander, many years have. I am fine, Oli. Now better than ever. Father must have a hand in all this. Where's the little cat? She probably knew about all this. Alexander said and found Rena and Dobby standing at the side. He quickly picked Rena up and embraced her in his arms and kissed her forehead. This is the best gift, Rena. The best in the world. He. I knew Grandma and Grandpa would be happy. Uncle Dobby also helped. She said. Alexander also went to Dobby and gave his giant elf friend a good hug. Thank you, Dobby. Thank you. Haha. Happy to see you happy. Dobby smiled. Olivia, meet my best friend Dobby. Alexander introduced. He still couldn't believe that his Olivia was back. While Dobby and Olive talked, Alexander spoke to God. Thank you, Father. Haha. Anything for you my son. Your wife had finished her life cycle so I thought about you and gave her soul the memory and body of her life with you. Though she would still think that she died just a month ago God said. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Thank you again, Father. Ha ha ha. Now go and talk to her, son. Alexander looked back at Olivia. Oli, let's go to Fihaim, I'll introduce you to my people. Medusa and Barry will love you. He then took them to his pocket world. Rena went to play with Rooney while he talked with her. Barry came chirping to greet him and the new human. Hey Barry, meet my lovely wife, Olivia. If I am your father then she's your mother. Alexander said. Barry looked at Olivia first and then jumped on her shoulder and rubbed his head on her cheeks. Haha. Hey there Barry. Thank you for taking care of my old boy. She said, embarrassing Alexander. Grandpa Medusa came and jumped onto him for a hug. He ruffled her hair, haha. How are you, girl? Meet Olivia. She will be your grandma. Medusa was a cheerful and smart girl. She could sense the nature of people. And her senses were telling that she was just like Alexander. She again jumped into a hug with Olivia. After all the greetings, they were both alone. So, are you going to tell me what happened to our sons? God said it would be better if you told me. Olivia asked the one question he wanted to avoid. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson.